This is Audible.
Macmillan Audio presents The Hush by John Hart. Read for you by Jeremy Bobb.
Chapter 1. Johnny woke in the crook of a tree under a diamond-studded sky. The hammock around him was worn nylon, and the great oak 100 feet tall. Even at 60 feet, its trunk was thicker than Johnny, its branches bent but strong. Johnny knew every one of those branches by feel, the worn spots from his feet and hands, the way they leaned out from the trunk and split like fingers. He could climb the tree in total blackness, find his way past the hammock to smaller branches that bent beneath his weight. From there he could see the moon and the forest, the swamp that rolled off to the south. This was his place, 6,000 acres, and he knew every stream and hill, every dark pool and secret glade. He didn't always sleep in the tree. There was a cabin, but it felt heavy at times. He'd built it himself, so it wasn't the shape or size of it that pushed him like a wind to the ancient tree on its splintered hill. It wasn't the dreams or memories or any dark thing others might suspect. Johnny came for the views and for the way they connected him to the land he owned. The tree grew from a knob of stone and soil that rose from the swamp to join a span of similar hills that cut a line between the wetlands and the thin-soiled higher ground that notched into the far northern corner of Raven County. From the hammock's crook he could see beyond the swamp and across the river. Climb another 30 feet and he could see a glint of light that was the tallest building in town. That was 18 miles in a straight line, 37 if you had to drive. Roads this far north were twisted and crumbled, and that was fine with Johnny. He didn't care for people on his land and had fired once on hunters too antagonistic to leave when asked politely. He didn't plan to hit them. They'd be dead if he had. But Black Bear had a special place in Johnny's heart, and 2 mothers had been killed with cubs still in the den. Because of that, he marked the borders and tracked hunters in particular with sleepless determination. Police, of course, didn't see it his way, and neither did the courts. After the shooting, there'd been a few months in jail and a firestorm of media. That was because reporters never forgot, and to most, he was still the same dark-eyed child they'd made famous 10 years earlier. But Johnny didn't care if people thought him dangerous or strange. It hurt to see the worry on his parents' faces, of course. They wanted him in the city and between 4 walls, but deep down they understood how life had lifted him from the dark pages of his youth and brought him to this special place. And it was special. He could taste it on the breeze, see it in a sky so heavy with stars it made his eyes water to look up and marvel at the relentless depth of it. Beneath all that pure white light was a purple forest that moved with a rhythm as familiar now as the beat of Johnny's heart. This place. His life. Leaving the hammock, he let his hands and feet find their way to the smallest branches that would still take his weight. The trunk was thin so high, the horizon a purple line darker than the rest. He studied the canopy, then moved up the tree until the trunk was small enough to cup with both hands, and then with only one. It was dangerous to climb so high, but Johnny had a reason. He was looking for fire. There'd been fires in the wood before, campfires and lightning strikes, a burn once from a hunter's dropped cigarette. Fires like this were different, because Johnny, the next day, couldn't find a trace of them. Not a charred twig or a burnt blade. And he looked hard. The first time it happened was just like this, a cloudless sky and a whisker of smoke. He'd gone higher for a better look and seen a glimmer halfway up a distant hill that was 2 down in the line of peaks that ran north and west. 3 sides of that hill sloped gently beneath a layer of pine and scrub. The side facing Johnny was a slab of weathered stone. Near its base, boulders littered an area the size of a city block, and from that ruin the rest of it rose. Sheer walls and slopes of scree, then more piled stone and knuckles of trees before the final wall of broken granite pushed free. That's where the fires were, somewhere on that weather-beaten face. In 3 years, he'd seen the fire 11 different times. This was the 12th, and Johnny took his time watching it. Paths ran between the boulders and up the shattered face, but the paths crossed and doubled back and petered out. It was easy to get turned around, so he gauged angles and approaches. He pictured the route he would take, and when he left the tree, he did it quick and sure, dropping the last 8 feet and rising at the run. He was barefoot in cut-off jeans and no shirt, but his soles were hard as leather and his eyes sharp from years in dark woods. And this night wasn't close to dark. Stars speckled the sky, and from beyond the river a half-moon rose. Even then, most would find it hard to move at such speed, but when Johnny ran, it was for real. And he was running hard. A footpath took him to the river, and when the water spread, he followed a ridge that carried him to the second hill and up it in a hard, fast climb. At the top he paused, looking for smoke. The wind was right, and for a moment he thought he was too late, that the fire was dead and whoever built it, gone. It had happened before, a sudden void of scent, and when it did happen, he wanted to throw caution to the wind and run blind, if that's what it took. The fire was a riddle, its builder a ghost. But life in the forest taught lessons beyond readiness and speed. Patience had its place, as did stealth and simple faith, and Johnny trusted his senses. The fire builder was no ghost. The smoke came again in the final valley, a downdraft that tasted of wood ash and charred resin. Creeping to the edge of the trees, Johnny studied the open ground and boulders tumbled like flung houses against the root of the hill. Paths ran between them, and in places they touched to form cathedral vaults. Beyond the boulders, the trails were narrow and twisted, and Johnny let his eyes move up and down the dark lines they cut through trees and scree and along the foot of the lower face. Other trails showed higher up, but they were faint in the moonlight, and not so much paths as ledges. Johnny looked for fire on the face, but couldn't find it. Halfway up, he thought, nearer the east side than the west. Problem was, the fire seemed to move. Last month it was higher up and farther west, the one before that dead center above a rock slide shaped like an inverted V. Crossing a final stretch of broken ground, Johnny took the main draw through the boulders. Side trails split off 3 times before stone met above his head, and the path narrowed. When it got tight, Johnny angled his shoulders and trailed fingers over the walls, feeling a vellum of fur and fine hairs left over the years by bear, coyote, and deer. Once around the final bend, the stone rose up to form a secret place that might have been there unchanged since the dawn of man. Johnny peered up a narrow chimney and saw a slash of pale stars. After that, he followed the right-hand trail, twisting up the slope as boulders dropped away. He was on a ridgeline beneath a final belt of woods. Still no sign of fire. All right, then. He worked through the trees to a slope of scree at the base of the cliff. Rock shifted as he climbed, and twice he fell. After 10 minutes, he peered down, dizzy from a sense of sudden wrongness. There was too much space beneath him, too much purple stone and empty air. Looking again, he saw a notch in the tree line that should be beneath him, but had somehow shifted left. It felt as if he'd gone blank and climbed 100 yards without knowing it. Leaning out, he tried to determine exactly where he was. Higher than he should be and farther right. No problem, he thought. But that was not true. The slope was too steep, the scree as slippery as scales piled one atop the other. 100 feet up was a stand of scrub oaks and pine, Beyond that, a footpath followed the base of the lower cliff and led to a series of ledges that twisted upward to the final cliff beyond. Johnny was too high and too far right, pinned on a section of slope he avoided exactly because it was so dangerous. He told himself it was a simple mistake, that he'd rushed the climb, that things looked different in the false light of 4 a.m. He said it twice, but didn't believe it. He'd been up the face 7 times with no problem, now this. Moving with care, Johnny tried to work his way off the pitch. He looked for the largest stones, the most stable holds. 12 feet across, his foot slipped and 20 feet of stone disappeared beneath him. Johnny felt it go, then was gone too. The sound like a freight train as he saw the fall in his mind. Hundreds of feet, near vertical, then trees and boulders, an avalanche of scree heavy enough to bury him alive. But Johnny didn't die. 50 feet down, he slammed to a stop, bruised and bloodied and half buried. It took time to think through the hurt and figure out if the chance yet remained to die. The hill above was swept clean, around him loose stone mounded against a 2-foot lip of solid rock, beneath which was a drop long and steep enough to kill most any man alive. Johnny looked left and right, and that's how close it was, a foot or so, or maybe inches. Dawn was ablush in the trees by the time Johnny limped to the small square cabin and let himself inside. His bed took up space near the stone fireplace, and he fell into it hurting. When he woke, it was 3 hours later. After dropping his clothes in a corner, he went to the creek to wash off dust and blood. He bandaged the worst of the cuts, then pulled on jeans, boots, and a shirt. At the door, he checked his face in a 4-inch mirror. The eyes that stared back were as still as glass, and so unflinching that few people looked into them for very long. At 23, Johnny didn't smile without reason or waste time on people he found insincere. How often could he hear the same questions? "How are you, son? Are you holding up okay?" For 10 years, he'd endured one version or another of the same pointless phrase, knowing, as he did, that people sought the darker currents that ran beneath. What did you see in those terrible places? How messed up are you, really? Those were the people who risked the darkness of Johnny's eyes, those who asked the questions and looked deep, hoping for a glimpse of the boy he'd been, the glimmer of wildness and war paint and fire. 30 minutes later, Johnny left the cabin, pushing south into the swamp, and from there across tendons of dry ground until he reached the ruins of a settlement once owned by freed slaves and their descendants. Most of the structures were rotted and fallen, but a few buildings still stood. When people asked about Hush Arbor, this was the place they meant. The cemetery, the old houses, the hanging tree. Few understood how large it really was. Unlocking one of the sheds, Johnny backed out a truck that was white and dented and a half-century old. From there it was 2 miles to a metal gate. Once through it, he merged onto a state road and turned up the radio, scrolling past gospel and talk radio and local sports. Near the bottom of the dial, he found the classical station out of Davidson College and listened to that as hills spread out and the city rose. Johnny knew every street corner and neighborhood, every monument and cobbled drive and twist of asphalt. In 300 years, Raven County had seen its share of loss and conflict. Sons had gone to war and died. There'd been riots, depression. Parts of the city had burned. Johnny drove past the courthouse and stopped at a light, watching how people held hands and laughed and admired their reflections in the burnished glass. A block later, he angled to the curb where the old hardware store touched the sidewalk, and women gathered to look at potted plants and tomatoes and wooden trays stacked with beans and corn and peaches. Nobody noticed Johnny until he stepped from the truck, and when it started small. A young woman blinked and another one noticed. By the time Johnny edged past, 4 of them were staring. Maybe it was the way he looked or his history with the town. Whatever the case, Johnny kept to himself as he pushed through the door and made eye contact with the old man behind the glass-topped counter at the rear of the store. "Johnny Merrimon, good morning to you." Daniel, morning. Sorry about the welcoming committee. Daniel dipped his head at the front window. But two of them are pretty enough and about your age. Maybe you shouldn't rush past so quick and determined. Johnny nodded but didn't respond. It wasn't that he didn't like a pretty girl, he did. But Johnny would never leave Hush Arbor, and few women were interested in life without power or phone or running water. Daniel didn't seem to know or care. He waved at the ladies beyond the glass, then put his 80-watt smile back on Johnny. So, young Mr. Merrimon, what can I do for you this fine day? Just the ammunition. Got a new four-wheeler out back. I can offer a good deal. All I need are the cartridges. Fair enough. I like a man who knows his own mind. The old man unlocked the counter and removed a 20-count box of .270 Winchester. 12-gauge, too? Same as always. Birdshot, then, number 7. Daniel put 2 boxes on the glass, and a tuft of white hair rose at the crown of his head. What else? That'll do it. Johnny paid the exact amount from long habit and had both boxes in his hand before Daniel spoke again. Your mother asks about you, you know. Johnny stopped, half-turned. She knows you come here and that it's a monthly thing. Now, I know it's not my business. It's not. Daniel held up both hands, his head moving side to side. I know that, son, and I'm not the kind to interfere. I hope you can accept that about me, but she comes here asking about you, and damn it. The old man broke off, struggling. You should really call your mother. Did she ask you to tell me that? No, she didn't. But I've known you since you were 6, and you've never been a selfish kind of boy. Johnny put the boxes down. He didn't mean to sound angry, but did. We have a good thing here, Daniel, don't you think? Yes, but most of what I spend in town I spend in your store. It's not much, I know, just cartridges and salt, fishing gear and tools. I come here because you're local and you're nice and because I enjoy it, I really do. We smile and talk rifles, you ask what I do up in all that wilderness, and I give you the best answers I can. A joke between us is not a rare thing either. Johnny, listen. I don't come here for advice about girls or my mother. It was the hardest voice, the darkest eyes. It wasn't fair to unload on Daniel, but Johnny lacked the will to walk it back. Look, I'll see you next month, okay? Sure, Johnny. The old man nodded, but kept his eyes down and his mouth bent. Next month. Johnny pushed his way from the store, not looking at the women still gathered on the sidewalk. He settled into the truck, closed his eyes, and wrapped his fingers around the wheel. Shit. He was forgetting. He could feel it, forgetting how to relate, to be part of this. Johnny opened his eyes and looked at the old man and his store, at the stretch of sidewalk and traffic, the pretty girls who still looked his way and giggled and whispered and stared. One of them was Daniel's granddaughter, who was 22 and pretty as a picture. The old man had tried to set them up once, 6 months ago. Johnny had forgotten that, too. So Johnny made a choice, and it wasn't an easy one. In spite of what the shopkeeper said, selfishness had nothing to do with Johnny's long absences from his mother's side. When she looked at her son's face, she saw the daughter, killed young, and the husband who'd died trying to save her. Johnny knew that truth because he faced it every time he chose to confront a mirror. This is how my father stood. This is how my sister would appear. That all made sense, but Johnny was forgetting, too, not just how to live a normal life, but also the sound of Alyssa's voice, the secret looks only a twin could understand. The past walked beside him as a shadow might, and every day that shadow stretched and thinned, the memories of childhood and family and how good it had all been. Johnny feared that when enough days had passed, the shadow would fade and pale until it was simply gone. Johnny dreaded that day more than anything else. So in the end, he did what the old man said. he went to see his mother. Catherine Hunt lived with her second husband in a small house behind a picket fence. 2 blocks from the library and the original courthouse, it filled a shaded lot on the corner of Jackson Street and Bank. It had a good porch, good neighbors. Pulling to the curb, Johnny studied the bright windows, the gleaming paint. "Are you staking out the place?" Johnny's stepfather came around a box bush the size of a small car. He wore blue jeans and leather gloves, was dragging a tarp full of lawn clippings. "Aren't you supposed to be out catching bad guys?" "No bad guys today." Clyde Hunt dropped the tarp and opened a gate in the fence. He was in his 50s and fit, and wore his hair short. Clyde leaned on the passenger door, then dropped an eyelid and pushed a hand through the open window. "How are you, son? It's been too long." The big detective leaned closer, squinting. "Goddamn, Johnny. What happened to you?" "It was nothing, just, you know." Johnny retrieved the hand but couldn't stop his stepfather from looking more closely with those cop eyes of his. He saw the abrasions and the scratches the way Johnny sat with one shoulder rolled inward. "Step out of the truck, Johnny." "I just came to see Mom." "Your mother's not here. Come on now, son. Step out of the vehicle." Johnny thought about it, then switched off the engine and stepped from the truck. Clyde peeled off the leather gloves and watched him onto the sidewalk. "You look a little busted up. What happened?" "Nothing. Doesn't look like nothing." "Is it the ribs?" "Why would you ask that?" "Don't bullshit me, son. I saw the way you were sitting, the way you walk. You don't think I've had cracked ribs before? Come on now. Let me see." Johnny looked the length of the street, then lifted the shirt on one side. Clyde whistled low. "God damn, son. That's a hell of a lot of damage. Was it a fight?" "A fall." Clyde studied Johnny's face, and the doubt was hard to hide. There'd been fights before, trespassers, the 2 hunters, the 4 months in jail. Johnny was stubborn and rarely backed down. It caused problems. "Come inside. I'll patch you up." Johnny lowered his shirt. "That's not necessary." "It wasn't a suggestion." Accustomed to obeyed orders, the big cop turned without looking back. Johnny watched him for 3 steps, then trailed him up the gravel walk and onto the shaded porch. Inside, they followed a broad hall to the master bath. "Take off the shirt. Sit." Clyde pointed at a stool in front of a sink and mirror. Johnny shrugged off the shirt and kept his eyes down as his stepfather rustled in a cabinet for hydrogen peroxide, ointment, and adhesive bandages. When he straightened, he stood for long seconds watching Johnny stare at the floor, the wall, his hands. "Your mother does the same thing sometimes. Not as much as she used to, but it still happens." "What are you talking about?" Clyde sat and his voice was softer. "The way she gathers herself before facing the mirror. It's just in the mornings, really, and just for a second or 2. "I don't know what you mean." "Don't you?" Johnny faced the mirror and in his reflection saw the face of a dead twin. "Next week it will be 10 years since we found her." "Thursday, I know." "Do you ever talk about it?" "With your mother? Sometimes. Not like we used to." Johnny looked away from the mirror. "Where is she?" he finally asked. "Your mother is at the coast with some lady friends, and it's a good thing, too. She'd have a heart attack if she saw your back like this." "It's bad?" "You haven't looked?" Johnny shook his head. "Go on, then." Johnny twisted on the stool, saw bruises and dried blood and ripped skin. "You've bled through the shirt," Clyde told him. "I'll give you another one." "Thank you." "This next part's going to hurt." He palpated the ribs, the spine. "Just hold still." Johnny did, but it was hard. "All right. I don't think any ribs are broken. Cracked, maybe, definitely bruised. Are we finished? Not yet. The cleanup took another 10 minutes. When it was done, Clyde pulled a shirt from the closet and tossed it to Johnny. You could probably use a few stitches, but the butterfly bandages should do the job if you take it easy for a few days. No pulling, all right? Don't chop any wood or climb that damn tree. Johnny shrugged into the shirt. Clyde leaned against the wall. Do you want to talk about it? It was just a fall, a careless mistake. I've seen you make mistakes. None of them have ever been careless. This one was just stupid, really. What about life in general? You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. How about money? The money's fine too. How is that possible, Johnny? You don't work. You don't have plans to work. Dad's life insurance. Your father's life insurance, right? Let's talk about that. You got $100,000 from the insurance company when you were 13. By the time you turned 18, it grew to what? About 120? How much have you spent on lawyers? All of it? I'm fine, Clyde, really. We're here for you, son. Let us help you. I said I don't need money. Only because you live on berries and roots and snakes. It's not like that and you know it. Okay, you have a garden. That's nice. Or what if you couldn't hunt or plant? What if you'd cracked your spine instead of a few ribs? What if that great swamp just swallowed you whole? It didn't. It won't. You can't live like this forever. Says who? Johnny stood. Listen, I appreciate the bandages and all, but I have to go. Johnny pushed into the hall, but Clyde caught him before he got to the front door. Come on, Johnny, wait. Johnny did, just a second. But it was enough for Clyde to turn him, wrap him gently. We just love you, son. We miss you and we worry. He stepped back, but kept his hands on Johnny's shoulders. There's no judgment here. Look at me, all right? Johnny did and felt the anger ebb. Anything you need. If you want to come home, if you need money. Listen, Clyde, you want to go? I know. I can see that too. It's always Hush Arbor, always the land. Just tell me one thing before you leave. Help me understand. What? Why do you love it so much? He meant the silence and the swamp, the lonely hills and endless trees. On the surface, it was a simple question, but Johnny's past had branded him in a way few could ignore. The things he'd believed and leaned upon, the way he'd searched so long for his sister. If Johnny spoke now of magic, they'd think him confused or insane or trapped somehow in the delusions of a difficult past. Without living it, no one could grasp the truth of Hush Arbor. Johnny wouldn't want them to if they could. Chapter 2. The lawyer's office occupied the top 3 floors of a 9-story building downtown. The building itself was the second tallest in Raven County, and from the top floor lobby, Johnny could see the courthouse and jail, the banks and people and red brick sidewalks. Bright metal winked on the street, and Johnny felt heat through the glass as he stepped closer and looked into the distance where houses showed beneath a canopy of trees. "Excuse me, sir. May I help you?" The receptionist was as polished as the marble floor. Her smile seemed real enough, but it was clear she was unused to clients in faded jeans and scuffed boots. "I'm here to see Jack Cross." "I'm sorry, who?" "Jack Cross. He is one of your attorneys?" "I don't think so." "He started this week." "Sir, I would know. 5th from the top, 33rd from the bottom." Johnny dipped his head toward the directory on the far wall. 37 lawyers. My friend is your newest." The woman glanced left, and for a moment her head tilted. "I'm sorry, have you been here before?" "First time." "How did you—" She pointed at the list of lawyers and lifted an eyebrow to finish the question. "How did I see my friend's name?" "And count the number of attorneys in this firm." "I have very good eyes." "Apparently." He's on the 7th floor. May I go down? Give me a minute to sort this out. Would you like anything while you wait? I'm fine. Just a moment, then. Johnny watched her walk away, noted the fitted skirt and expensive shoes. He noticed subtler things, too. Beneath the perfume, she smelled of coffee and toner and men's aftershave. A single nail was bitten to the quick. A few moments later, she was back. I'm sorry for the confusion, she said. We do have a Jack Cross who joined the firm this week. I'm not sure how I missed his arrival, but I did. He's in our bankruptcy division, 7th floor, as you said. May I go down? He's in court with one of our partners. May I take a message? Johnny blinked, unsure why his best friend's presence in court was so unexpected. He was a lawyer, after all. It's why Johnny had come. I'd like to leave a note. I'm happy to deliver it. May I leave it on his desk? He's an old friend, and it's personal. Of course. The receptionist pressed fingers against the skin beneath her neck and left fine, pale ovals when she lifted them. 7th floor, ask for Sandy. She handles clerical for the new associates. Johnny took the stairs down and found Sandy, who was everything the receptionist was not. Frenetic, mussed, charmless. Mr. Cross is not here. Yes, you've said as much. Johnny followed her from one hall to the next, stopping each time she pushed into a cubicle or office to dole out files and hard advice. You signed in the wrong place. This is for Judge Ford, not Judge Randolph. Pay attention. After the 4th office, she rounded on Johnny, smoothing gray hair behind an ear. I'm sorry, what's your name again? Merrimon, Johnny. A moment's confusion clouded her features. She'd heard the name, but couldn't place it. Are you a friend? Family? I'm a client. Mr. Cross doesn't have clients yet. Then I'll be his first. She remained unconvinced. Around her, keyboards rattled and clicked. Other assistants pushed other papers. No one looked up twice. I'm more than able to deliver a message. I prefer to do it myself. Is there a problem of some sort? Not at all. I'd like to see his office if I may, and I'd like the note to be front and center when he returns from court. And your name is Johnny Merrimon. The name still tickled something deep. Johnny saw it in the eyes, the pursed lips. Why does that sound familiar? I have no idea. She worked the angles, concerned that despite appearances, the scruffy young man taking up her time might just be important somehow. It took 3 seconds. When the decision broke, it went Johnny's way. I can't leave you alone in an attorney's office. The office was better than Johnny expected. Double windows looked down on the courthouse and the park beside it. Framed diplomas hung on the wall. The furniture was expensive and new. This is it. There's paper on the desk. Johnny took his time because no one had expected much from the small, lost boy with the bad left arm. Jack had seen a girl die and lied about the whys of it. He'd served time in juvenile incarceration and spent more time than most in the shadow of Johnny Merrimon. But Jack didn't end up where people thought he would. He wasn't in prison or working at a car wash, wasn't a drunk or strung out or ruined in some other way. Johnny thought that deserved a moment's appreciation, so he ran a finger along road books, then lifted a photograph from the desk. It was the only one in the office. 2 boys at the river, Johnny and Jack, like brothers. Any time would be fine. The gray-haired woman was frustrated and tense, but Johnny kept his eyes on the picture of the boys. They were shirtless and grinning, both of them burned as brown as dirt. Behind them, the river looked as motionless as stone, and beyond that was only shadow. It seemed as if the sun shone on the boys alone, and in some ways it had. There were no secrets between friends that age, and the differences were small. X-Men or Avengers, stickball or bat. Johnny could blink and taste his first beer, drunk warm on a flat rock in the center of the same river. Jack had stolen it from his father and wanted to share it with Johnny. Boys to men, he'd said. First beer. Sir, I really must insist. Johnny gave it another second, then put the photo down. Squaring a legal pad in the center of the desk, he wrote his note in broad strokes. When he straightened, the woman read it without hesitation or shame. "I'm proud of you, Jack. You did it. Now do the right thing, or I break that pussy arm for real." She read it twice, and a flush built in her neck. "Mr. Cross cannot help his deformity." "I'm aware of that. Is this some kind of joke?" Johnny offered the first real smile since he'd left the lobby upstairs. "Just make sure he sees it." An hour later, the city was a glint in the rear-view mirror. A bag rode the seat beside Johnny, and in it were the other things he needed from town: shampoo and cigars, hard cheese and brown liquor. Johnny pictured what was coming, and the smile stayed with him as he rolled through the trees and beside black water. In the clearing, he drove past a burnt shack and the old kitchen standing alone. After parking in the same shed, Johnny left the truck and turned for the web of trails that would carry him through the swamp and into the hills on the other side. The route took him beside the cemetery and past 45 markers, most of them ancient. Beneath an oak tree that was massive and gnarled, the oldest of the stones were small and unmarked. Johnny dreamed of them more often than he liked. Hanged slaves under a hanging tree. That was county history. And dark. It was family history, too. The walk to the cabin took 30 minutes, but for anyone else would be longer. A wrong step and the mud would suck off your shoes. Another moment's inattention and you might not get out alive. Water moccasin, copperhead. It was part of the reason he'd chosen to build the cabin where he had. No road led in from the north, east, or west. Beyond his property line was another 40,000 undeveloped acres, most of it state forest or game lands. It was possible to hike in, there were trails, but the old slave settlement was the closest you could get by car. To go from there to high ground meant crossing the swamp, and few had the stomach for it. It wasn't just the snakes and mud. Trails turned around and faded and died. It was easy to get lost. Not that it was all mud and black water. Land rose up in places to support hardwoods, never timbered. 5 acres or 30, the islands broke from the swamp like the back of some great creature half submerged. Between them the trail grew spongy and slick, and in some places was no more than a succession of hummocks. The cabin itself rode a finger of land jutting in from the hills to the north. A 50-foot rock face backstopped the glade, the face of it like a bronze shield as sunlight stained the cabin yellow. It was a beautiful place, and Johnny kept its secret close. His parents had been twice, but didn't care for the wild lands in the north of the county. Only one other person had ever seen the cabin. He'd helped Johnny pick the spot, helped him build it. Johnny glanced at the sun, then checked his watch. He laughed aloud, thinking of Jack in the middle of all that swamp. Damn it. God. Bless. Fuck. Jack went down in the mud for the 3rd time. It's not that he didn't know the trail, he did. It's just that he wasn't Tarzan or Doc Savage or any other purely fictional character who chose to live in the ass end of a jungle. Johnny. His feet went out again. Damn it. Breathing heavily, Jack dragged himself up and moved with care. He was still in his suit, the pants tucked into tall boots. The tie was off, but the jacket carried the same mud stains as the seat of his pants. He cursed again, wondering why mosquitoes loved him so much, yet found Johnny Merrimon somehow distasteful. You like this, don't you? He was muttering now, switchgrass sawing at his hands as he pulled himself through the mud. Probably watching me right now, sitting in some tree. A foot broke loose with a sucking noise, and Jack worked along the trail, staying where the grass was tall and tufted. He'd known Johnny since they were 7, and even now, after so many years, struggled with the idea that his best friend owned all this. Don't know why he'd want to, just mud and bugs and... Jack crested the last hump of dry ground before water stretched away and the sun sank low enough to paint it all with perfect color. The orange water and distant hills, the trees and green earth and sun-kissed granite. In that light he saw Hush Arbor as his friend did, as he'd seen it himself when they first crossed the swamp. They'd been 14 at the time, a couple of kids with no business so deep in the wild, but they'd come nonetheless. They'd stood in the same place and seen the same view. Jesus Christ. Jack palmed sweat from his eyes, still breathing hard. How could I ever forget? By 6:40, Johnny had everything ready. A camp table and chairs stood on hard-packed dirt at the edge of the glade. Bourbon was on the table. Enamel plates held cheese and smoked venison. A 9-pound catfish was ready for the spit. The cigars were more than he could afford, but they didn't screw around with cigars, he and Jack. That was a promise they'd made a long time ago. Cheap booze, cheap cigars, they'd go hungry first. It was a silly promise, a boy's boast, but they'd lived by it since high school, and Johnny could not be the one to break the streak. Stretching out his legs, Johnny laced his fingers behind his head and closed his eyes, smiling. The air was warm. A light breeze moved. In the swamp, Jack went down again. The trail firmed at last, and Jack slowed as open water fell away and sycamores and cypress leaned out, close enough to touch. He wanted this part to go right, so he moved quietly through the twig rush and scrub. Just this once. He ghosted onto dry land, the cabin a wink through the trees. Johnny sat at a table beyond the ferns, barefoot in faded jeans, with both eyes closed and his face tilted to the sun. His hair was longer than the last time, and for an instant Jack felt the old jealousy. Johnny was angular and strong and had the kind of face that even men looked at twice. He wasn't movie star handsome, but striking was too small a word. With the tan and dark eyes, he looked like a hero from old stories, the kind who fought with swords and got the girls. Jack's gaze fell briefly to his own misshapen arm. Hanging from his left shoulder, it looked like the cast-off from a 10-year-old boy. The suit sleeves swallowed it. Even the fingers were too small. It's how people had known him growing up. Oh, yeah, the kid with the screwed-up arm. Only Johnny understood that talking about it made it a non-issue, that joking was even better. And Johnny was close now, legs stretched out, eyes still closed. Jack stopped under the last tree and bounced a pebble on his palm. The throw had to be just right, not in the face and no blood, but hard enough to sting like a mother. That's how it had been since they were kids. Who was quietest? Who had the better arm? He smoothed the thumb across the stone, and Johnny spoke as the good arm went back. Don't do it. God damn it, Johnny. Jack lowered his arm, not surprised, but genuinely bothered. How do you do that? You do it every time. It's not right. Johnny opened a single eye. You make a lot of noise. Does raising my arm make a lot of noise? Johnny got to his feet and lifted the bottle of bourbon. Don't worry about it. Come on, have a drink. You look like you could use it. Jack stepped from the shadows, still troubled by the unnatural way Johnny seemed to always know. The sound of footsteps, sure, cracked twigs and sucking mud. Jack could see that. How did Johnny know the very second he was about to throw? Every time, Jack thought, but could be more specific than that. 17 times in the last 3 years. Before that, Jack could catch him unaware at least half the time, and that had been the pattern since childhood. Sometimes Johnny saw it coming, sometimes he didn't. So what was different now? Stepping into the clearing, Jack took in the table and the food and his friend's sharp grin. The eyes were intense but bright, his hair wavy and unkempt and long enough to brush the collar of his shirt. Jack Cross, attorney at law. Johnny moved into the ferns, gave Jack a hard squeeze. God damn, I'm proud of you. Jack returned the pressure, then stepped back, embarrassed. Johnny rarely showed affection, and its expression touched Jack's heart in complicated ways. Thanks, Johnny. It's been a long road. That was a bitter truth, and both of them knew it. Jack had clawed from a ruined childhood in the space of 6 months, and Johnny was one of the few who understood the engine that drove such rapid, irreversible change. Guilt, regret, juvenile incarceration. "Welcome," he said. "Sit, sit." Johnny gestured at the table, and Jack took a chair as Johnny poured bourbon and passed a glass. "Bright lights and better days. I'm glad you came." Jack touched Johnny's glass with his own. "Did I have a choice?" "Always," Johnny said. But there really was no choice. Twice a month they met for dinner, once at Jack's and then here. That was the pattern, and neither of them broke it. "Why the suit?" Johnny asked. "Huh?" Johnny sat across the table. He swirled bourbon in the glass and pointed with a finger. "Why didn't you change clothes?" "Court ran late. I didn't have time to go home and wasn't about to be caught in that swamp after sunset. I'd get so lost not even you could find me." "Ah, you'd manage." Jack sipped and looked uncomfortable. Lies always made him uncomfortable. "So," Johnny leaned back in the chair. "Court." The comment sounded innocent, but Jack wasn't fooled. "Okay, fine. Your stepfather called and asked me to stop by the house before coming here. He had a lot to say. It took some time. Let me guess, he's worried about me. He says you showed up black and blue and cut halfway to the bone, that you could have died alone in this place." Jack held up a thumb and forefinger. "He said that far as he could tell it was about this close, that you were busted up and bleeding, and that you'd damn near broken your back." "Do I look that bad?" Johnny swirled bourbon in the glass, and Jack frowned because Johnny appeared to be fine. The smile was easy and amused, one eyebrow slightly raised. "Clyde wants me to convince you to come move back home, or to town, at least. He says this has gone on long enough. He says your mother—" "Don't bring my mother into this." Jack refused to back down. "He says your mother has nightmares of losing another child, that it's affecting her happiness. She only thinks she wants me close. You've seen how it is when she looks at me. Maybe you know it's true. It's time to come home, Johnny. You think you can convince me? I think you need my help, and that because of that, you should listen to me more than you might normally do." Something moved in Johnny's eyes, and it was stark and dangerous and quick. "Are you blackmailing me? Do you need my help or not?" Johnny put down the glass, and the hard eyes softened. "Maybe." "Is that why you showed up at my office unannounced? Why you frightened and offended my assistant? Because maybe you need my help?" Johnny rolled his shoulders. "I was just messing around." "She wanted to call the police. Come on. You threatened to break my arm, Johnny. She said, and I quote, 'He's the single most intense man I've ever met.' She's met a lot of men, Johnny. Judges, CEOs. Whatever you said or did, you worried her." "That's ridiculous. You're my best friend." "I know that. She doesn't." "What do you want from me, Jack? What do you want me to say?" "I want you to be honest." "Aren't I always?" "Not about this place. Not all of it." Johnny stared off at darkened trees and distant water. "Will you help me or not?" Jack considered the contradiction so evident in his friend. Johnny was the most independent soul Jack had ever known, but this need showed. It showed in the stiff shoulders and unmoving gaze, in the unnatural stillness. "How broke are you?" Johnny shrugged again, swallowed bourbon, and dragged up a shadow of a smile. "Too broke to hire another lawyer." "Is any of it left?" He meant the insurance money, so Johnny dug into his pocket and tossed a sheaf of bills on the table. Jack picked it up, put it back down. "That's $300. $307. What about the rest of it?" "Lawyers." "All of it?" "Yep." "Jesus, Johnny, you do have other options. Don't tell me to sell land." "You own 6,000 acres. "I won't sell it, Jack. Not an acre, not half an acre." I hear what you're saying, but the math is simple. You can do nothing and risk losing all of this, or you can sell 1,000 acres to save the other 5. Even at fire sale prices, you'd have enough money to hire another lawyer. Hell, hire 3. You'd have money in the bank and still be the 4th largest landowner in the state of North Carolina. All that law school, and that's your best advice? To sell? Yes. Why? Johnny put down his glass, the black eyes flashing. To be drained and timbered, so some rich banker can bring his friends out to four-wheel and trophy hunt and disrespect everything I love about this place? The despair and anger were hard to watch. Johnny inherited the land on his 18th birthday, but other people had claims too, and those claims had merit. Johnny won on the merits at trial, but the risks on appeal were legitimate. To keep the land, he needed a heavy hitter from one of the big firms. That meant $500 an hour, maybe even $6. This was my family's land, Jack. The last of it that hasn't been chopped up and sold off and ruined. I won't let it go without a fight. Okay, let's forget the appeal for a moment. How will you live without money? What if you get hurt and can't hunt? What about gasoline, property taxes, medical care? All I need is a lawyer. I'm 5 days into the job, for God's sake. You need appellate work at the highest level. You're capable enough. How can you say that? Because you finished college in 3 years and law school in 2, plus you're my only friend. That's not fair. It's what I have. God damn it. Jack walked to the edge of the ferns and showed Johnny his back. Can we just drink? He said. Can we drink bourbon and eat catfish and worry tomorrow about the rest of it? You owe me, Jack. The words came as carefully as metal drawn from an unhealed wound. I've never let the memories come between us, not in 10 years. I've kept you out of that, kept it separate. I know you have. No one else can help me. Jack nodded, 5 good digits on the glass, the small ones curled white. The stakes are big, Johnny. Your land, your life. He gestured at all of it, the forest, the water. I'm not sure I want that on my head. Are you scared? Johnny asked. Are you kidding? I'm terrified. Terrified was a big word between young men, and in the space behind it, Johnny showed a twist of a smile, a sudden, startling sympathy. Then don't worry about it, he said. Tomorrow's problem. Are you sure? Of course I am. Sit. Drink. Jack did as he was told, and Johnny topped off the glass. Jack drank that down, too. It was dead quiet when Jack woke alone in the cabin. He bolted up, heart pounding. What had woken him? He didn't know, but felt horribly afraid, a scraping in his mind like nails on glass. Was it a dream? His feet touched the bare floor, and when he stood, the dizziness pressed him sideways. He leaned on the wall, but it was not enough to steady him. He tugged his shirt bent at the waist. When he straightened, he felt his way to a chair by the window and fell into it, one hand on his chest, sweat slick on his face and neck. Pale light spilled onto the table, but all else was shadowed and gray, the corners and low places, the dead space beneath his chair. Looking through the glass, he saw mist in the trees, the weak light of false dawn. Johnny? Opening the door, he stepped into a world so still it looked painted. No insects called, the frogs were silent. A dozen steps carried him to a trail through the ferns and then to a place beneath the trees. It was dimmer there and cooler. Beyond him was the swamp, the smell of black mud and rot. Going there made no sense, but dreams never did, and this felt like a dream. The silver haze, the sense of choking. He wanted to wake in his own bed, but the mist was thinning and someone stood at the edge of the swamp. Johnny? He didn't know if the word escaped his lips or not. Sound died in the mist, and Johnny was unmoving. He stood in black water, shirtless in jeans that were wet from the knees down. The muscles of his shoulders rolled and twitched, and Jack hugged himself as he stopped at the water's edge to watch his friend stare into a silence so complete it seemed as if the swamp itself were holding its breath. "What are you doing, man?" No response or movement. "Johnny!" "Do you see it?" Jack followed his friend's gaze, saw water and darkness, and far out, an island. "What do you mean?" Johnny pointed into the swamp. "Don't you see?" "There's nothing there. Come on, man." But Johnny didn't answer, and the arm stayed up. Looking again, Jack saw switchgrass and trees, and somewhere behind all that, a swell of light that was a rising moon. Jack stepped into the water to look at Johnny's eyes, which were glazed and barely open. "Johnny, man, hey, you okay?" Jack touched his shoulder and Johnny blinked once. "Jack," he said, "what's happening?" "I think you're sleepwalking. It's cold." Johnny wasn't wrong about that. His lips were blue, his skin like ice. Even Jack felt it, the chill, dense air with no business in the damp and heat of an August swamp. "Do you remember how you got here?" Johnny said nothing. "You were talking to me, do you remember that?" Johnny blinked again, and it was half speed. He dragged fingers across his eyes as if to strip off cobwebs. "All right." Jack took Johnny's arm. "You're dreaming, man, that's all. Let's get you back to the cabin." Johnny resisted at first, then drew a foot from the mud and turned for the shore. He allowed himself to be led, and for that instant Jack believed his own lie, that chance alone had brought them both to the edge of the swamp. But with every step it felt more like a falsehood. The world was hushed and heavy, the air as cold as something dead. That wasn't an exaggeration. The temperature was falling by the second, Jack's breath a sudden plume. "The cabin," he said, and it was like a prayer, because a deeper fear was descending with the cold. He felt it in his skin and along his spine, a prickling as if some dreadful thing was close. "Come on, Johnny." Jack pulled hard, but his friend was rooted like a stump in the mud, pointing again as beyond him a hollow place appeared in the mist. It looked like no specific thing, but hung shapeless and still against the rising moon. Looking at it, Jack couldn't describe what he felt, but it was as if all the cold and fear radiated from that dull splotch of empty air. "Do you see it?" Johnny said. But Jack was pulling harder. He wanted light and heat, to be anywhere but this damn swamp. "Damn it, Johnny, come on!" He added his small arm to the strong, broke one foot free and then the other. They moved slowly at first, then faster, dark water splashing, feet dragging in the mud. Jack was first from the water and Johnny followed. He stumbled into the ferns, and when his feet touched ground, the cold and terror broke. Crickets called from the trees, frogs in the reeds were singing. Jack got Johnny to the cabin, but his friend moved as if held up by strings, dropped in the bed as if those strings were suddenly cut. Jack left him and checked the windows, the door. A breeze moved the trees outside. The mist was lifting. What just happened? Already the memory was fading, fear lifting like the mist. Jack looked at the mud between his toes. That was real. So was the blood on his hands and feet, the scratches from where he'd fallen and run and fallen again. There was no lock on the door, so he wedged it tight and sat against it with his back braced. When dawn broke, he checked Johnny and the windows. 10 minutes later, he opened the door and stepped outside. His watch said 6:25. The light was watery, the morning hot and getting hotter. Why did that feel strange? The memories were there, but fragmented. He recalled air like ice, the fog of his breath. Jack peered through the trees and followed the trail to the swamp. The soil was damp under his feet. He touched a tree, and that, too, felt like the memory of a dream. At the water's edge, he tried to hold the images that troubled him, but the more he squeezed, the more elusive they seemed. He'd stood on this very ground. So had Johnny. Why had they been so afraid? The more he worked the question, the more it disturbed him. Fear was not even the right word. He'd been terrified. Looking at the swamp now, it was hard to believe. Everything appeared soft in the morning light, the islands distant, the waters dappled. Had they really come to this place? Jack stood for a long time, but like every dream he'd ever had, the images faded until only glimmers remained. Was it a nightmare or was it real? When Jack returned to the cabin, he found Johnny feeding twigs into the coals of last night's fire. "Good morning, counselor. Coffee and 5. Jack hesitated, watching his friend for a sign that he remembered anything about last night. His attention fixed on the fire, Johnny looked as he had on 100 other mornings, half asleep and relaxed. He built the fire up, put an old coffee pot on the grate. "There's bread," he said. "I'll make bacon in a bit." "You feel all right, Johnny?" "You kidding? I feel great." He poked at the coals, rubbed his cheek, and left a smudge of soot. He'd not yet looked up, so Jack took a chair across the fire. "How'd you sleep?" "Deep and sound." "Johnny, look at me." Johnny did. "You went to sleep last night in the tree. You woke in the cabin." Johnny's eyes glazed for a moment, then he shrugged. "Sleepwalking, I guess. It happens." "That doesn't scare you?" "I'm here," he said. "I'm fine." "You remember nothing about last night?" "We stayed up late. We drank too much." "What else?" "We talked about your dad in prison, your mom in that shitbox trailer. You told me how it feels to practice law. You fell down once, taking a leak." "That wasn't funny." "Yeah, it was." Johnny laughed again, but Jack was still serious. "That's it? That's all?" "Of course that's not all." Johnny stopped poking at the fire. "We finished the manchego before the bourbon. You liked the catfish, but thought you'd swallowed a bone. We smoked cigars, told jokes, solved the riddles of the universe. It was dinner, Jack, like every other dinner we've ever had out here." "What about after?" "There was no after. I went to bed. I woke up. Here we are." Jack stopped pushing. 2 minutes later, he made up his mind. "Listen, I'm going to get out of here." "What? Seriously?" Jack stood and smoothed palms across his thighs. "I'm not feeling it." "Okay, well, shit." Johnny stood too. "You want me to walk you out?" "No, I'm good." Jack found his boots and put them on. Johnny watched, conflicted. Days like this meant something to both of them. Normally they fished or hunted or shot skeet. Breakfast was always a big deal. Johnny opened his mouth twice before he finally spoke. "About the lawyer business? It's not that." "Then why are you leaving?" Jack picked up his jacket and looked across the clearing. He'd never fully understood Johnny's desire to live in this place, but if he chose to live as a hermit, it was Jack's place to be there for him. Part of that stemmed from childhood and mutual obligation. Part of it was that they lived as brothers. That meant they trusted, supported, accepted. But today was different, and Jack felt the change as surely as he smelled coffee on the morning air. Johnny was lying. By the time Jack returned to the small apartment he kept above a bakery downtown, his suspicion had only grown. Something in Johnny's laugh and in the way his eyes moved. With the door locked and lights off, Jack pulled off muddy clothes, lay on the bed, and considered the very real chance his best friend was a liar. The thought troubled him, and Jack chewed on it for a long time, hating it. But it was in dreams that a more disturbing truth found him. He stood in black water, and in the wan light Johnny was shirtless beside him. His eyes were half closed, his hands turned up as if to catch a falling rain. Everything was real, the water on his shins, the cold air and fear. Jack watched Johnny point but was afraid to look. "Do you see?" Jack didn't see, didn't want to. Jack looked that time, but not where Johnny pointed. He looked at eyes glazed black and muscles that gathered and twitched. Maybe Johnny was afraid. Maybe he was like Jack. "Tell me what you see." But the fear was too real and Jack too ashamed. He closed his eyes, and when they opened, he was awake in an apartment that smelled of bread baking. The sky outside was dim, the sheets twisted and damp. It's not possible. But it was. Johnny's stepfather had spoken to Jack of injuries from a fall, of bruises black as ink and cuts so deep they went halfway to the bone. That's why he'd called Jack in the first place, because Johnny had fallen and almost died. With the bourbon and the mist, Jack had forgotten, but not now. He wanted to deny the sudden truth, but blinked and saw Johnny, as he'd been last night, and not just in the dream. He was shirtless and still and flawless. There wasn't a mark on him. Chapter 3. That night, for the second night in a row, Jack drank more than he should. It started with a six-pack and ended with a liquor bottle on the parapet that circled the roof of his building. He was angry with himself and frightened, staring north to where storm clouds broke above the distant swamp. Even here he felt the dampness of it, the electrical charge. The storm was moving for the city, and he thought he might remain where he stood to let it lift him up or flatten him against the roof. The thought was illogical, but Jack had begun to doubt reality, and because of that, himself. Awareness and focus were the levers he'd used to break the prison of childhood fears. What remained when he no longer knew his own mind? Damn it, Johnny. Jack lifted the bottle and swallowed liquor that burned all the way down. He was a lawyer now, and grown. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He drank again, choking. Beneath him were movement and light, the sounds of the city on a Saturday night. It was late, and he should be asleep. That's what new associates did. They slept and worked and fed the machine. Since Alyssa's death, it's all Jack had ever wanted, a life of rationality and resolve. That's what the law was, and that's what it was designed to make of people. He could hear the professors now. Fact and law and precedent. Jack laughed, and the sound frightened him because there was no rationality in it. It sounded broken and wild, and that's exactly how childhood with Johnny had ended, not in quietness and time, but in a sudden rush of secrets and death and superstitious dread. That's what Jack knew of precedent. He could share the thought with Johnny, and Johnny would nod because they'd walked the road together. Alyssa's disappearance and the long search, her body when they found it, all the others who'd died and suffered in the year she'd been gone. Johnny would say, "Yes, I remember, and yes, there is a line between good and evil." But people could walk the same road and see different things. In the years since childhood, Johnny had taken the pragmatic view that people were cruel and selfish and base. Jack recognized that too. It's why the law mattered. But his need for order ran more deeply than even Johnny understood, because Jack had learned different things on that road, and not all of them were rational and real. Where Johnny chose to see cause and effect, Jack saw the hand of God and of the devil himself. That wasn't hyperbole or false belief. He knew it like he knew his bones, that the world ran shadowed and deep, that evil was real and had a face. Because of that, Jack sought order, solidarity, control. But there were no such things. Not if what happened in the swamp was real. It was an ugly thought and heavy inside him. He told himself he was foolish, but didn't believe it. said Johnny was telling the truth but didn't believe that either. Something happened in that godforsaken swamp, and Jack could not drink the conviction away. So he watched the storm instead, urging it on, thinking it might be strong enough to sweep the roof clean of dust and heat and worry. But the storm turned east before it reached the city. It flickered yellow and spit rain, grew small, and left him where he stood. Jack watched it roll away, and by the time the sky was empty, so was the bottle. When he woke a few hours later, the light outside was gray. That was a habit born of college and law school, early to rise and early to work. Few days offered hours to waste, and Jack knew the value of concerted effort. He'd finished Wake Forest University first in his class and Duke Law at number 2. He could have gone big city, big salary, but Jack wanted to prove something to the place that shit all over his childhood. Besides, Johnny was here. Rolling in the bed, he lifted his watch from the table and squinted through bloody eyes. 6:17. He'd overslept. Lovely. It was Sunday morning, but that didn't matter. Being a lawyer worked best if you were a partner, and that didn't come easily or cheap. 9 years, he'd been told, that's what it normally took to make partner. Jack planned to do it in 5, so he'd made a deal with himself. 2 Saturdays a month he'd spend with Johnny. The other days he'd work, and not just any kind of work. He'd work the way he had in law school, 15-hour days, 16 if he ate at his desk. By 6:50 he was showered and dressed. The walk to the office took 8 minutes, and he stopped on the way to pick up coffee and a bagel. The building was empty, but Jack didn't mind. He liked the quiet halls and the cleaned, processed smell. At his desk, he sipped coffee and considered the practice he'd chosen to join. The firm was medium-sized but highly regarded. Raven County was a small market, but the firm drew clients from all over the South. That kind of accomplishment took time and effort and hard, smart lawyers. Even now, there was talk of expansion, an office in Charlotte maybe, and then another in Raleigh. After that, anything could happen. Washington, Atlanta. Jack moved to the window and stared east. The prison was too far away to see, but he pictured it there, and in it, his father. Did that have something to do with his decision to stay in Raven County? He asked the same question about his mother, knowing she'd be at church already or at home on folded knees. She lived in an old trailer under a dead tree and blamed Jack for everything wrong in her life. Because of that, her prayers were the spiteful kind, and other believers saw that in her. They'd tried to change her and failed, pushed her from one church to the next, each one a little poorer, a little more desperate. Last Jack heard she attended service under a canvas tent pitched on a bald spot by the river. The preacher came from southern Alabama and was prone to long bouts of caterwauling and sweat. Beyond that, Jack didn't really know or care. The man could be a revivalist, a snake handler, or a charlatan. It was all the same to Jack, who believed that God, when he chose, connected to people in a very personal manner. Sometimes that was okay. At times it hurt like hell. Jack gave himself another minute to dwell on sin and the past, then got to work. And when Jack worked, it was in a state of total concentration, sounds dulled, surroundings blurred. He worked a single file for 5 hours, filings, briefs, deposition summaries. The hangover hurt, but he powered through it. This was what he did and where he thrived: details, strategy, minutia. He worked through lunch, and by 2 there were others in the building. He heard muted conversations, a ding in the hall as the elevator rose and fell. Jack stood once to stretch his back and watched a car pull into the lot below. It was long and silver, and when its door opened, a woman stepped out. The angle did funny things, but Jack knew she was petite and pretty and dangerously smart. Her name was Leslie Green, a partner with expensive clothes and the sharpest, prettiest eyes Jack had ever seen. He watched her to the building and lost her at the door. After that, he tried to work, but read the same paragraph 6 times without absorbing a word. He made a 7th try, but knew the signs. His mind was twisted around a different axle, and that was Johnny's fault. Well, goddamn. Jack considered options for about 10 seconds and in the elevator pushed the button for 3. The appellate division was on 3. So was Leslie Green. He thought about her as the elevator dropped. It's not that he disliked her. She was probably a fine person. But on 3 occasions she'd cornered him and each time wanted the same thing. Johnny's life, the story. She wanted to know if it was true. The first time it happened, she'd come to Jack's office and been blunt about it. She had the book in her hand and a smile on her face. Leslie Green, she'd said, partner, appellate division, are you the same Jack Cross that's in this book? She'd tilted the book so he could see the jacket, and her face reflected the same hunger he'd seen so many times before. People got turned on by the story, the tragedy and violence, the remarkable tales of Johnny as a child. The photographs didn't hurt either. He'd been striking even at 13, what with the cheekbones and jet black hair and wild dark eyes. The most famous picture was taken in a half-wrecked car in front of the hospital and showed him streaked with blood and ash and berry juice. He was small behind the wheel, his arm still clutched by the girl he'd saved. He'd been cut a dozen times, his chest sliced open. Dull marks striped his face. Feathers and rattles and copperhead skulls hung from leather thongs around his neck. The papers called him the wild Indian, the warrior, the little chief. Some said Johnny was unhinged, a danger. Others thought he was the bravest child ever to come through Raven County. When Johnny's sister went missing, he'd spent a year looking. He'd tracked pedophiles and killers, gone alone to places so dangerous even cops feared to go. By the time it was over, he'd found not only his sister, but the remains of 7 more victims besides, including his own father. In the process, he'd exposed a ring of kidnappers and killers, gone into the wilds with an escaped convict, and done what the police could not. The story was a sensation, and the networks carried it coast to coast. For a while, there was talk of a movie. The book had been inevitable. It came out on a Tuesday and spent 3 years on the bestseller lists. Even then, no one knew the full story, not the reporters or the cops, not even the guy who wrote the book. Nearly a decade had passed, and Johnny carried his secrets the same as Jack, quietly and heavily. They didn't talk about how things happened or why they survived. The unanswered questions were even bigger. So Jack was used to interest from outsiders. Even in college and law school, people put it together. Jack's name and his hometown, the old stories and the stunted arm. It was the book that did it. People loved true crime, and the book made every best-of list ever published. That kept the story front and center, and with the 10-year anniversary fast approaching, the publisher was going back to print, planning a big push. They'd asked Jack to be part of that, and Jack guessed they were looking for Johnny, too. They wanted a tour, interviews, talk shows. They sensed a bigger story, same as everyone else, wanted reasons behind the feathers and rattles and skulls, the details of what happened when Johnny and Jack went deep in the swamp and came out with a killer half dead in the back of a truck. It was part of Jack's life, for good or ill. So when Leslie Green appeared in his door, Jack had leaned back in the chair, looked her in those pretty eyes, and told the smallest truth he possibly could. "Yeah," he said. "That's me in the book." She'd sat opposite his desk, crossed lovely legs, and offered a smile designed to bend the will of men. "Tell me everything," she'd said. But Jack had not. The truth she wanted belonged to Johnny and Jack and no one else. She didn't like his answer or the flat, unafraid way he offered it. She'd left angry and on 2 other occasions cornered him with the same questions. That made 3 times in Jack's first week at the firm. 3 times he'd angered a partner. Not a good start, he thought. And worse now. Lights were off on the 3rd floor and every office door closed but one. It was the corner office all the way down, Leslie's office. She looked up when Jack knocked and frowned for an instant before one corner of her mouth twisted the other way. "Do you have a minute?" Jack asked. "I guess that depends." "May I?" Jack gestured and she dipped her chin. "Sit." Jack did, and Leslie studied his face, the suit, the small fingers curled tight in the hollow of his sleeve. She took her time, and Jack endured it. She was more than pretty, he thought, mid-30s with ivory skin and blonde hair. She had a tattoo on her wrist, a chip on her shoulder, and had made partner in 7 years. She was brilliant, hard-working, and cold, and Jack wondered what she saw from across the desk, thinking it was the bad arm and ill-fitting suit, the boy from the book grown older. "It caused quite a stir," she said, "when people in this firm realized who you were. The hiring committee didn't tell us the new associate was famous." "I'm not famous. Your friend certainly is." The smile notched a quarter-inch higher, and Jack added, unyielding, to the list of her attributes. "I want you to take a case," he said, "pro bono." "I choose my own cases." "I understand that." "Is there some reason, then, that you're wasting my time?" "I need an appellate lawyer," Jack said, "a good one." She laughed at that and leaned forward. "Bless your heart and get the hell out." "If you'll just listen, please. I gave you 3 chances to be my friend. Leslie, it's Ms. Green, actually. Now go on." She pointed. "Get out of my chair. Leave." Jack had no intention of doing either. He let his gaze wander the room and found the book on a shelf behind her desk, its spine cracked, the cover well thumbed. Johnny had groupies. Jack knew that. Many were disturbed, the kind who wrote fan letters to Charles Manson, but not all of them. Some were moved by Johnny's courage, others by the tragedy of his youth or the undeniable love he felt for his sister. Many were girls when it happened, but grown now and full of questions about this wild-eyed boy who'd captured the country's imagination for so well and so long. They wondered what he looked like as a man and what he'd become. Then there were those who understood what the feathers meant. They'd read the chapters on Indian lore and vision quests. They felt powerless in life and wondered in their quiet but desperate way if young Johnny Merrimon had found some kind of key. How else the win over such dangerous men? How else the fame and glory? "Would it change things," Jack asked, "if I told you the client was Johnny Merrimon?" "You're joking." "Are you interested?" "That depends. On 2 things. What kind of case is it?" "You know about his land?" "Only that he has a lot of it." "In the 1850s, his family owned 40,000 acres up north in the county. Picture the vineyards outside of town, every subdivision built on that side in the past 20 years. His ancestors owned more of this state than just about anyone alive." "That's in the book. I read it." "Then you know about Hush Arbor." "I know slaves worshipped there in secret, and some of them settled there after the Civil War." "Before the war, actually. It's Johnny's land now, 6,000 acres, half of it swamp, the other half dry but stony and hard to reach. In the 1850s, Johnny's ancestor freed a slave and gave him the entire 6,000 acres. Isaac Fremantle, the first freed slave in Raven County. That's in the book, too. I remember the chapter. John Pendleton Merrimon stared down a lynch mob with a gun in one hand and a Bible in the other. What the book doesn't say is why he cared enough in the first place. I'm not sure anyone knows. What about Johnny? If he does, he's never told me. Leslie sharpened her gaze, debating, measuring. What does this have to do with an appellate case? The deed conveying Hush Arbor to Isaac Fremantle had a revisionary clause returning the land to the Merrimon family when and if the last male Fremantle died. That happened 10 years ago, and the land went to Johnny. A female descendant of Isaac Fremantle challenged the transfer, Luana Fremantle, a great niece of some sort. She tried to take ownership, but Johnny won at trial. She's challenging on appeal. On what grounds? I haven't read the filings. I don't know. You're his friend. Why not? Because I am his friend, and you don't want to be responsible for losing his land. You'll have to be tougher than that if you want to make partner at this firm. I've seen your transcripts, your application packet. You're smart enough. Take the case yourself." "I can't." Her lips twisted again, and Jack knew she saw all the way through him. The amount of risk in Johnny's need, the nightmare fear that Jack would fail the only person in the world he loved. "Will you help or not?" She laced her fingers, seeming to enjoy the control. "I said there were two things." "Okay." "I have friends who've seen him around town, your friend Johnny. He's a ghost, yes, but they've seen him at the hardware store, the grocery, late in the day, driving that old truck on Main Street. They text each other when it happens, a sighting, they call it. So enlighten me, Mr. Cross, this young man about whom my friends speak so much. Is he as remarkable as they tell me?" "I beg your pardon?" "Handsome, yes, but a rule-breaker, too, and unlike other men." "If it's true, I'll take the case." "Why would any of that make a difference?" "I do appellate work and corporate law." She leaned away, cool and collected. "How many men like that do I see in a day?" Chapter 4. The next 5 days passed swiftly for Johnny. He slept in the tree and woke rested. There were no fires or signs of fires, no sleepwalking or confusion. It was only September, but winter was out there like a line of cloud, and Johnny knew how quickly the good months would pass. Nights would chill, the leaves fall. Winter would come hard to Hush Arbor, and Johnny was too broke to buy anything but flour and salt and dried pasta. He wasn't worried, though. The garden was twice its normal size, and he spent long days canning tomatoes and peas and beans. He ground corn for tortillas and salted fish on long racks. Deer season opened soon, and meat would never be a problem. Nevertheless, he double-checked his stockpile of seeds, turned compost once a day, and planned the winter garden. Then there was the matter of firewood. 6 cords were already seasoned in a shed behind the cabin, but he'd need wood for the next season, too, so Johnny spent long days with a chainsaw and an axe. He took dead trees when he could find them, preferably oak or ash, something hard. The blade work was a pleasure. Hauling tons of wood over broken ground, not so much. He strapped wood to his back and carried it as a mule might, uphill and down, back and forth through mud and over streams. By noon on the 5th day, he knew Jack was close. He tracked his progress from one island to the next, then through the last bit of open swamp. At the clearing, he circled to Johnny's blind side, ducking under branches and placing his feet with care. When his arm went back, Johnny smiled to himself and said, "Don't do it." Jack stepped from the trees and pushed the pebble into a pocket. "It scares me, how you do that." Johnny leaned the axe against a stump and dusted his hands. "It's your smell." "Bullshit. You've been wearing the same aftershave since you were 19. 6 months ago you switched to a scented detergent. The question is, how could I not smell you coming?" Johnny smiled, but Jack looked unhappy, even miserable. "What are you doing here, Jack? Our next dinner is not for 9 days, and it's at your place." "We need to talk." "All right, let's talk." Johnny pulled his shirt from a branch and led his friend to the camp chairs beyond the cabin. When he sat, Jack stayed on his feet. He looked at the cabin and firewood, the blue sky, and racks of salted fish. He considered his friend for a long second, then said, "You know something? I think I'd rather fish." Johnny blinked once, then went into the cabin and came back with spinning rods and a tackle box. He led Jack to the water, loaded gear into an aluminum John boat, and shipped the oars. "Are you coming?" Jack clambered in and sat very still as Johnny rowed them over deep water and toward the nearest island. When they were close, he angled the skiff to follow the line between deep water and the shallows. "What do you want to catch?" he asked. "Doesn't matter." Johnny rigged a line for Jack and pointed. "Cast for the shadow right there along that line." He held out the rod, but Jack's eyes were on the dried mud in the bottom of the skiff. Johnny lowered the rod. "Do you want to talk after all?" "Not yet." "Then here." Jack took the rod and watched Johnny throw out a line. On the second cast, he hooked a largemouth bass and reeled it in. 7 pounds. Johnny held it so sun glinted on its scales, then threaded a stringer through its gills and lowered it back into the water. You fishing or not? Jack tossed out a lure, but the cast had a desultory air. Fishing in silence, Johnny caught another bass, a red-fin pickerel. You're casting too far right, he said. Aim 10 feet off that stump. Let the lure settle. Give it 15 seconds, then bring it in slowly. Jack stared, dead-eyed, at Johnny's face. Go on, Johnny pointed. 10 feet off the stump, trust me. Jack frowned and let the line fly. He gave it 15 seconds, and the bass hit on the first tick of the reel. The strike was enormous, a silver-green flash and a 10-inch wave of water. The fish stripped 20 feet of line off the reel before Jack got it under control. Even then, it took 5 minutes to land it. There you go. Johnny lifted the fish, which fought in his grip. 12 pounds at least. Let it go. I don't want it. Are you serious? I said put it back. Johnny lowered the fish over the side, watched water swirl as it powered deep and down. Okay, Jack, what's the problem? This. Jack raised his voice, spread his arms. All of it. How you know I'm coming and how even with your back turned you know I'm about to throw a rock. How you catch fish like they want to be caught. And that. He stabbed a finger at the water. That damn fish. 10 feet off the stump, 15 seconds. In my whole life, I've never even seen a 12-pound bass. For God's sake, the state record is only 15. Johnny studied his friend's face. He was sweating and pale and breathing hard. Are you finished? Where are the bruises? What? Clyde said you were black and blue, cut half to the bone in a dozen places. It was never that bad. So he's a liar? I believe the word is hyperbolic. Jack shook his head, still unhappy. What are you doing out here, Johnny? Why do you live like this? Why are you passionate about this place? Because I own it, because it was my family's. That's not enough. Just 'cause, then. That's your answer? Yeah, just 'cause. It was an angry response, but Johnny let it stand. Can we just fish? He said. Can we just fish and tell jokes and do like we always do? No, we can't. Is this because of Friday night? Of course it's because of Friday night. Jesus Christ, Johnny. How can you even ask such a stupid question? So I walked in my sleep. It's not just that. Look, it happens sometimes. How many times? 3. I don't believe you. Okay, fine, 7 or 8. Johnny put his own rod down. Sometimes I go to sleep and wake up elsewhere. Like where? The cabin once or twice, sometimes the woods. How about in the swamp? What do you mean, in it? I mean in it. How often do you find yourself standing in the middle of this goddamn swamp? Johnny leaned away from his friend. The anger was real, but so were the hurt and the worry. Do you know how hard it was for me to come here? Jack asked. When I close my eyes, I see you in this swamp. I see mist and my breath. I still feel the wrongness and the cold. Something happened, Johnny, and it was something bad. What then? Tell me. I don't know. Jack laughed darkly and made a motion with his fingers. It's a glimmer. Then why are we talking about it? Let's fish. Let's have a drink. I'm scared, Johnny. Do you understand? It's broad daylight, and I'm terrified. Jack, come on. This isn't a come-on kind of thing. You're the best friend I've ever had, but something happened here that I don't understand. Jack, take me to shore. Jack pointed at the island, and Johnny rowed him to the trailhead on its northern edge. The boat slid into the weeds, and Johnny sat in silence because he had no idea what to say. Hush Arbor was his life, and Jack his only friend. When finally he opened his mouth, Jack cut him off with a raised hand. Give me a second, all right? Yeah, Jack, sure. Whatever you need. Johnny watched the struggle on his friend's face. Jack was torn and uncertain and honestly afraid. When he moved, it seemed to be with great reluctance, shifting on the seat to pull a business card from his back pocket. It was rumpled, one corner folded. Jack stared at it for long seconds, then sighed deeply and held it out. "This is for you." Johnny took the card. "What is it?" "Leslie Green, an appellate lawyer. She's good." "I don't have money for a lawyer." "She'll do it pro bono. You need to make an appointment, though, this week or next. I wouldn't let it wait." Johnny tilted the card and his eyebrows drew together. "Why would she take my case for free?" "Just smile a lot and try to look pretty." Jack stepped out of the skiff, but Johnny stayed where he was. "Why are you helping me?" "You know why." Johnny looked away because the debt between them had always been an unspoken thing. "Thanks, Jack. It means a lot." "Don't thank me and don't remind me. Meet with her. Handle the case. I don't want to know anything about it. I hate this enough as it is." "Okay." Johnny pushed the card into his back pocket. "You want me to walk you out?" "I know the way." "Are we still on for dinner?" "Next week. My place." "About this lawyer, she's good?" "Yeah." Jack said it sadly. "She really is." Watching Jack fade into the woods, Johnny tried to remember what had happened to scare his friend so badly, but most of it was a blur. He recalled sensations, flickers of thought. Jack called them glimmers, and Johnny thought it a good word. What did he actually remember? Distance and cold, a void with him at its center. Johnny couldn't deny the problem. He rose from sleep and wandered the forest, and because of that he understood his friend's concern. It hadn't happened 7 times or 8, but 20 times at least. Sometimes he woke at the water's edge or on some distant hill. Other times he rose from bed to find mud on his feet, knowing as he did that it had happened yet again. Occasionally a restless memory stirred, some furtive image, but even those passed when the sun rose. Besides, there was something else in the night, and it wasn't frightful or cruel or unfeeling. That was the thing Jack would never understand about Hush Arbor. The magic of it, the power. Rowing back to the distant shore, Johnny unshipped the oars and flipped the boat. Moving through the trees, he noticed insects in the leaf litter, a flutter of wings in a hollow tree. The sounds were crystal clear, the images exquisite. 20 yards later, he stopped and tilted his head, hearing ripples on water and kits in a den beyond the hill. A fox was moving through the forest, a 1/4 mile to the east. It scraped beneath a cedar, dropped into a gully, and left prints in earth that smelled of red clay. Tilting his head the other way, Johnny heard scales on bark and knew, without looking, that a copperhead was uncurling beneath a log 10 feet away. Not a hognose or a canebrake, a copperhead, a female. He watched it appear on the trail, then slip into grass and whisper away. It came and went, this awareness. On strong days, he could lie in his hammock and hear beavers chew a willow tree 2 miles down the second creek. He knew if birds were hatching and where, if ants in the dirt thought a storm was coming. When an animal moved in the woods, Johnny knew without seeing if it was a coyote or a mink, a marsh rabbit or a bobcat or a long-tailed weasel. When the awareness flickered, he felt half blind, but even then could track a bear in total darkness. The awareness disappeared in its entirety only when Johnny left Hush Arbor, and even then, the loss was not a hard line. It began to fade when he closed the gate, weakened further when he reached the first blacktop. After that, it diminished with time, until an hour later the line snapped, and he was as unfeeling as everyone else. Opening his eyes, Johnny stared at the glint of water through the trees. He knew where to find the swamp darters and the bullhead, the eel and the perch and the bowfin. When turtles broke the surface, he knew instinctively whether they were stinkpots or sliders or any one of a dozen others. It was a glimpse of shell, the pattern of ripples, 1,000 tiny things. But it was more than that, too. When Johnny was near the swamp, he knew. He just simply knew. Chapter 5. The lawyer agreed to meet on Tuesday at 1 o'clock. When it was time to go, Johnny combed his hair, put on clean jeans and a shirt with a collar. His plan was simple: meet the woman, make sure she'd help. He had no illusions about the stakes involved. Jack couldn't take the case, or wouldn't. Johnny was broke. That made the sit-down with Leslie Green the most important meeting of his life. Even so, Johnny hated leaving the hush. He hated to leave it unprotected, but more than that, he disliked the feeling of physical disentanglement, of a thread drawn through some secret organ. His awareness dulled as he passed the gate, but for another 10 miles he could still feel the difference between healthy trees and those dying from the inside out. He could sense movement in the grass, life around him. Then it was subdivisions and lawnmowers and concrete. After that, it faded fast. At the tall building downtown, the lawyer made him wait. 5 minutes became 15, and Johnny sat unmoving beside a pale-skinned man who drummed his fingers on the side of a polished shoe. When the receptionist called Johnny's name, he followed her through double doors and into a warren of halls and cubicles and offices. "Miss Green apologizes for the delay. As you can see, people get busy around here." The comment appeared meaningless, but enough awareness remained for Johnny to divine the deeper truth. She disliked the frayed cuffs, the rime of mud on his shoes. "This is her office." She stopped at a closed door, and Johnny sensed movement beyond it. Fingers on fabric, a sudden flush. The receptionist opened the door and moved aside. "Miss Green," she said, "your 1 o'clock is here." Johnny stepped through the door and stopped. Behind her desk, the lawyer was ivory-skinned and finely dressed, her eyes bright under eyebrows arched to elegant perfection. "Mr. Merrimon, welcome. My name is Leslie Green." She offered a hand, and Johnny took it. "Sit, please." She indicated a chair, then sat behind the desk. "Jack Cross tells me you need an appellate lawyer. He also says you can't meet my fee." "Ah, straight to the point." Johnny smiled, but it was not returned. "I bill my time in 6-minute increments. What some consider blunt, I consider efficient." "Then yes, Jack is right." "Yet you own 6,000 acres unencumbered. Think of me as land poor. A not uncommon situation. My parents were much the same way. Farmers? Ranchers, Texas." The bright eyes lingered on his lips, the line of his jaw. "You could sell land to meet the fee. That will never happen." The hardness was there, he couldn't hide it. Strangely, the lawyer seemed to like it. Heat built in her skin, the pupils dilated. But she wasn't angry, he thought. Not the way she was leaning forward, not the way she was staring. "Why should I help you?" "I was under the impression you'd already agreed to take my case." "Not yet, no." "Then why am I here?" She shrugged. "Mr. Cross is a colleague. Consider this a courtesy." That was not entirely true. Johnny could tell that, too. "Very well. What can I do to convince you?" "Do you understand why Luana Fremantle filed the appeal?" "I won at trial. She doesn't like it." "I mean the legal framework of her appeal, the nuances. Do you understand the foundation on which she's built the appeal?" "You've read the brief?" "And transcripts of the trial. This meeting may be a courtesy, but I would never take it unprepared. Besides, the case holds a certain interest." "Such as?" The lawyer crossed her legs, showed a flash of knee. "Trial courts find fact, Mr. Merrimon, while appellate courts consider errors of law. You maintained ownership of Hush Arbor because the original conveyance stipulated that title to the land would return to the Merrimon family when and if the last male Fremantle died. Levi Fremantle was the last male of his line, and he died 10 years ago. Those are the facts established at trial. Without obvious errors of law, Mrs. Fremantle has been forced to appeal on the grounds of public policy, equity, gender inequality. Those are compelling issues and likely to be argued before the state Supreme Court. Perhaps that helps you understand my interest." "Do you agree with Ms. Fremantle's arguments?" "You ask that why? Because I'm female?" "Partly." Are you interviewing me, Mr. Merrimon? That's not how this works. Public policy, gender inequality. I just wonder how dedicated to my case you could possibly be. Your ancestors' beliefs were a product of the time. In 1853, men owned 99% of all real property in the country. That's a simple fact. What matters now is the law and its theoretical underpinnings. Courts are loath to reinterpret the plain language of any conveyance, but it happens if equity and public policy demand it. In that case, you would need dedicated counsel. You can maintain that dedication? I'm a professional. Other women might take issue. And notoriety brings its own reward, especially in the practice of law. I'm not above a headline if it helps the cause. She still appeared cool and in control, but makeup couldn't hide the pulse in her throat, the smell of overwarm skin. Johnny wanted to think it was the argument, the back and forth, but she'd been like that since the moment he walked in. Do I factor into your thoughts on notoriety? Personally, you mean? She laced her fingers and spoke as if the answer were a foregone conclusion. A law practice is a business like any other. That requires me to think about reputation, perception. There's nothing inherently wrong with media attention. And you'll get more of it because of who I am. She ignored the obvious anger. Television, newspapers, books, right or wrong, the community has certain perceptions about you. In my experience, there is rarely such a thing as bad publicity. I'm speaking honestly here, so there'll be no illusion as to motive. I don't do anything for free. Johnny's jaw hardened. I won't discuss my sister or what happened 10 years ago. Levi Fremantle died in your mother's house. What happened 10 years ago is relevant to your case. I won't discuss my sister or her disappearance, nor will I discuss my portrayal in the media. Things were said about me, yes. Some considered what I did newsworthy. The photographs were provocative, as were things left unsaid. Your continued silence has led to speculation, and that has kept your name in the media. Is it true you turned down a movie offer? Johnny stood. Mr. Merrimon. Levi Fremantle is dead. The facts are settled. You've said as much yourself. As for Hollywood, no. No one has offered money for my story. Had it happened, I would have turned it down. Johnny's anger was now impossible to hide. He looked at the dilated pupils, the damp lips. Too many people were drawn to the road he'd walked as a boy, to suffering and dark places, the flowers of childhood ruined. My interest is purely professional. I somehow doubt that. Mr. Merrimon, please. The book is there on your shelf. Johnny watched the lawyer turn toward the bookcase behind her. She stopped halfway. Under the file, he said, half hidden. How did you... I won't talk about my sister or how I found her or about the people who died along the way. Let me make that plain. Very well. The lawyer cleared her throat and leaned closer to the desk. Let's talk about this instead. She laid out a photograph. In it, Johnny's hair was shorter. He was unsmiling, wearing orange. That's a booking photo, he said, from 2 years ago. William Boyd and Randall Parks. They claimed that you tried to kill them. Johnny sat and measured his words. If I'd wanted them dead, they'd be dead. My intention was to frighten them. She removed another sheaf of photographs. They showed a campsite in disarray, personal items shot through with a large caliber weapon, canteens, a camp stove, the stock of a rifle. Do you always hit the things at which you shoot? Johnny said nothing, but in his mind he heard men screaming and the crash of a .270 Winchester, the action slick and fast as he'd pumped round after round into tent poles and weapons and gear. You could have been charged with attempted murder. They were killing a bear out of season. The lawyer leaned back and pursed her lips. She was looking at the angles now, all business. William Boyd is a wealthy man. If you're worried about representing me, let me put your mind at ease. Boyd lives in New York. He only comes here to hunt. The lodge, yes, I know about that. What's your relationship with Mr. Boyd today? He has a restraining order against me. Have you ever violated it? Not yet. The lawyer pursed her lips once more, dissatisfied. The district attorney could have locked you up and thrown away the key. Instead, he offered you a misdemeanor plea and a 4-month sentence. Can you tell me why he did that? Perhaps you should ask Mr. Boyd. Do you actually want my help, Mr. Merrimon? Yes. Then understand my position. You're visible, unpredictable, and demonstrably violent. Notoriety is one thing, criminality something entirely different. I need to know that you'll not be shooting at billionaire hedge fund managers from New York. If you can't promise that, I can't help you. I pinky swear. She lifted an eyebrow, waited. Fine, Johnny said. I won't shoot at any billionaire hedge fund managers. The lawyer studied him for long seconds, then rose from the desk and moved to a window. Johnny guessed she was 33 or 4, an educated woman used to being taken seriously. Why did he do it? She asked. What? She leaned against the windowsill. Your ancestor owned 40,000 acres of Raven County. He was one of the wealthiest men in the state, yet he freed 100 slaves and gave one of them 6,000 acres. The decision cost him his land, his fortune, his place in society. Yet none of the history books say why he did it. I don't know what to tell you. No family stories. None I'm willing to share. She tensed minutely, a hint of anger. Then later, perhaps. That depends. The lawyer did not respond. Her fingers found a chain at her throat. Will you help me or not? Johnny asked. I'll think about it. You can call me next week. She kept her face neutral, and Johnny watched it for a long moment. He wanted a sign, some kind of hint. But Johnny was too long from the swamp. He couldn't read her. After Johnny left her office, Leslie let the facade break, slumping in her chair to blow out a slow and steady breath. She'd known attractive men her whole life and dated more than her fair share of them. Yet there was something about this Johnny Merrimon. Her friends were right about that. Was it the looks, the brown eyes and stillness? Or was it indeed his history, what a friend once called the dark celebrity of the surreal? Leslie had dated famous men before, the football player in Charlotte, the senator in D.C. Those men had worn celebrity like a suit of clothes, and maybe that was the difference. Johnny wanted none of it. He was wild-haired and rough and unapologetic. Joyce, Leslie buzzed her assistant through the intercom. Yes. Will you bring me the Rainmaker file on William Boyd? Of course, 2 minutes. Leslie drummed her fingers as she waited. Like any ambitious firm, this one was made up of partners who knew it was better to work smart than hard. That meant bringing in the big clients, the million-dollar retainers. Files were kept on the best prospects, and William Boyd was one of them. He ran a $9 billion hedge fund from his offices on Wall Street. The fund paid its New York attorneys $900 an hour. His own income was rumored to be $30 million a year. When Joyce returned from the short walk to central filing, her hands were empty. The William Boyd file was signed out 3 days ago. By whom? Jack Cross. Would you like me to track it down? Leslie thought about it for half a second. No, thank you, Joyce. I'll take care of it. Leslie waited for her assistant to leave, then slipped into a blazer and took the elevator to 7. Bankruptcy law was a big part of what the firm did, but she preferred working with winners, so generally stayed clear of the 7th floor. This was a different issue, though, and it wasn't just about Johnny Merrimon. Leaving the marbled lobby, she followed the hallways until they began to narrow, at which point she cut through the center of the building, twisting between the cubicles and file rooms until she reached a stretch of decent offices. Putting her head in the first door, she said, Jack Cross? An attorney she recognized but whose name she forgot pointed deeper into the bankruptcy section. 6 door down, 2 before the corner. When she reached Jack Cross's office, she didn't bother knocking. "Where is it?" Jack was hunched over the desk, hair rumpled, a yellow highlighter between his fingers. "What?" "Rainmaker files are for partners. You have no business with the William Boyd file." "I'm sorry. I didn't know." "Every associate knows. It's part of the orientation. The file." She held out a hand, and Jack turned for the credenza behind his desk. When he handed over the file, he appeared contrite. "I'm not trying to land him as a client." Leslie felt a flutter of humor at the idea of a first-year associate trying to convince a man like William Boyd to trust him with anything more serious than a parking ticket. She knew why Jack had the file. "You showed this to your friend." Jack said nothing. "Johnny Merrimon was just here. Did you show it to him?" "It's not really confidential. It's proprietary." Leslie had not been through the file for several years, but knew it held more than could easily be found in the public domain. Rainmaker files contained the usual newspaper clippings, interviews, and business filings, but they also contained proprietary financial estimates, research into political affiliations, social connections, marital status. Was the prospect moral or immoral? Did he have mistresses, bad habits, vindictive ex-partners? If a prospective client was big enough, the firm had been known to use private investigators, paid informants, forensic accountants. Nothing illegal was done to accumulate the information, and nothing illegal would ever be done once it was in hand. But being a rainmaker took work, and knowledge was power. Leslie held up the file. "I could have you fired for this." "Please don't." Leslie took the chair opposite the desk, not quite so angry as she pretended. 6 different partners had tried to land William Boyd, and she knew it would never happen. He used the top firm in New York and considered anything else provincial. He came to Raven County only to hunt on a 1,900-acre preserve that used to be part of the Merrimon estate. There was a lodge on it, she knew, and when Boyd was there, he kept it full of clients and dead animals and usually young women. You couldn't swing a cat in Raven County without hitting a pretty young thing with some story or other about wine from France and pale men from the big city. Ignoring Jack for the moment, Leslie flipped through the file to see if anything had changed since the last time she saw it. Boyd was 42 and single, a graduate of Yale and Wharton. He had an ex-wife who came from California money, vineyards, apparently, Napa, Sonoma. Photographs showed Boyd in various settings, his offices on Wall Street, a mansion in Connecticut. The financials had been recently updated. His fund now ran $13 billion and required a minimum investment of $20 million. His income last year was twice that amount. Halfway through the file, Leslie came across a tax map showing the preserve and its place in the county. The northern corner of it was less than a mile from the southern edge of Hush Arbor. She snapped the file closed. "I assume Mr. Merrimon came here before his meeting with me?" "Listen, Leslie, what did he want with this?" She held up the file, and Jack swallowed in a dry throat. "He was just, curious. None of this convinces me to help either you or your friend." "I understand that. Is he still angry with Mr. Boyd?" "You mean actively angry? Don't play games with me, Cross. I may yet fire you." The young attorney leaned away from the threat, but Leslie wasn't going to fire him. She didn't have the power. "Why did Johnny shoot at Boyd? The real reason." "He told you about the bear cubs." "It can't be as simple as that. Johnny had tracked Boyd before, a couple times at least. Deer, bear, bobcat. The killing was indiscriminate. There'd been confrontations in the past. Violent? Close enough. He could have gone to the police. That's not really Johnny's style." Leslie tapped the file against her knee, thinking of pro bono cases and billion-dollar hedge funds. "Can you drive a stick with that arm?" Jack looked confused, but nodded. "Good," she tossed keys on the desk, "because you're driving." Leslie read through the rest of the file as Jack drove. Boyd was 5'10" and handsome, not Johnny Merrimon handsome, but decent enough. He played golf and squash, but hunting seemed to be his passion. Africa, the Far East. If something could be killed for sport, chances were good he'd killed it. How do you know he's even in town?" Jack's words were the first uttered in 5 minutes. Leslie cut her eyes left. He looked uncomfortable behind the wheel of a machine as aggressively styled as her XKR. His good arm worked the stick through the gears, his bad one barely reached the wheel. "I don't," she said. "But if you want me to help your friend, I need both sides of the story." She didn't mention that the day could still go 2 ways. Either she got to know Johnny Merrimon, or she brought in the largest client of her career. According to the file, William Boyd's hedge fund had paid $12 million in legal fees the previous fiscal year. 10% of that business would make her a senior partner. 20 would make her a rock star. "Is your friend really that good with a rifle?" "He is. He could have been charged with attempted murder, you know that, right?" Jack clenched his jaw, downshifted through a curve, and accelerated onto an open stretch of blacktop. Leslie smiled at his discomfiture. "When I asked him about the misdemeanor plea, he refused to speculate on the reasons it was offered. I should think that with Boyd's wealth and influence, he could have your friend buried under the jail. Any idea why that didn't happen?" Jack shrugged. "It would have meant a trial. No way a man like William Boyd would let Johnny take the stand." "Why not?" "Because he wet his pants when Johnny opened fire and because he had a sack full of bloody hides killed out of season. He's a public figure. The media would have crucified him." Leslie tried to imagine being shot at in the woods. "Do you think your friend got off too easily?" "Not at all. You sound like a defense lawyer." "They were 5 weeks old," Jack said. "What?" "The cubs left to starve. They were only 5 weeks old." Once they turned onto the property, the drive to the lodge was 2 miles long. It followed a stream before twisting to the top of a flat-top hill that offered views the length of the valley. Everything around them was manicured, the grass, the hedgerows, the climbing ivy. The lodge itself was built of oak and stone and cedar. It rambled beneath ancient trees, commanded the hilltop. Beside it was a 10-car garage, and on the tarmac, a Range Rover and a silver Audi. As impressive as it all was, Leslie ignored it when she stepped from the car. "This is unbelievable." She meant the long valley and the plunging views. The stream glinted silver on the valley floor. Distant hills rose on the horizon, the trees like shadow, the granite hard and yellow in the afternoon light. "That's Hush Arbor," Jack said. "The first rows of hills and 3,000 acres beneath them. The river spills from the highlands, then feeds the swamp before running another 100 miles to the Atlantic." "What about this property?" "From the road it stretches north another mile or 2. The lodge is about dead center." Leslie glanced at the house with its slate roof and stone columns and covered porch. "I see why he cited the lodge here. This hilltop is spectacular." Jack looked away, and she sensed something unspoken. "What?" "This is where the original mansion stood. Johnny's ancestors are buried just there, through the trees." "You're kidding me." Jack gestured with his chin, and Leslie saw hints of granite and marble and twisted vine. "I'm starting to understand why Johnny took those shots." "It wasn't like that." "Yeah, right. Come on." On the porch, double doors rose 10 feet from bluestone floors. Leslie reached for an iron knocker, but the right side door swung open before she could touch it, and a woman appeared. She was in her mid-40s, with a pleasant face and a soft figure squeezed into denim jeans and a flannel shirt. "May I help you?" Leslie took the lead, stepping closer. "Hi, I'm Leslie Green. This is my associate Jack Cross. It's an unscheduled visit, I know, but we were hoping for a moment of Mr. Boyd's time. We're not selling anything, and we don't bite." She put on a smile to seal the deal, but the woman inside needed no enticement. "Absolutely," she said. "I'm Martha Goodman, cook, housekeeper. I do pretty much everything." She held out a hand, and Leslie and Jack shook it. "We don't get a lot of visitors out here, and frankly, I'm happy for the distraction. Come in, please. Mr. Boyd is here somewhere." Inside, the ceiling rose to an immense vault. The central support was a tree trunk covered with hand-carved hunting scenes. "Amazing, isn't it? The housekeeper touched it gently. The wood carvers came from Poland. It took 3 of them 9 weeks just to carve this one post. She gestured at the ceiling. The rafters took another year. Almost as thick as the post, the rafters stretched 30 feet from the central peak to each side of the room. The walls beneath them were hung with trophies from around the world. Leslie recognized antelope and kudu and water buffalo. A stuffed grizzly rose from a mount beside the fireplace. Elephant tusks framed a door that led deeper into the house. "Give me a minute to find him," Martha said. "I believe he's in the gun room. In the meantime, make yourselves at home." She left, and Jack ran a hand along one side of the tusks by the door. The ivory was yellowed and smooth, the tusk 8 feet long. Leslie asked, "What do you think about all this?" "An 8-foot shaft of ivory? I think he's compensating." Jack stepped between the tusks and moved into a hallway that ran past a broad staircase and other doors. Warm rugs lent color to the wood. Portraits covered the wall beside muskets and spears and antique crossbows. Leslie said, "This guy's not kidding around." Jack nudged a partially open door. The room beyond was rich, its leather chairs as soft and brown as poured honey, the desk a monument of wood and tooled leather. A fireplace broke the right-hand wall, its mantel lined with photographs of Boyd with lion and elk and what appeared to be a dead rhino. On the wall above the mantel hung the largest mounted deer's head Jack had ever seen. It was obviously very old, the glass eyes cloudy, the antlers as thick as Jack's good arm and 6 feet wide from tip to tip. Jack counted 18 points, the symmetry perfect. At the base of its throat was a tarnished plaque. Jack stepped closer and read aloud. "A lord of the forest, shot through the heart by Randolph Boyd, age 14, in the winter of 1931. "Do you hunt?" The voice came from the door, and the man was unhappy. Jack recognized Boyd from the photographs, but Leslie spoke first. "I hope you don't mind," Martha said, "to make ourselves at home." "Martha should know better. This room is off limits." "Mr. Boyd, I asked if you hunt." He was looking at Jack, his eyes blue and unforgiving. Jack thought carefully before answering. "No." He held up his bad arm to support the claim. "I don't hunt." "Do you know what that is you're looking at?" "I assume it's a deer of some sort." Boyd studied Jack from top to bottom, returning to the bad arm and nodding once as the tension broke. "My grandfather killed that deer in 1931. He was a boy in Illinois. They say whitetail grow large in that part of the world, that it's due to the harshness of the winters or something in the gene pool. Do you know anything about Illinois deer?" Jack shook his head, and Boyd relaxed further. "You're Johnny Merrimon's friend." "You recognize me?" "Mr. Merrimon fired 11 shots at my camp and almost killed me. I saw you at the preliminary hearing." "That was 2 years ago." "Then I'll confess to having seen you somewhere else. I'm William Boyd." They shook hands. "And you are Leslie Green. I'm familiar with your firm." "You are?" Leslie shook the same hand, surprised. "May I ask why?" "Honestly, it's about him." He pointed at Jack. "More specifically, it's about his friend's land." "Why would you care about Hush Arbor?" Jack asked. Boyd lifted an eyebrow. "Ah," he said, "your friend didn't tell you." "Tell me what?" "Come, sit." Boyd indicated the leather chairs. "Would you like anything to drink? Water, wine, something stronger?" Both declined. Boyd went to a sideboard and poured liquor from a decanter. "I apologize for my anger a moment ago." Boyd gestured vaguely at the door of the mounted deer's head. "This is a private space. I rarely allow visitors." Leslie said, "We should have stayed where Martha left us." Boyd shrugged as if the topic were already closed. "A question, then, if I may." "Of course." "Do you represent Johnny Merrimon in some capacity?" "I'm considering taking his case on appeal." "Of course, the trial court's decision to quiet title in Mr. Merrimon's favor." "You know about that?" "Yes, of course. Will you help him?" I've not decided yet. Boyd perched on the edge of the desk. Has he approached you about some other matter, mentioned my name, perhaps? Leslie said. He has not. Jack interrupted. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this discussion. You may not consider Johnny a client, but I do. Has he paid you? Leslie asked. Signed anything? Leslie, listen. Patience, please. Boyd waved Jack down. You're protective of your friend. I respect that. Believe it or not, I'm trying to help him. I'd like to help you too, for that matter. In what capacity? I wish to buy your friend's land. He refuses to sell. I would compensate anyone able to persuade him. You're his friend and advisor. $30 million is a fair price. You should tell him that. Jack almost choked. $30 million? My fourth offer in 6 months. I've sent other lawyers, even a few locals. It's hard to find him, but not impossible. He does leave the swamp from time to time. Jack was still struggling. Johnny owned 3 pairs of pants, a single pair of decent shoes. $30 million. The offer's more than fair. It's 10 times what it's worth. I consider worth subjective and would pay you well to convince your friend of that. Boyd smiled behind the glass. What does a partner make in a year? I'll double it. He looked at Leslie. For both of you. Without asking, Jack crossed the room and poured a drink. $30 million? What the hell? It's a good offer, Boyd said. Mr. Merrimon could lose the land on appeal. Better he take the money now and allow me to assume the litigation risk. Ms. Green, I would happily engage your services to manage any appeal. My lawyers in New York bill $900 an hour. I can offer you the same. That's very generous, Leslie managed. Just stop a minute. Jack's back was turned, but Boyd was paying close attention. Even Leslie seemed to realize that the moment hinged on Jack. Johnny took 11 shots at you. He threatened to shoot you in the throat if you ever returned. Sticks and stones, Mr. Cross. Tell me, Ms. Green, what does a partner in your firm make? Leslie opened her mouth, but Jack spoke first. Nobody pays 10 times market value. Are you sure of that, Mr. Cross? My net worth is north of $1 billion. Forgive my bluntness, but there it is. If I want something, I buy it. That includes the willing assistance of qualified people. I'll pay 3 years' salary plus any litigation expenses related to the appeal. Perhaps if I understood why it's worth so much to you. Ah, I see. You fear that my sole intent is to deprive a man I dislike of the thing he values most dearly. Let me assuage your worry. Come this way, you too, Ms. Green. He led them down the hall to a windowless room full of long guns racked on velvet and stained wood. Jack touched one gun, then another. Purdy, Holland and Holland. Most of them cost more than he'd make in a year. Do you know guns? Boyd asked. No, Jack lied. Not really. Hunting is my passion. It's why I bought this place and built the lodge. I entertain clients here from all over the world, real estate developers, Saudi sheiks, actors, Texas oil men. I consider it a business expense. Problem is, it's only 1,900 acres. Here. He indicated a topographical map on the wall. This is Hush Arbor. See how large it is? 6,000 acres plus access to the state game lands beyond. He indicated a vast swath of green on the map. 3 farms fill the space between your friend's land and mine. 2 I've already acquired, and the 3rd is under contract. When that sale closes, I'll own 3,400 acres contiguous to Hush Arbor. And you want to own it all. 9,400 acres is big, even by Texas standards. Add the game lands to the north, and we're talking something close to 50,000 accessible acres. 49,412. There you go. Boyd lifted both arms. You know the land, you know the numbers. He tried for a smile, but Jack didn't buy it. He didn't buy any of it. It's $30 million, son. Do you still think I plan to hurt your friend? What exactly do you want from me? I want you to convince him. He won't sell. Come, Mr. Cross. 2 more years and he'll lose it for unpaid taxes. Your friend is broke. His mother has a few dollars, but not enough. His stepfather is a cop with 78 grand in an IRA and twice as much debt on the mortgage. You're his only friend, and while I'm sure you're a fine lawyer, you also carry $97,000 in law school debt. Jack's mouth fell open. Boyd was unblinking. Private investigators, he said. Surprisingly inexpensive. That's it then? Jack hid the anger. I get Johnny to sell, and you make me rich. I want the land. Cost is secondary. Why? I've already told you why. Bobcat and bear, deer and geese and quail. Why Raven County? Jack asked. You live in Connecticut. You work in New York. It's an easy flight. That's it. Land in a place like this is cheap, even at $5,000 an acre. There was an edge to him now, something close to an open taunt. Let's call it 4 years' earnings if you help me. He looked at Leslie that time. What does a partner in your firm make? In the car, Jack drove and kept his mouth shut. He worked the car hard, pushing through the gears. You're angry, Leslie said. I understand. 3rd gear, 4th. He's a liar. Perhaps. Jack shook his head, he had no doubt. We should talk about his offer. What's there to talk about? We can't represent Johnny if the firm represents Boyd. It's a conflict. That's not your decision to make. Actually, it is. Do you think Boyd would hire the firm if I weren't part of the deal? Jack was uncompromising but didn't care. He felt played. Leslie was part of that. How did you even know he would be there? I didn't. It was a gamble. Pretty damn convenient. Come on, Cross, you can't really be upset about this. Your best friend lives in a swamp. How's that working out for him? Jack chewed on the words, thinking Leslie had somehow sensed his newfound fear of the swamp, this concern he had for Johnny. In the end, only one truth mattered. Johnny knows his own mind. It's not my choice. Whether it is or not, you should consider the offer more carefully. Convincing Johnny to sell is the smartest thing you could do for all of us. $30 million for him, another $2 million for each of us. $2 million. Conservatively. The number stunned Jack. His salary was $60,000 a year, and he'd fought hard to get that much. Boyd is a liar. Why do you keep saying that? His grandfather didn't grow up in Illinois. Randolph Boyd was born here. He spent his life in Raven County until he died at 21 in World War II. The family history is in the file. Jack pointed at the Rainmaker file, but Leslie didn't pick it up. You're talking about the kid who shot the deer in 1931? Who cares? We all lied. Jesus, Cross. She was right. Jack told lies when necessary, but that didn't change the way he felt. Boyd said he came here because land is cheap and it's an easy flight from New York. He never mentioned that his grandfather lived in Raven County or that his father was born here. Why would he leave that out? Maybe it's unimportant. Maybe he doesn't care. Leslie wanted to believe, and Jack didn't blame her. It was big money, easy money. Whatever interest she had in Johnny would pale beside that kind of payout. Problem was, she needed Jack to make the payout happen. He thought she'd move gently at first, use soft words and logic, those pretty eyes and a hand on his arm. Eventually, she'd let more of the anger show. When that failed, she'd rally the partners to force his hand. Jack wondered if they'd use the carrot or the stick. All he knew for certain was anger and worry and a creeping sense of the utterly surreal. Because it wasn't Boyd's simple lie that twisted knots of disbelief into the walls of Jack's chest, nor was it the risk of threats or joblessness or the very real possibility of failing his best and only friend. Boyd had told not one lie but two, and the second one was so big Jack had no idea what to do with it. "Slow down," Leslie said. Jack didn't. "Damn it, Cross." Jack drove faster. He wanted out of the car, needed to think, and it wasn't about the job or Johnny or the anger building like a storm in the eyes of the pretty woman beside him. Jack had spread his own lies, too. Bad arm or not, he'd grown up the child of a cop and a son of the South. He'd known guns since he could walk, just as he'd known hunters and hunting and all the creatures of the wild. And that was the biggest problem of all. Because whatever circumstances led to the shooting of a deer in 1931, it didn't happen the way William Boyd said. A bullet to the heart, yes, that much Jack believed, but nothing else Boyd said could be true. The great head on his wall rode a neck as thick as a grizzly's and carried antlers so broad and gleaming they were like nothing Jack had ever seen. And that alone put the lie in Boyd's story, for nothing so magnificent had ever been shot in Illinois or Wisconsin or in any other place else on God's earth that Jack could imagine. Deer like that were not supposed to exist. Chapter 6. William Boyd stood on the porch and watched the car fall away. It crossed the creek, crested the second hill, and was gone. Even then, he stood for long minutes and held himself with care. If he saw Martha, he'd hit her. He was that angry. Replaying the visit in his mind, he grew convinced that he'd hidden the worry and the rage. If the lawyers had seen them, they'd wonder at their cause, and wonder led to questions. William Boyd disliked questions. If forced to answer them, he'd prefer to do so in New York or Washington, not on the bitter edge of some pissant town. Beyond that simple concealment, he'd also developed a decent idea of the types of people he would be forced to deal with. Jack Cross was, as he'd expected, intelligent, devoted to his friend, depressingly earnest. Leslie, too, failed to surprise. She was a player, and for a moment he considered it, the tight skirt, the blonde hair. "Martha!" She was close. He could smell the perfume. "Yes?" Turning, he found her in the open door. "Walk with me." He pushed past her, and she trailed behind. At the door to his private study, he stopped. "What have I told you about this room?" "No one is to go inside without your express permission." "And yet?" "It was an accident, Mr. Boyd. I went looking for you. I didn't think—" "Need I lock doors in my own home?" "No, sir, of course not. Visitors are to be instructed. Am I clear? Tell them where to wait, and make sure they do so." "Yes, sir." "Where is Mr. Kirkpatrick?" "He was in the gym earlier. I believe he's returned to his room." "Find out if he's showered and dressed. If so, ask him to join me in the study." "Do you mean—" "Yes, this study. Go on now." She left, and Boyd poured another drink at the sideboard. Sitting at the desk, he sipped 30-year scotch and replayed what he knew of James Kirkpatrick, a coal country billionaire grown rough working in the mountains and coves of West Virginia. He liked to fight and hunt and make money, and because of that, Boyd actually liked the man. But that's not why he was here. Kirkpatrick was looking for the right place to park $200 million, and William Boyd wanted the account. That took work and convincing. They'd hunted buffalo in Africa, tiger on the subcontinent. They'd been drunk and shared secrets and chased girls fresh out of college. Now they were here. Boyd swirled liquor in the glass and did the math in his head. 2% management fee plus 20% of any profits. Definitely worth the risk. "Are you talking about me?" "Jesus, James." Boyd rode and let a smile touch his face. "How does someone as big as you get to be so damn quiet?" "That doesn't answer my question." Kirkpatrick crossed the room. He was 55 and stood 6'3", his shoulders heavy and broad, his hands scarred over wrists as wide as other men's ankles. Gray bristles covered his head and cheeks so that his eyes in the center seemed brighter than they otherwise might. Boyd waited until he sat, then went to the sideboard, poured another scotch, and handed it over. "I was talking about the hunt." "Are you worried?" "Not really." "What's his name again?" "Johnny Merrimon. We'll handle him." "The last time you took a client near Johnny Merrimon, he shot up your camp and damn near killed you." "It's worth the risk. Cheers." They clinked glasses, and Boyd sat. They were friends in a loose sense, but Kirkpatrick understood the dance. "How's the market?" "I don't follow the markets when I hunt. I have people for that." Kirkpatrick grunted because he felt the same way. Hire well, delegate. He waited a long minute, then spoke without actually looking at the giant deer head on the wall. So that's it? It is. 6 months, William, that's how long you've made me wait. Boyd shrugged. I only show it to a special few. May I? That's why we're here. Kirkpatrick put down his glass and they crossed the room, Kirkpatrick in front. He moved steadily, but Boyd sensed the disbelief. He'd brought 2 potential clients to this place. All of them had the same reaction. May I touch it? Gently, Boyd said. It's very old. The big hand reached out, fingers on coarse fur at the base of the animal's neck. All this time, I thought you were lying, exaggerating. His voice thickened. Jesus, I've never seen anything like this. Never heard of it. He turned finally. Your grandfather shot this here? It's a special place. Are there others like it? I thought you'd never ask. Boyd led Kirkpatrick through an arched doorway into a second room at the rear of the study. There was a bookshelf, 2 chairs, a leather sofa. Photographs and maps covered 2 walls. On a third hung the largest bear hide Kirkpatrick had ever seen. What in the name of God? I took that bear the same day the Merrimon kid shot up my camp. That's not possible. It's enormous. Boyd didn't share the rest of the story, that they'd actually killed 2 bear that day, and that the second hide hung proudly on a wall of his newest clients. Remarkable, isn't it? Remarkable? My God, man, this... Kirkpatrick spread his palms as if to capture some intangible thing. This is inexplicable. It's extraordinary. These animals... How do you explain it? I can't. Well, what about your grandfather? That's him. Boyd lifted a framed newspaper clipping from the wall and showed it to Kirkpatrick. The headline read, Lost Boy Returned to Mother. Beneath it was a photograph, and in it the boy was black-eyed and gaunt, with bandaged hands and dark splotches on his cheeks. Behind him, snow drifted against an unpainted shack. His mother, beside him, was unsmiling. Kirkpatrick pointed at the boy's face. Is that frostbite? They say it was the coldest winter in 100 years. And a deer? My grandfather was lost in the swamp for 3 days. When they found him, the deer was dead at his feet, the gun frozen to a tree beside him. Kirkpatrick tilted the picture, leaned closer. What happened to him? Boyd shrugged. He went hunting with 2 friends. The friends came home after a day and a night. My grandfather didn't. It took 100 people 2 days to find him. Tell me the story. Boyd smiled. The story is for clients. So it's like that. Boyd shrugged and did not apologize. My grandfather never spoke of what happened in the swamp. After they found him, he barely spoke at all, a word here or there, a little more when he finally married. From the bookshelf, Boyd removed a leather journal that was old and stained and battered. He took a chair and Kirkpatrick took the other. This is his journal. Written after the swamp? Yes. May I see it? I want a decision first. $200 million is a lot of money. Investments, hunting, the journal. Life matters, my friend, as do the people with whom we share it. Kirkpatrick studied Boyd's face, then the newspaper clipping. The frame was mahogany, the glass polished. There was something about the boy, the starkness of the old photograph. His hair is white. I know. Why? Something to do with what happened in the swamp. That's how it was when they found him. Kirkpatrick drummed his fingers, stared at the journal on the arm of Boyd's chair. How many others know the story? Other than me, you would be the third. The other 2? Clients now. You'd like them. Kirkpatrick rose from the chair and walked along the photographs that covered 2 walls. Old and faded, they showed the white-haired boy at different ages, a teenager, a young man. In one, he leaned on a plow behind a mule. In another, he stood beside a plain-faced girl in a flower-print dress. She was smiling, he wasn't. In all the pictures he remained thin and unhappy. He never filled out, the eyes never changed. The most recent photograph showed him in the uniform of an army private. A date scratched in the corner said the picture was taken in March of 1942. My grandfather died on Omaha Beach, never got off the sand. This was in his pocket when it happened. Boyd pressed a palm on the journal. He wrote about the swamp the night before they stormed the beach. It's almost as if he knew. What, that he would die? I think he wanted the story known, at least to his wife. The battlefield confession of a traumatized half-mute. Hardly the most convincing document. Yet the pages speak for themselves. Boyd placed the journal on a small table and Kirkpatrick stopped pacing. $200 million. It's a fair start. Kirkpatrick sat, and the stare between them held. Big men, big money. The outcome, though, had never been in doubt, not in this room, in this place, not with a dead man's journal blood-stained and closed tight on the table beside them. It better be a damn good story. Chapter 7. 1931. A Lord of the Forest. Like many boys in that bitter time, Randolph Boyd knew cold and hunger better than he should. The old folks blamed the economy or the Great War or what people still called the crash of '29, but none of that meant a thing to Randolph or his two best friends or any other country boys whose houses seemed emptier than most. Of course, there were plenty of boys without fathers, that was the thing about war, but it was harder for Randolph than it was for Charlie down the road, whose father won a medal before he died, or for Herbert, whose father took a bullet clean while fighting with the French at the Somme. Randolph's father came home alive, but it was still the war that killed him. A German bullet took half his face in October of 1918, 3 weeks before it all ended, and other fathers came home without their jaws shot off and hurt so deep in the marrow no kind of love could touch it. But that's how it was for Randolph's father. The pretty wife couldn't make a difference, nor could the parents, proud but wounded. Not even the son, too young and innocent to recognize the horror of his father's face, could smile bright enough to lift the shadows from those haunted eyes. According to Herbert, who'd heard it from his mother, the homecoming lasted 3 months before the rifle came out from under the bed that husband and wife tried so hard to use as it had once been used. But what woman could kiss a face like that? That had come from Herbert's mother, too, whispered in the dark of a sleepover when she thought the boys long since down for the night. Randolph was 9 when she'd said it, and even now, 5 years later, it hurt to think that the ultimate failing had belonged to his mother, an uncomplaining woman who'd chopped wood and carried ice until her face was as sunken as any warship torpedoed in that horrible war. Looking at her now, Randolph thought, she's only 31. But she looked half dead in the gray light by the cold stove, her hands bony and thin as she crinkled paper and fed kindling and tried to light a match without shaking. "Let me do it." Randolph took the matches and lit the paper. The old clock on the mantel said it was 4:55 in the morning. Outside, a hard snow ticked on the glass window. "I'll make breakfast for you before you go." His mother pushed herself up and clanked around in the empty cupboards. She'd said breakfast, but meant flour and lard and the last scrappings of bacon grease. "They'll be here any second," Randolph said. "Well, they're not here yet." She ignored the impatience etched on the boy's face, and he peered once more through the window before sitting at the small table set with 2 tined forks and scratched metal plates. His father's chair was long removed, so it was just 2 chairs now. Against his mother's was propped the same Springfield rifle his father had fought with in the war and used 12 years ago to take apart the rest of his skull. Randolph could shoot it better than most. He'd won competitions at the county fair and 2 years ago brought home a 30-pound turkey after outshooting the mayor himself. He'd handled the rifle since he was 7 and broke it down one more time to check the action. Metallic sounds rang in the kitchen, and the smell of gun oil rose. Working the bolt a final time, he fed in the last 5 bullets he owned and put the gun against the wall, looking at his mother as he did so. A year ago, she'd have told him to work on the rifle someplace else, but cold air and hunger weighed her down. She was starving, Randolph thought. They both were. "Here you go, son." She spooned mush onto the plate. "Eat it while it's hot." "You're not having any?" "Not really hungry." The smile that cracked her face was as worn and forced as anything Randolph had ever seen. He looked at her eyes instead. There was life there, and love. What sat on his plate was the last food in the house. "Eat a little bit," he said, "just so I don't worry." "Okay, baby, maybe a little." She sat beside him and they ate from the same plate. The mush was black in places, but that was the good part, the burnt grease. Leaving the last black bite on the plate, Randolph pushed it across the table. "I'm full," he said, and stood before she could argue. "Is it time?" she asked. "Don't you hear it?" "What?" "The squeak in Herbert's left boot." "You can really hear that?" "I don't." She stopped when she saw the smile on his face. "You're funning me." "Just a little." He lifted the rifle and kissed her cheek. "I'll meet them at the end of the drive. You eat that last bit." He pointed at the burnt mush and saw that she was crying. "I'll be fine," he said. "Herbert and Charlie will be with me. We have guns." "You know what they say about that place?" Her eyes glistened in the dim light, and in the silence behind her words, the snow ticked harder on the glass. "Those colored folks are nice enough, Mama. I don't think they'd hurt us." "I'm not talking about the colored folks, and you know it." "We need food." "I know we do, but do you have to hunt there?" She sat straighter, and some of the old steel showed. Randolph wanted to give her a better answer, but they both knew the truth. "County's hunted out," he said. "Even the rabbits are getting scarce, and you know what they say about rabbits." He thought the joke might lift another smile or that she'd scold him for teenage impertinence. But she was too hungry for that and too afraid. "It's not just us," he said. "We have to think of others, too." He meant Charlie and Herbert, old friends with families equally starved. It was the same across most of the county, joblessness and poverty, the bitter winter that refused to end. "People have gone lost in that swamp," she said. "Some have come back half mad and ruined, and those that weren't are still frightened of shadows and filled with crazy stories." "I know," he said, "but that won't be me." "Promise me you'll be careful." "I will." She took one of his hands in both of hers. Even with the fire and cooking, her skin was cold. "Stay clear of the coloreds," she said. "Watch for thin ice. Everything's frozen solid. There is no thin ice." He thought the logic would help, but fresh tears glittered in the seams of her face. "Charlie gets lost," she reminded him. "He gets turned around and confused, and Herbert can't shoot straight, so you stay behind him or well off to the side." "I know. I'll take care of them." "One more thing." She reached into an apron pocket and pressed a brass lighter into his hand. "It was your daddy's from the war, and I know he valued it." She smoothed her son's jacket, pulled it tight across his chest. "I filled it in town last week, thinking maybe it was time you have it. He was a good man, your father. But for the war and what it did to him, he'd have never left us like this. I want you to believe me when I say that. Can you do that for me? Can you trust me when I say it's true? That he was a good man?" Randolph studied the metal cylinder in his hand. It was newly polished but scratched and dented and old. He had vague memories of the lighter, or maybe they were memories of a dream he'd once had. Whatever the case, he could picture his father near the end, how he'd sit before the fire with the lighter in one hand and a knitted scarf drawn across the ruin of his face. He'd turn the lighter in long fingers and watch firelight in the metal. He'd prized it more likely than not. Randolph thought his mother was right about that. But whatever places those flickers took the old man, whatever memories they conjured, none of it stopped him from kneeling on a rock by the creek and blowing off the crown of his skull. In the yard, Randolph rolled his collar against the snow, then walked to the drive and looked back at the house. Small and unpainted, it was the same color as the snow and sludge, the old barn and frozen metal. Wind took smoke as it left the chimney, and Randolph raised a hand to his mother, who was small behind the frosted glass. She waved in return, and he watched her through the snow, feeling it settle on his shoulders, the brim of his hat. 2 months' wind had piled drifts against the house, and against the old car rusted solid. Randolph lifted his hand higher, then made for the road, knowing that if he lingered his mother would stay by the glass until the fire burned out and the kitchen went cold. Tucking his chin into a scarf, Randolph moved quietly through the snow. A pack rode his back, and in it was a tarp and blankets and sheets of waxed canvas to wrap chunks of meat and keep the blood from dripping. The rifle weighed on his left shoulder, muzzle down to keep out the snow. At the road's edge he looked back a final time, but the house had faded into the fuzz of winter, and that was just as well. Herbert and Charlie were waiting, and the picture was all kinds of wrong. "That's it?" Randolph said. "That's all you've got?" He pointed at Charlie, who was a small boy and easily offended. In his father's waxed jacket he looked even smaller, a quick-thinking but careless boy with a narrow face and dull brown eyes. "I can make it work," he said. "You know I can." "Give it to me." Randolph took the boy's rifle, looked it up and down, and handed it back in disgust. "It's the .22. You brought a pea shooter." "You don't think I know that? Geez." "Well, what are you planning to kill with it, a squirrel?" Charlie slung the rifle but didn't back down. "Dad sleeps with a carbine by his bed. You know how his eyes pop open at the slightest noise. He'll be mad enough I took his jacket and his canteen. If he'd caught me light-fingered on his favorite gun, he'd have belted me black and blue, and then where would you be?" The boy was right. Jax Carter was known for his temper and had once beaten a man half to death over a jostled coffee, and that was outside the Baptist church on a Sunday morning. The borrowed jacket would cause Charlie problems. The gun might have gotten him killed. "Besides," Charlie said, "look at this poor bastard." He pointed at Herbert, who carried a canteen, a near-empty pack, and nothing else. "What about it?" Randolph said. "Where's the 12-gauge?" Herbert stayed cool in the heat of Randolph's obvious frustration. Randolph was older, but they were the same size and dead even in a fight. Over the years they'd dusted up once or twice, but at the bottom of things were almost brothers. They'd been born 2 weeks apart in the same hospital, had the same steady hands and blue eyes and heavy-boned limbs. Randolph was stronger maybe, but Herbert was smarter, and everybody knew it. Teachers, parents. It was the way he studied the world, the calm voice and level gaze. "No shells," he said. "No point in bringing a gun with no shells." Randolph couldn't argue with that. Shotgun shells were scarce as money, and those who had extra traded them like gold coins. He'd seen one shell buy wool mittens, a tub of butter, and a pair of used spectacles. Without shells you couldn't hunt, and without hunting it was hard to eat. Randolph himself was down to 5 cartridges for the Springfield, and after they were used up he didn't know what he'd do. At night he prayed for springtime and summer crops and some kind of job. He could write and do his numbers and was as strong as any grown man in 20 miles, but jobs were like shotgun shells and rabbits and candy bars. Charlie stomped his feet in the snow. "Are we really doing this?" Randolph glanced at the house, hoping that his mother was too far away to see the .22, the missing scattergun. She would worry if she saw, but it was too late to call anything off. He raised his shoulders, spoke plain. "Everything else is hunted bear." That may be true, but Willis Dredd and his son still went missing in that damn swamp. There's still those boys sitting in the windows at the crazy house and drooling down their shirts." Randolph understood everything Charlie said. People had gone missing, yes, and people came back changed. In town, they talked about the colored folks and the deep pools and the mud like quicksand. Slaves had been hanged in those woods 80 years back, and there were some who thought angry spirits haunted the swamp from one side of it to the other. Why else did Willis Dredd and his boy go missing? Why else did the Miller boys go in for 5 days, then come out speechless and drooling? Everybody had a theory, but the truth was that nobody knew the truth at all. Maybe there were deer in the swamp, and maybe not. Maybe Willis Dredd killed himself in despair and took his son with him. Maybe those Miller boys were already crazy and just looking for an excuse to show the world. Randolph had thought about it long and hard and found those explanations as likely as any others. People were superstitious and stupid. Besides, there was a simpler truth. "My mother's liable to be dead in another month, and Herbert's folks are the same. How about you, Charlie? How's your mama? Fat and happy feasting on ham biscuits?" The stare held, then broke in Randolph's favor. He rolled his shoulders, adjusted the rifle. "We don't have a choice, not one of us." The walk out seemed farther in the snow. It dragged at their feet, muffled sound. Fence lines were barely visible, as were the last 3 houses, as dim and gray as the one they'd left behind. All 3 boys lived in the northern neck of the county, on the final bit of decent dirt before the road ended and the swamp spread out to push against the distant hills. It was the poor part of the county, and only those who lived in it understood the reasons for any kind of pride. To folks in town, they were hard scrabble and ignorant. The coloreds, the poor whites, it was all the same to those who had fathers and cars and warm houses. Randolph understood his place in the scheme of things, but like others brought by choice or circumstance to the northern wilds of Raven County, he took pride in his place and in the people who shared it. They were rough and uncomplaining and considered the town folk soft, what with their electricity and ice boxes and store-bought meat. If jealousy informed part of Randolph's character, he chose to ignore it. He had friends, his mother. Besides, people in town were hungry too. That was the great equalizer. This terrible thing. Whatever it was that ruined the whole damn country. That brutal truth was hard to miss even so far out. Great fortunes had failed. Men in northern cities had leapt from high windows. For a long time it was just talk, but after that came misery, as if waves had rolled out from New York and drowned all the good in the land. Money disappeared, storefronts closed, a few in town remained flush, but lines were blurring, and to Randolph, that was fine. Let them sleep in the frost and wake to burnt mush. For a moment the emotion warmed him, and he realized that, yeah, maybe he was jealous. He was only 14, but had lost 2 adult teeth, scurvy they called it, which was a fancy word for starving. The thought weighed him down for long minutes, but faded when they reached the end of the road. Ahead was the track that led to Hush Arbor, where freed slaves and their descendants had lived since 1853. Randolph had seen it once when his mother went there to trade needles and thread for honey and extra seeds. Those who lived there spoke in a way that was hard to understand. They lived in a cluster of unpainted shacks, but had gardens, a church, a smokehouse. They'd been open enough, but those were better days, the time before. Trust was rare now, and lately, on the few times he'd seen coloreds on the road or in the woods that bordered the swamp, they'd stayed distant and watched with lowered lids. Randolph understood that, too. Take care of your own, stay tight. He felt it now with Charlie and Herbert. "How shall we do this?" Charlie asked the question on each boy's mind. The track led to Hush Arbor, and no one who lived there would take kindly to white boys hunting the swamp. To the east was the river. They could turn right, cut through 2 miles of woods, and follow it north. Eventually, though, it would turn back to Hush Arbor. Randolph looked that way, then turned left. To the west lay the ruins of the Merrimon plantation. The house had burned in 1854, but the foundation stones were plain. as was the well, the fallen barn, the shadowed outlines where slave quarters had once stood. It was the longer route into the deep swamp, but when Randolph started walking, the other boys fell in beside him. Another mile took them past the ruins, and Randolph led them through fields to the wood's edge, then north. They followed the tree line for another 3 miles, and when the last hill trended down, Randolph felt hard, slick ice beneath the snow. It was the low ground, the bitter edge of the swamp that covered more than 50 square miles. Beyond it and east was the river and more open ground. To the north was nothing but forest and stone and wind. "I'm freezing." Randolph looked left and frowned. There was a whine in Charlie's voice that put his teeth on edge. "It's winter," Randolph said. "Winter is cold." "No, man, it's more than that. Just looking in there is making my balls pull up." He meant the place where forest met swamp, and the boys stared long into it. The trees were bare and gray, the snow between them drifted so that ice in places made dull black streaks on the forest floor. This was the edge of the swamp, and still civilized. Farther in, the brush thickened until at times it made solid walls of thorn and vine. In warmer months, the firm ground disappeared, the mud and still water forming a maze so twisted most any man alive could get lost. The boys had poked their heads in over the years, a little fishing, plinking at squirrels. Those had been brief flirtations, a dance around the edge, and the swamp had danced back. They'd seen bobcats and coral snakes, a bear once glimpsed through the brambles. That had been the purpose, the whole point, but this felt different. They weren't here for the thrills or escape. They were as desperate as boys could be, the swamp so vast, stark, and empty it made each of them feel small by comparison. Randolph studied each boy's face in turn. Charlie was clearly frightened, all his normal bluster scrubbed away as he shifted foot to foot and used a crusted glove to wipe his running nose. Herbert looked steady, his gaze resolved if not filled with the usual faith. "Herbert?" Randolph put the question to his friend because he didn't want to be the only one responsible. Snow was falling more heavily, the temperature dropping as they stood. After 3 hours walking, they were already half frozen, and Randolph knew it could get worse. Wind was picking up, and the swamp loomed like a bad story. Randolph thought of missing men, and boys struck dumb, a weight of question suddenly real. But if Herbert felt the same sense of reckoning, he declined to show anything but the easy smile for which he was known. He tilted his face to the snow and let it land on his cheeks. "Fine day for a walk," he said, and that was it. Randolph nodded once and stepped under the trees. A moment later, his friends followed. By 2 o'clock, worry wrapped them like a frozen blanket. They'd found no life, no signs of life. Other than the wind and the sound of their own steps, the swamp was as quiet as a grave. "It's not natural." Charlie said the same thing for the 5th time. "We should have seen something by now." His words sank into the snow and nobody answered. By Randolph's best guess, they were 3 miles into the swamp, maybe 7 miles from home as the crow flew. They'd covered more ground than that, though, crisscrossing north and south, bending through the silent swamp in search of a sign. They should have seen something by then. Charlie was right. Even in the hunted-out parts of the county, they'd have seen some sort of tracks or droppings. "There's not a goddamn thing. Button it, Charlie." But staying quiet was not Charlie's strong suit. Every few minutes the words came tripping out. "Mother, shit, not a damn thing." Randolph didn't worry until the words actually stopped. 10 minutes into the silence, he finally looked back. "Where's Charlie?" Herbert stood still 2 feet away. Behind them, trees closed as if to shut out the light, and only then did Randolph realize how late it was. Almost dark. How did he miss it? "Herbert!" A glaze covered Herbert's eyes. His lips were blue and parted. Ice hung from bits of hair where they showed beneath his hat. Randolph squeezed his arm, but Herbert only blinked. Jesus, Stay here. Don't move, I mean it." Randolph looked back after 20 feet, unwilling to admit the unease he suddenly felt. Charlie was missing. Herbert wasn't right. On top of that, the gray light was thickening to blue. It should be 4 o'clock tops, but this felt like 6, like light remained only because the snow held it. "Charlie!" He called out as he followed their tracks back through the snow. Nothing looked familiar. The trees were broader and denser and blacker. Snow had filled their tracks, though not completely, and the prints were black too. There was no sound but his breath and the hush of snow. He found Charlie after a quarter mile. He stood beneath a leaning oak, both arms at his sides and his mouth hanging slack. Snow mounded his shoulders and hat, and like Herbert, he was staring at nothing. "Charlie, Jesus!" Randolph stopped beside his friend, but Charlie only blinked. Randolph followed the stare, saw trees and shadows and falling snow. His rifle was frozen against a log at his feet. Randolph bent to break it free and felt cold steel through his gloves. "What are you doing, man? Come on." His friend blinked as if he'd been lost in some far place. His voice came small. "I'm dying." "No, you're not." "I'm freezing, Randolph. I can't feel my legs." Charlie's speech was slow and slurred. Randolph guessed it's 'cause his lips were frozen too. He pushed the rifle at his friend's chest. "Just stay close, all right? I'll take care of you." "I really can't move." "Yes, you can. Come on." Randolph dragged his friend into motion. He stumbled at first, but Randolph caught him, and after that he seemed better. He was talking to himself again, the lips as blue as ice, but moving. Randolph stayed close as they trudged along the broken trail. Charlie fell twice, and when he got up, ran a frozen glove across his eyes. It was almost full night when they reached Herbert, who was sitting in the snow with his back against a tree. "Get up, you'll freeze." Herbert didn't move. Charlie settled to his knees 5 feet away. Shit. Randolph knew nothing for sure except they'd all freeze if he didn't get a fire going. He'd planned to do it an hour before sunset, get the tarp up, build the fire. In 5 minutes, it'd be too dark to see his hands in front of his face. 2 hours. That's what he'd lost. "Stay here, the both of you." Working fast, Randolph gathered as much dead wood as he could find. It was slick with snow, but not rotten. Birch trees grew thick in the swamp, and he stripped off bark and sheets, piling it by his pack and covering it as he crashed through the brush and picked up more wood. He didn't need much at first, just enough to get it started, enough to see. Kicking at snow, he drove his boot down to bare earth and scraped an area large enough for a fire. Neither friend looked at him or offered to help. Charlie was shaking where he sat. Randolph fumbled at his pocket, but his fingers were thick and slow. The glove came off in his teeth, and he tried again, working heavy buttons until he got the pocket open. Inside were matches and a fire starter he'd made from wood shavings, kerosene, and candle scrapings. A ball the size of a peach, it lit quickly and burned hot with lots of black smoke and spurts of blue. Randolph fed bark into the flames, then added twigs and bits of thicker wood. The wood sizzled and spit, but eventually dried enough to burn well. He added more, cupping his hands over the heat. When the fire was strong enough, he strung the tarp from tree trunks, giving them a space out of the falling snow. That done, he scraped away more snow, put down blankets, and got his friends closer to the flames. They could barely move, neither spoke. "I'll be right back." Leaving the warmth, Randolph pushed into the gloom and gathered more wood. It took a long time, but he wanted a big fire and needed enough wood to last the night. When it was done, he could barely move. The mercury was still falling, 10 degrees, he guessed, maybe less. Please, no wind. That part worked in his favor. Snow fell heavily, but straight down. Clumps of it dropped from the tarp and high branches, landing like whispers in the darkness around them. Randolph pushed close to the fire, holding out his hands and watching his friends in the dancing light. They looked better, with color in their lips and eyes that weren't so blank and staring. It was Herbert who spoke first. "That was strange." "What?" Randolph wanted more, but Herbert shook his head. Charlie glanced up but looked away fast. He pulled off his gloves and stretched his fingers toward the fire. "Charlie?" "I'm freezing is all, and that's all I know." There was a lie in there somewhere. Randolph heard it in his voice, saw it in the flick of his eyes. "That's it? That's all you've got?" Herbert said, "The cold, I guess." And Charlie agreed too fast. "Yeah," he said, "the cold." Randolph stared out past the fire. Full dark had come to the swamp, and he thought about how close it had been. They could have been caught out, separated, and lost. He'd spent 100 nights in the woods, 100 nights in all kinds of seasons. Randolph Boyd didn't get caught out, neither did Herbert or Charlie. Did we really lose 2 hours? "Anybody hungry?" Herbert asked the question, and Randolph saw Charlie start. Everyone was hungry, and Randolph knew that every pack was as empty as his. Blankets and waxed canvas, he'd checked. They'd hoped to be eating venison by now, with grease on their faces and every belly full. "Don't joke, okay? I've seen inside of your pack." Herbert reached inside his jacket and removed a sheath of jerky wrapped in weeks-old butcher paper. "From my mom," he said, "the last of it." Randolph's mouth flooded with saliva. He'd not had meat in 3 weeks. "Are you sure?" Herbert took a piece of jerky and passed the package. There was not much, but it was hard and salted, and it was meat. The boys ate in silence. Blankets steamed as frozen earth melted beneath them. "Tomorrow," Charlie said. "We'll kill something tomorrow." No one had the will to reply. Snowfall thickened beyond the fire. The morning broke cold but clear, and Randolph was up before anyone else. He stood by the fire and watched light filter through the trees. Best he could tell, they were on a spit of land with frozen swamp on 3 sides. There was a feeling of emptiness beyond the trees, a quiet and simple vastness. Snow had fallen most of the night, and it lay deeply around the camp. Randolph added wood to the fire, then wrapped a blanket around his shoulders and threaded between the trees until he reached the edge of a great, flat plain that he knew was frozen water buried beneath the snow. Pools of deep water dotted the swamp in places, and this was one of them. A half-mile at its widest, with snow shaded at the far edge and a cool pale yellow where the early sun touched it. He looked for tracks in the light, but the skin of snow was unbroken. It was so still he heard air in his throat, so cold the breath plumed. When he woke his friends, no one spoke of lost time or hard questions. The jerky was gone, and it was a long day, and they were already hungry. Packing the camp in silence, Randolph kicked snow on the fire and checked the rifle from long habit. Everyone understood the same truth. They had to find meat today. Otherwise, they'd starve or freeze or go home empty-handed. "Ready?" Herbert nodded, and the boys fell into the same order as before. Randolph in front, then Herbert, then Charlie. That meant Randolph had to work the hardest. Snow rose to his thighs, and breaking the trail was exhausting work. The swamp was his idea, though, and his plan. He led them due east because the heart of the swamp was in that direction. "What about the Fremantles?" Charlie asked. Randolph said nothing. He was breathing too hard. "Come on, man, what about the Coloreds?" "I figure we're north by 2 miles, and still a good ways west." Randolph gestured vaguely. "If we don't see anything by noon, we'll head farther north. Either way, we'll stay clear." "That makes for a long trip home," Herbert said. "There's food here somewhere, there has to be." They stopped at the edge of the same flat plain. "You sure it's frozen?" Charlie asked. "It's frozen." "How can you know?" It was a stupid question, so Randolph studied the boy who'd asked it. Charlie looked sunken in his father's coat. His cheekbones were blades under the skin, his lips drawn back as he shook in the cold. Beside him, Herbert looked just as drawn and pale and frightened. "Anybody who wants to turn back, now's the time." Each boy kept his eyes down, and no one mentioned the day before, how they'd lost each other in the gloom and damn near frozen. But it was with them all the same, the knowing of it, the feeling of wrong. "Charlie?" Charlie shook his head. "Herbert? Talking won't put meat on the table." "So we hunt," Randolph said. "We get it done." The moment held, but no one said another word, and when Randolph started walking, the other boys did too. They moved across the frozen pool and into the woods. An hour later, Charlie was muttering to himself again. "Nothing. A whole bunch of goddamn nothing." By mid-morning, it looked like Charlie was right. Randolph stumbled again and knew it was the hunger. Herbert asked, "How far have we gone?" 3 miles, maybe 4. But it was hard to know. Every step was a battle. The sun was high, but the temperature hovered in single digits. The snow seemed deeper. Randolph couldn't feel his feet. "Let me lead." Herbert had offered before. This time, Randolph led him, and though it was agreed, no one moved. The boys bent at the waist. Charlie hung on Herbert's shoulder. "Just take a minute. Everybody take a minute." Charlie nodded and tried to drink. The water in his canteen was frozen solid. "Well, shit." "A few more hours," Randolph said. "We'll find something." Charlie nodded again, but around them the stillness was aching in its perfection. "East," Randolph pointed. "We'll go another mile, then make the turn north." He motioned, and they fell into the new order, Herbert breaking trail, Randolph at the rear. The day got colder. Nothing moved. 100 yards later, Charlie said, "Do you feel it?" The words were light, a scrape. "That weight? Do you feel it?" "It's nothing," Randolph said, but he felt it too. It had been building all day, slow at first, and now unmistakable. Everything was heavy, the sunlight, the air. They pushed through a deeper drift and moved beneath a wall of trees. A half-mile later, the day was only heavier. Herbert stumbled and fell. He was slow to rise. The other boys helped him. "It's okay," he said. "I'm okay." But his skin was powder blue, his eyes half closed where tears had spilled out and frozen. They needed food and a fire. "Does this look right to you?" His breath rattled as he straightened and tilted his head to better see with the half-shut eyes. Randolph didn't get it, but then he did. All around them, trees rose, barren and bent. Not one cast a shadow. Charlie said, "What the—" "Hush for a minute." "Don't hush me, Randolph. Jesus Christ, what the hell, man?" His mouth opened again, but Randolph spoke over him. "Just walk, Charlie, all right? Come on. One step at a time, keep your eyes open." They pushed on, but every boy felt the difference. There was malice in the air, a sense of movement glimpsed and then gone. Randolph saw it like a haze at the corner of his eye, a gray flicker. But every time he snapped his head right or left, there was nothing but wood and snow and blinding light. They stumbled on, driving through deep snow until sweat sheeted and froze and sheeted again. Charlie talked all the time now, the words too quiet to hear anything but the pace of them. Fast, unceasing. He was falling like the rest of them, almost running at times. Randolph knew they should slow, that exhaustion would take them, but nameless fear drove them to harder effort. Herbert pushed through another drift. They dropped into a gully, clambered up the other side, and all the while it paced them, this thing, this awareness. Randolph wasn't the only one who sensed it. Herbert's head was snapping left and right, Charlie's too, and every minute they seemed to move faster, breathe harder. They broke from the trees and found a windswept clearing, an island in the distance. The snow was shallow on the ice, and in unspoken accord all three boys broke into a run, holding each other as they stumbled. They felt the same thing. Randolph knew it. Something was out there, and it wanted them gone. "There," Herbert said. "Trees." No one argued when he angled for the closest cover. They were naked on the ice, wind-blind in a sudden gust. In the trees, Randolph took the lead. He bent away from the lake, beating through vines and brambles and scrub. He wandered away from the pressure, followed the path of least resistance, a gap here, a low place there. He slid into the shelter of a giant spruce, but pushed out the other side just as fast. It was out there, it was coming. Panic was a nail in his heart. He felt the pressure, the pain. He fell against a tree and took skin from his face. No one slowed, no one broke ranks. Single file, they ran through the woods and snow until suddenly Randolph stopped at a broken trail. Footprints. More than a single set. Randolph made the decision on his own, turning left to follow the tracks. Whatever made them was human, and that meant help, maybe, and maybe food. The path was easier, and pressure lifted when he turned onto it. They moved more quickly, fell less. Randolph led his friends between trees and over frozen creeks. At a small clearing, he drew up fast and hard. His heart was in his throat. He felt sick. Herbert and Charlie stumbled to a halt beside him and stared at the same impossible sight. A dead fire, an old campsite. Charlie said, "Is that?" He never finished, didn't need to. The truth was plain enough. It was their fire, their campsite. But how? They'd walked due east for miles. The campsite should be behind them, hours back, lost. It's not possible. Charlie was shaking in the big coat, his skin as translucent gray as the frozen sweat that hung in his hair. Randolph? He wanted an explanation. Randolph didn't have it. Tell me how this is possible. When Randolph showed his eyes just as frightened and lost, Charlie shook his head twice, then threw up a gush of thin bile. "No," he said, "this is not possible." But somehow it was. A straight line had become a circle. They spent the rest of the day huddled around a fire so large it raged. Words were few, and when they came, they died awkwardly and quick. No boy wanted to confront the horror of his own fears. Charlie's stomach continued to clench, though nothing remained to purge. Herbert stared unceasing at the fire. His lips moved in silence, and the shapes they made formed the name of his mother, over and over, a prayer or an apology. Randolph didn't know. He played the day in his mind, the walk out, the sun on his face. It seemed innocent at first. They were friends. There was hope. When did it get so god-awful, seriously scary? Randolph risked a glance at his friends across the fire. Charlie lay huddled on his side, his knees drawn up beneath the blanket. He was shaking, every muscle bound tight. Herbert stared into the fire, his eyes as restless as his lips. They were terrified, all of them. The only real conversation had been an argument. Herbert and Charlie had wanted to leave immediately, to turn back to the trail and follow it all the way home. To what, Randolph had argued, a starving family, a slow death? Better than dying here, they'd said, better than freezing. What no one mentioned was the one truth they could not ignore. They were frozen half to death. No one had the strength. That alone had tipped the argument in Randolph's favor. They would warm themselves and then decide. It was 4:00 when Herbert finally spoke aloud. "I'm sorry, Randolph. I'm not staying here." Charlie struggled up, already nodding. "Amen, brother. Let's get the hell out. Come with us, Randolph." Randolph said nothing. "Please, man, please don't make me beg." Randolph pictured his mother in a cold kitchen. She stood at the window watching a frozen yard. Behind her, every cupboard was bare. "Go ahead," he told them. "I can't." "Don't be a hero, man." Herbert leaned closer, his elbows on his knees. "You felt it out there, same as us. You feel it out there now." "I don't know what I feel." "That's a lie," Charlie said. "You were as white-faced and shit-scared as the rest of us. Whatever that thing is, it's real." What thing? I don't see anything. Lie to yourself, then, that's fine, but people die here. They die or disappear or go insane. It's not a story anymore, it's real. The Dreads, the Miller boys. You won't get out before dark. Close enough. Herbert rose and tossed a blanket over his shoulders. Anything is better than this. Charlie, you coming? Damn straight. Randolph watched them go and felt as if his courage were a string that trailed behind them, a line dragged through the snow and drawn, frozen from his chest. Each step they took pulled out heat and heart, so that by the time they reached the trail's first bend, Randolph wanted to run, calling behind them. But he could not move at all. He watched his friends pause where a sour gum pushed against the trail and turned it south. Charlie raised a gloved hand that glinted with ice and frozen snot, and for an instant there was communion between them, a look from Charlie that said, "Careful, brother, we love you." At that moment, Randolph wanted more than ever to rise and follow, to make them understand or somehow make them stay. He felt it clearly now, this risk of going separate ways. It was adrenaline and pure terror, a need deep inside to shout and say, "Yes, I feel it, and yes, it's real." Because whatever the force that tracked them, it gathered unseen in the gloom beneath the trees. It watched and was torn. Follow the two or stay with the one. Hate and indecision filled the air like a keening barely heard, but it penetrated deep and sharp so that Randolph covered his ears and opened his mouth as if to relieve the pressure. He was frozen, terrified, dying. He tried to call out, but the icy glove fell and his friends at last turned south. It was terrible, that hollowness, and for an instant Randolph was simply bereft. But pressure mounted by the second, pain in his head, a piercing. Randolph rolled into a ball and covered his ears. Embers popped in the fire. A coal landed in the snow and sizzled. He was almost in the fire, but it was cold, so cold. Randolph thought he was keening, too, but knew nothing for sure. Pressure mounted, a wail in his mind as knife-like as wind through a mountain pass. He wanted to die, and that was real. The weight, the utter dread. He kicked out, thrashed in the snow. And like that, everything broke. The keening ceased, his head cleared. Randolph clawed to his knees and under the damp wool and heavy coat was shaking like a beaten child. Breath was glass in his throat, no strength. His head hung, and he stared at empty woods. No Charlie or Herbert. Nothing. Randolph blinked, and in dull pain a thought came, unbidden, that whatever moved between the trees had made its choice, and the choice was to follow Randolph's friends. Herbert felt it come at the same moment as Charlie. He stumbled once, looked back, and saw wild fear all over Charlie's face. "Just go, man, go!" Charlie flung out an arm as he shouted, and Herbert needed no urging. Fear was a wind at his back, and everything was as clear as water. Footprints and black branches, striations in the bark as he crashed between the trees. "Come on, man." Herbert risked a glance and saw the same gray flicker. It paced them from behind and to the right. It was a blur, a trick of light. They were a half-mile from the fire, hours from the edge of the swamp. They fell into a creek bed, slipped on ice and frozen mud. "Do you see it?" "I don't need to see it." "What about Randolph?" Randolph made his choice. "Come on." Herbert hauled Charlie up the bank and dragged him through the snow. 5 minutes became 10, then 15. "It's following us." "Not following," Charlie gasped out the words. "Herding." He was right, and Herbert knew it. Whatever it was, it kept them on the trail and moving fast. If they slowed, the pressure mounted. If they drifted, it turned them right or left. After an hour, Charlie said, "I have to stop, I can't." "Yes, you can." But he couldn't, not for long. He fell a dozen times as the day died and purple light bled from the trees. Herbert dragged him and then carried him 50 yards, another mile. He fell himself, and the wail that rose on still air robbed the last of his warmth. "What do you want? What?" he shouted. "Tell me what?" He was bawling and screaming, firing blindly with the .22 until the hammer dropped on an empty chamber. Then he was up, and Charlie was on his shoulders, as loose and lifeless as a murdered dog. Herbert pushed harder, and the light faded. He didn't want to be in the swamp, not in the cold and black, not at night. But daylight ended, and stars appeared. He could have dropped his friend, he thought about it, but in the end, he didn't slow. He struck trees and bloodied his face, stumbled on long frozen feet. And all the while Charlie was muttering, "It's coming, man, it's coming." "Shut up." "I think I see it." If he did or not, they never knew for sure. Herbert blasted through a tangle of vine and found open land beneath a prickling of stars. They were out. They'd made it. He managed 100 feet, then dropped to his knees as a final sound welled from the swamp behind them. Not words, he thought, and nothing kind, but it was familiar, like a knife was familiar. Laughter, Herbert thought. Whatever it is, it's laughing. Randolph didn't move for 30 minutes, thinking that if he did, it might sense him and return. Cowardice shamed him, but it was the hunger that made him stir. On his feet he felt dizzy and near hallucinatory. The sun was less dim and the day not so bitter. Shadows stretched where none had been before. Turning at a sound, he saw a rabbit as white as the snow and less fearful than any he'd ever seen. It rose on hind legs, sniffing, and Randolph was so stunned by the sight he could only stare, thinking, "Life! There is life here after all." By the time he remembered the rifle at his feet, the rabbit had returned to all fours and disappeared under a thicket. Even then, Randolph didn't move. Birds flitted in the trees, and all around him were the tracks of deer and fox and smaller things. Some of the tracks were fresh and others half filled with snow. The effect on Randolph was a weakness beyond that of emptiness and aching ribs. Leaving the fire, he stumbled along the freshest tracks, deer, he thought, and recent. He touched a print, and it collapsed at the edges. Above him, a squirrel chittered, and Randolph felt superstitious dread so sudden and intense he shook even harder. Did some dark magic make this life appear? Or had something darker concealed it? In the end, he didn't care, and that, too, was because of the hunger. It drove him a mile, and then another, and he scraped at his eyes as if cobwebs covered them. Even then, blackness pushed in from the edges. He saw his mother in the kitchen, his father by the fire with half his face shot off. For a long time he felt the fire and was warm, but his father stared, and the light in those eyes was as unforgiving as iron on a winter's night. "Why do you live?" they seemed to say. "Why are you whole when I am this ruined thing?" Randolph wanted to argue, but ice filled his mouth, and his father receded into a long, grim hall, growing smaller until the hall collapsed into a fuzz of white and gray and dull orange light. Randolph blinked, but the fuzz remained. He blinked again and realized he was face down in a drift, that his mouth was full of snow, and that one eye was frozen shut. How long? The sun was a bulge beyond the trees, and somewhere he'd lost a glove, so that skin peeled from his fingers when he pulled the rifle free. He cried as it happened, and snow gusted from the drift, hard pellets against his face. Cradling the ruined hand, Randolph dragged himself to a clearing where a stream spilled from a stone face, and had long ago frozen into a waterfall of dull crystal. It showed dimly in the gloaming, and at the high place from which it descended stood the most splendid animal Randolph had ever seen. Its coat shone, and its antlers rose magnificent. It stood in profile, and from a single eye looked down with what the boy would swear to be patience. For even as Randolph leveled the rifle with his raw left hand and tried to find the trigger with the numb fingers of his right, the deer stood with the same steadiness Randolph sought at the bottom of a shooter's breath. and when the final instant came, the boy trembling, the deer pinned on iron sights, the animal's brown eye rolled up and closed, and Randolph squeezed the trigger. The deer fell where it stood. It folded at the knees, rolled sideways, and tumbled down the wall of ice. For an instant a leg twitched, and then it was dead. Randolph slogged to its side, amazed, but there was no time to wonder at the size of it. Night was falling. He couldn't feel his hands or feet. Fumbling out a knife, Randolph unzipped the animal's stomach and warmed his hands in its guts until his fingers would bend enough to pull the offal out. Everything inside the cavity was massive, too. Stomach, intestines, a heart the size of his head. With the carcass stripped, he cut a chunk from the liver and ate it raw. Blood smeared his face and ran onto his clothes, but it didn't matter. The meat was hot and salty with blood, and by the time the madness of his hunger passed, it was full dark. Randolph built a fire and made it large. There was movement in the forest, and it frightened him. Eyes caught the light and threw it back. They moved, circling, then winked out at once, and in their absence, a pressure grew. No, no, no. Randolph seized the rifle, pressed his back against the still warm carcass. He was not alone in the clearing. Not even close. Chapter 8. By the time William Boyd finished the story, his guest was sitting fully erect with both hands on his knees and the drink untouched beside him. He was a restless man, and Boyd found the stillness gratifying, a hunter's stillness. "That can't be true," Kirkpatrick said. "I filled in some color, yes, but otherwise relayed the story as it's written." "What about the rest of it? What about the end?" "See for yourself." Boyd handed over the journal, and Kirkpatrick riffled the pages, moving quickly to the back. He spread the leather covers, ran his fingers down the spine. "Pages have been removed." "Torn out," Boyd said, "some time before the journal came into my possession." Kirkpatrick inspected the journal more closely. The handwriting was crude, the pages rippled and stained. Randolph Boyd's name was inscribed inside the front cover along with the words June 5, 1944, 29th Infantry Division at sea. "Fiction," he said, "drunken ramblings." His friends were known to tell a similar story. No one believed them, of course. "Because they were children and frightened and half-starved." "Yet some things remain incontrovertible," Boyd said. "My grandfather was found, white-haired, beside a frozen stream. The deer in all its glory was dead beside him. Those are facts, my friend, and undeniable." Boyd gestured through the arched door, and both men walked to stand beneath the dusty remains of the once magnificent creature. The eyes were glass, but the remainder was as it must have been on that frozen day in 1931. The dense coat and massive neck, the antlers thick as a man's arm and 6 feet from tip to tip. Boyd gave his guest time because he knew exactly what the big man was feeling: excitement and distrust, but above all, the need to discover and see and hopefully kill something equally grand. In the end, he had no choice but to accept. "Tomorrow, then?" "Not quite," Boyd said. "There are papers to sign, funds to wire. You may want to consult with your lawyers. But after that, we hunt." "The day after tomorrow, yes." Boyd offered his guest the untouched drink. "Bright and early, we hunt." Chapter 9. After his meeting with Leslie, Johnny spent the rest of the day alone. He gathered more wood, did some work on the cabin, and went to bed with little appetite. From the top of the tree he watched the heavens open like a flower. The moon settled, disappeared, and the stars emerged in infinite glory. He watched them long enough to feel the earth spin, and when he closed his eyes it was all about the sound of wind. It moved over stone and through the trees, licked off the water and carried its smell. This was the hush, and it was his, and he didn't worry about the how of it or the why. He felt it like tissue and bone, like blood in his veins. Drift long enough and it was hard to tell where he ended and the hush began. If there was a price, it came in dreams. The first time Johnny woke, the dream followed him up, and it was the same dream he'd had 100 times. He was on horseback beneath a tree, and a fire burned in the darkness beyond the branches. The ground was bare dirt, beaten flat. The other white men were gone. Only the slaves remained, and they wept beneath men who swung dead at the end of thick ropes, their bodies beaten and cut and mud-stained and bloody. From his place on the horse, Johnny watched the women and children, the men ashamed of their fear. He felt the heat of all those hot, slick bodies, 97 slaves, and when they looked at the girl, their fear was so keen it rose to religious awe. She was tiny, the girl, 17 or 18, black-skinned and fierce and less than 100 pounds. She spread her arms, and the slaves stumbled left and right, crowding at last beneath the dead men at the branch from which they hung. For long seconds she stared them down, the fire orange on her skin, the black eyes unforgiving. She spread her arms as if to hold the moment, then turned at last to Johnny and grinned as if she owned him too. Her hands and face were bloody. So was the knife in her hand. The dream had come slowly at first, then more often. The same men on the same ropes, the fierceness and fear and the small dark feet. What disturbed Johnny most was how vividly he saw the tree. Slaves had died there. That was real. When Johnny slept again, it was in the last black hours before the dawn. He woke later to a still dark forest and an edge of sun. He wanted to visit the old settlement, see the ancient tree. It rose from the same earth, and though it was lightning-struck and half-broken, the hanging branch still stretched over dirt where nothing green ever grew. When Johnny dreamed of it, it was often like this. He woke thinking, maybe if he touched the tree, the bare earth, or if he knelt by the small stones where the hanged slaves had been buried in that brutal, hot summer of 1853. He had so many questions. Leaving the hammock, Johnny bathed in a creek and then put on clean clothes and ate breakfast. At the old settlement, he stopped in the clearing because that's where the sense of Hush Arbor lingered most. He'd counted the shacks once, finding the ruins of 18. Beyond the last of them, the clearing pinched out and a trail led to a cemetery and a second clearing deep in the trees. The wall around it was old stone, and beyond it were 45 markers. Johnny opened the gate and went again to the hanging tree that grew in a rear corner. Its trunk was black and gnarled, its thickest limbs larger than most other trees. Lightning strikes had stripped bark and killed parts of it, but the hanging branch still spread above 3 poor stones, and earth so devoid of life it looked swept. How many times had Johnny stood there? How many times had he dreamed? Closing his eyes, he saw dead men and flames and a bloody knife. He could feel the terror of the crowd. But who would fear a child? Kneeling by the stones, Johnny spread his fingers and felt a dead spot in the land that wasn't right. Sap rose in the trees, and he felt it. Same with the birds and beetles, the crawling vines and the flowers that followed the sun. But there was nothing beneath the tree to feel. The stones were small and unmarked. The dirt was simply dirt. Brushing off his knees, Johnny looked up at streaks of bare white wood. He told himself it was just a tree, just an old, half-dead, giant, scary-looking tree. But even on bright days, he didn't believe it. The dream was too real to be a dream. It was too personal, too hot. Turning away, Johnny backtracked through the cut and into the clearing. He passed a barn and a shed, then went inside the old church. It was easy to forget that people had lived here, and Johnny wondered if they'd felt what he felt, or if the gift was uniquely his. "You shouldn't be in here." Johnny turned disbelieving. A woman stood in the open door, and sunlight haloed the shape of her. It took a moment to find his voice. "I own this place." "Not really," she said, "and only for now." She was young and slender, his age maybe, dressed in jeans, a t-shirt, and boots. She stepped out of the sun, and Johnny knew her. He felt the sudden resentment. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "I come all the time." "I would know if you did." She shrugged, and the weight of her silence struck Johnny like a fist. He'd not sensed her presence until she spoke, not the sound of her, not the feel. "Do you know who I am?" she asked. "You're Luana Fremantle's daughter, Cree. I saw you at trial." "Then you know I have as much claim on this place as you." "The courts disagree." She shrugged again. "My ancestors lived here for 200 years. They worshipped in this church." Cree moved deeper into the room, touched a sconce, a stone baptismal. "You don't belong." "But you do? I guess we'll find out, won't we?" She stopped near the door, looking up at his face. She had narrow shoulders, dark hair, and skin. "Have you been watching me?" Johnny asked. "You don't matter." She was dismissive. "You don't belong here." "But you do." She shrugged yet again, and Johnny felt something from her then, a flicker of doubt, the first he'd seen. "You grew up in Charlotte," he pushed a little. "Your mother was Levi Fremantle's second cousin, a distant relative at best. No appeal will change that." "Maybe not, but I spent my childhood here with my grandmother and great aunts, and everyone who still remained. I know the history of this place in a way you never will, the stories of my family. You should return the land to those who love it most." "All 6,000 acres?" "Of course." Johnny felt her again, and the insight this time was like a bright flash. "Does the name William Boyd mean anything to you?" Her confidence failed as truth moved on her face. "He's paying your legal bills, isn't he? Jesus. What's the plan? He funds the lawsuit and buys the land if you win?" "I'm not going to talk about this." "I'm right, aren't I?" "Not about me." She stepped outside, and Johnny followed. "It's just money to you, isn't it?" "No, never." "This land has been in my family since 1694. A land grant older than the country itself. That's history. That's what matters." She spun on a heel so fierce and suddenly angry Johnny stepped back. "Are your people buried here?" she demanded. "That way," Johnny pointed. 4 miles. "Well, mine are buried right here." She stabbed a finger at the cemetery, and Johnny noticed with shock that tears had filled her eyes. "My grandmother who raised me, my aunts and uncles, my great-grandmother who was like a saint. You can't keep me away." "You can visit any time you want. I just like to know who's on my land, that's all. Who's on it and why." The girl blinked away tears and looked younger than he'd thought, 20 maybe, or maybe less. "Why do you go to the tree?" "You were watching me?" "I've seen you there 3 times. "No reason," Johnny lied. "The history, I guess." "You mean the hanging?" She said it harshly. "I suppose we share that, too." She was right about that. His ancestor was there that night, so was hers. They'd seen the fire, the swinging bodies. Did they see a small girl with a bloody knife? "I should go," she said. "Do you have a car?" "I hitched to the crossroads. After that I walked." "Why did you ask about the tree?" "I shouldn't have." She turned away, but he caught up near a charred mound where an old house had burned. "Please, I'd like to know." "Why?" "I don't know. It just matters." "Very well." Sweat shone on her skin, and her eyes were still. "I see you when I dream." "What?" "Firelight and dead bodies." She grew solemn and quiet. "I see you at the tree, and I wake afraid." Cree left then, her feet light and quick on trails she still remembered. She'd not lived at Hush Arbor for 12 years, not since she was 7, but the fear was nothing new. Her earliest memory was of the hanging tree and her great-grandmother's folded skin. "I want you to touch it," The old woman guided her hand to the bark and pressed it there. "This is history. This is life." She was blind and toothless, the lines on her face like ripples in the mud that made the river. "Forget what your mother taught you. This is where it began. This is who we are." The girl tried to lean away from the tree, but the woman was strong and patient. She pressed the girl's hand until the bark made it hurt. "Pain is part of it. Let the pain go." The girl tried, but didn't know how. "Do you believe in your mother's God? Let him go too." The girl was confused. Didn't everyone believe? "Why did your mother give you to me?" "Because she has a new husband," the girl said, "and because she doesn't want me anymore." "She was always selfish, your mother. Selfish and wrong and too big for the place that birthed her out. You let that go too." She kissed the girl's head. "Now close your eyes and tell me what you see." "I see blackness." "Blackness is good. Your blackness and mine." "What else?" "Nothing," the girl said, and thought it was over then. It wasn't. Fingers held her wrist, and a small, bright knife split the skin of her palm. The girl screamed, but the old woman was like a stone, the dead eyes white and hard, the mouth a bitter line. She pressed the bloodied palm against the tree. "This is who we are. Say it." The girl was crying. The woman pressed harder. "This is history. This is life. Say it now." The girl said the words, and the old woman smiled. "It's done," she said. "You're one of us." "Why did you do that?" "Because pain has always been the price." The girl sucked blood from her palm and saw other women then, her grandmother and great-aunt, the shadows of others long dead. For 4 years Cree had lived in the hush, and knew parts of it as she knew her own face. There were long days and secret places, a million ways for a child loose in the woods to find amusement. But the sunny days were only part of it, and the old women taught her early to fear the cold ones and the long nights, to stay close if the wind disappeared or the sky filled with strange light. There were other people, too, but they stayed clear of the old women and looked at the girl with something like fear. That was about blood and dark prayers, the dread of ancient things. But her life was the old women. They lived together in a one-room shack, the 4 of them alone at the edge of the clearing. Parts of that life were terrifying, but she slept well, pressed between the old women in the old bed. If she woke or was restless, they'd tell stories of slave ships and war, of an ancient kingdom high on the side of a great mountain. Life was a tapestry, they said, and the girl a mighty thread. They would teach her the weave of it, but only when she was ready. In the meantime, she learned rituals and shapes in the dust, strange words and blood, and the small bright knife, always the knife. Pale scars covered the old women from head to toe, and sadness filled them even when they smiled. The girl understood now that they'd been dying the whole time, that their way of life had been dying too. But still they scoured the deep woods. Cold or hot, it didn't matter. They searched if they were healthy or tired or sick. The girl never knew what they sought, but they wandered the hush, and were the only ones to do so unafraid. The few others who remained tended scraps of garden and fished the nearby waters. None ventured to the deep swamp or the faraway hills. When the girl asked if she could help, they'd explained it to her. "It is a thing we do, and that women before us have done. Your time may come, but only when you are older and wiser and very strong." It was a good life for a child, but destined to end. Her great-grandmother died first, then her grandmother 2 years after that, and her great-aunt 6 months later. When the girl's mother finally came to take her home, it was the first time they'd seen each other in 4 years. They drove to a big city and a tall building with a pool that smelled nothing like the swamp. The new husband was nice enough, but the girl used words he couldn't understand, and that bothered him. She listened to the arguments at night, his voice angry, her mother's pleading. The girl spoke up when she could, but in the end they broke her. They took her to church and a therapist and scolded her when she cut her skin or danced at sunrise or spoke the strange words. It wasn't until she was 9 that she saw the same scars on her mother's arms and legs. "I'm sorry," her mother said. "I shouldn't have sent you there. I want to go back." "You'll never go there again." But the girl dreamed. She dreamed of old women and the hush, and even now it was like paint on canvas. She paused once and looked back at the white man who owned the land but knew nothing that was real. He stood before a slat-sided building and thought it a church when it was not a church at all. Not the gentle kind, at least. Not the kind he meant. It took Cree 2 hours to reach the crossroads, and from there she caught a ride that took her south and west to the city. Her mother opened the door before the key could turn, and the lines of her frown were sour. "You went again, didn't you?" Cree pushed past, threw down a bag. "I didn't do anything wrong. That place is money for us and nothing more." "So you say." "Did you go to the tree?" "Maybe." "The church?" "The white man was there." "Johnny Merrimon, did he see you?" Cree turned down the hall that led to her room. Other than her mother's breathing, it was quiet in the small apartment. The second husband was gone. So were the third and the fourth. "Don't walk away when I'm talking to you." But Cree did. She closed her bedroom door and locked it. Her mother wanted to sell the hush. The girl wanted its secrets. It was an old argument. Chapter 10. For 5 years, Johnny's life in the hush had been defined by fundamental immersion. A dawn sky was a meal, a step in the river a swim. But the girl had walked within 8 feet of the place he'd sat, and he'd not felt a thing. That scared and angered him. He was possessive, he admitted it. Could he actually lose the hush? Returning to the cabin, he read the pleadings 3 more times. The stack of papers was thick, the text so dense it could have been a foreign language. Tossing them on the bed, Johnny went outside. He needed perspective and could think of only one place to go that wasn't in the city. A long walk through the hills took him to an open-air bar that leaned beneath a sycamore tree on the bank of the river 3 miles north of the swamp. More shed than actual building, the place was old like the county was old, a slat-sided, unpainted sprawl with views across the river and into the hills. A single room had windows and a plank floor. The rest of it was a tin roof and dirt and not much else. Johnny loved it because, except for his whiteness, no one looked at him twice. Of course, the whiteness thing took a while to sort out. This far north, the only things thriving were resentment, poverty, and a few small farms that still survived from the sharecropper years. A handful of businesses struggled nearby, a grocery, a one-pump station, but the swamp pushed in from the south and state game lands from the west and north, effectively inoculating the small corner of Raven County from anything remotely similar to progress. But that's why Johnny loved it. No air conditioning, no asphalt. The first time Johnny emerged from the woods, people had stopped talking, stopped drinking. A dozen people had stared at him as if at a ghost, and Johnny thought that made sense. There was nothing behind him but 50 square miles of swamp and woods. He was young, he was white. Johnny had ignored the stairs, though, threading between tables and chairs until he was in the single room, and the old bar was hard beneath his elbows. The man behind it was tall and heavy-shouldered. He wore a faded shirt and blue jeans stained with pig blood and grease. "I think maybe you're lost." "I'm never lost." Johnny put a 20 on the bar, and the bartender glanced at it. "Where you from?" "That way." He pointed, and there'd come a moment where it could have gone either way. The bartender held the stare, then looked across the room and met every eye out there. It took a minute, maybe more. When the bartender shrugged, people went back to talking, and he dug a beer from a metal chest behind the bar. "You got a name?" "Johnny." The beer hit wood. "Might want to step lightly," he'd said, and that was it, which was good. Johnny was 17 at the time. No kind of legal. Now it was different. Johnny was a regular. He was an outcast and one of them. The white guy who lived as poor as anyone else and wasn't scared to share a bottle. "Leon?" Johnny nodded at the big bartender. "How we doing?" "No complaints." Johnny leaned on the bar. It was 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. Outside, 2 of the tables were taken. Leon put a red stripe on the bar, and Johnny said, "Make it a bourbon back." The big man upended a shot glass and sloshed in an ounce of Jim Beam. "And one for you," Johnny said. "All right." Leon poured another shot and clinked his glass against Johnny's. "Things unseen." It was a traditional toast at the old bar and had nothing to do with ghosts or spirits. A single bridge connected Leon's place to the world beyond the river. That made Leon's a good place to do most anything illegal. Moonshine, stolen cigarettes. If it wasn't drug or gang-related, Leon would facilitate almost anything. He took a cut for his troubles, and it would stay that way so long as things remained under the radar. "A question," Johnny said, and Leon nodded cautiously. In 6 years, Johnny had never asked a question. "The swamp." "What about it? What can you tell me about the people who used to live there?" "We don't talk about that." The big man leaned on the bar. "Bad juju." "Seriously?" He nodded solemnly, and Johnny hid the surprise behind a sip of beer. Leon lived hard and didn't seem the superstitious type. "Why do you believe that?" Leon drummed his fingers and looked beyond Johnny to the river, the forest. His unhappiness was plain. So was the conflict. "Do you know why I served you the first day you came here?" "No." "I was curious." "About what?" "About anybody that walked into my place from that side of the bar." Leon pointed at the wilderness, then took a towel from the sink and began wiping down the bar. "How old do you think I am?" 50? 57, Leon said. "And a man can learn a lot in that many years. Some things he sees himself, and others he hears about from people he trusts. My father was like that, a smart man, cautious. He ran this place his whole life. I grew up here." "What's your point?" "Most people tend to use the bridge." Leon tilted his head, and Johnny glanced at the rusted one-car bridge. "No one's ever come here from the other side. No roads that way, no houses or people or reason to be there." He refilled his glass and drank the liquor down. "No one goes in that swamp. That's what my old man taught me. No one goes in and no one talks about it." "Because it's bad juju?" "You're too ignorant to use that word." Leon poured another shot, "and too damn white by far." For the next 10 minutes, Johnny nursed the beer, thinking of the hush, the girl at the church, William Boyd. Johnny knew why he wanted the land. He'd trespassed there a half-dozen times, and Johnny had tracked him once for 3 days. He'd stayed back during the daylight hours, but come close at night, hoping to divine some deeper truth. Much of what made Hush Arbor special remained a mystery to Johnny, even now. Maybe Boyd knew something more, some kind of reason. But the talks at night were of trophies and size and how a hunt was like business. They wanted the blood, the win, and always the trophy. "Leon." Johnny lifted the empty bottle, and the big man fished another from the chest. "Can I use your phone?" Leon stripped the cap with an opener the size of his fist. "You don't have your cell?" "Is there even reception out here?" The big man grunted and moved a phone onto the bar. It was black and old and dense as a rock. "Rotary," Nice. Just keep it short. Leon moved down the bar. Johnny dialed his best friend's cell. Jack took the call in a crowded hallway outside the 9th-floor conference room. The air was cold. He was sweating. "This is not a good time, Johnny. I want you to meet me at Leon's." Jack moved out of the crowd, found a quiet spot by a plate-glass window with views of the city. "They hate me at Leon's." "They hate the suit and the German car. There's a difference." Jack licked dry lips and looked at the door to the conference room. Leslie was inside. So was every partner in the firm. "Listen, when I said this was a bad time, do you know anything about Luana Fremantle's niece?" "Her niece? What?" "Never mind. We'll talk when you get here." "About the timing. Just come when you can. I'll wait." The line went dead, and Jack stared at the phone in his hand. As friends, they were almost never out of sync, but Johnny's single-mindedness had this rare effect. Jack was frustrated, and he was angry. "Jack, are you ready?" Leslie Green broke the plane of the door and moved to Jack's side. "I don't think so." "Just listen to them," she said. "Think about tomorrow, the next 20 years of your life. This doesn't have to be a problem." "It feels like one." "Trust me, they don't bite." Inside the conference room, a mahogany table stretched 20 feet across an expensive rug. 9 partners sat at one end of the table. Leslie pointed at Jack's chair, which sat alone at the other end. "Seriously?" Jack said. "It's just how it's done." Jack drew his chair close to the table. "Are you comfortable, Mr. Cross?" That was Michael Adkins, the senior partner. A broad man with silver hair, his fingers were flat on the table surface, his suit charcoal gray and immaculate. In 40 years before the bar, he'd won 8-figure verdicts, taught law school, argued before the Supreme Court. Looking at him made Jack feel like an associate in his second week of practice. "I'm very comfortable, thank you." "Since time is money for all of us, I'll cut to the chase. You're friends with Johnny Merrimon. We understand that. We understand there's history there, childhood, similar backgrounds. The, unpleasantness involving his sister and your brother." Atkins lifted a hand, and every partner nodded in silent accord. "Miss Green also informs us that Mr. Merrimon has asked for your help in an appellate matter. Under no circumstances are you to offer that help. Mr. Merrimon is not a client of the firm. He will never be a client. Are we clear?" "This is because of William Boyd." "If Mr. Boyd requires the service of this firm, we intend to provide it. Having Mr. Merrimon as a client would create needless confusion." "A conflict of interest." "Precisely." Jack glanced at Leslie. She looked away, but not before he saw the glitter in her eyes. "Mr. Merrimon came to me for assistance. I told him I would consider the case." "Have you done any research?" "No." "Started a file, accepted payment, rendered any kind of legal opinion?" "Of course not. He just came to me." "Have you discussed this matter with any associate or partner of this firm?" "Miss Green is aware." Atkins lifted the same hand and nodded with such calm assurance that words dried up in Jack's mouth. "Miss Green stands with us on this matter." "Is that right?" Jack could no longer hide the anger. Atkins accepted it with a gracious smile. "The law loves a rainmaker, Mr. Cross. Bring in enough business and nothing is beyond a lawyer's grasp. Money, power, prestige." He nodded again, the picture of reason. "We're not asking you to act against your friend's interests. Just speak to him, make sure he's aware of the truly exceptional nature of Mr. Boyd's offer. I'm sure he understands the meaning of $30 million. Then your job is doubly simple. Convince your friend, explain to him that unless he accepts Mr. Boyd's offer, he will face Miss Fremantle's appeal alone or find the means to hire some other firm. I understand he cannot afford that expense." He made it a question, but Jack tightened his lips and Adkins smiled dismissively. Once Mr. Merrimon understands the nature of his position, perhaps the wisdom of a clean, quick sale will become more obvious. Do you require an answer now? We're not unreasonable. Take a few days. Very well, Jack said. I'll think about it. Excellent. And if tomorrow I choose to help my friend? In that case, Mr. Cross, I believe you'll find solo practice a cold and bitter place. Jack watched the partners file out, all except Leslie Green. She waited by the door, then touched his arm and held him in the room until they were completely alone. Jack looked at her fingers, then at the wide blue eyes. I suppose this means you won't be helping my friend. The firm has never had a female senior partner. I'd like to be the first. And then there's the money. There's always the money. Jack looked away, and she trailed her fingers across the fabric of his suit. Don't go against them, Jack. They'll ruin you. Even if you quit, they'll bury you for spite. Good luck landing William Boyd without me. He only cares about the firm because he thinks Johnny will listen to me. Just think of the possibilities. All that money, a corner office. You could ask for a partnership and they'd seriously consider it. Jack hardened his jaw but said nothing. Listen. Her hand was back on his arm. I know what Johnny Merrimon means to you, but I can be your friend too. Boyd will be our client. We'll work him together. You do appellate work, I do bankruptcy. So we'll bring in some other lawyer. All that matters is the relationship, yours, mine, Mr. Boyd's. She pressed into him as she turned to leave, and Jack wondered if she'd meant the touch to be so sensual, thinking she probably had. The perfume of her hair was on his clothing like a fog. In the elevator down, Jack ignored the looks he got from paralegals and assistants, and in his office paced behind a closed door. Leon's was a 60-minute drive. He had work to do. Shit. More elevator, more strange looks. Heading out of town, he rolled down the windows and opened up the engine, driving north toward the swamp, then east through a world of shimmer and blacktop and faded paint. For a while, he was at peace, but the closer he got to Leon's, the more that peace faded. Johnny was an impossible friend, really. The secrecy and demands, the way he always called the shots, it shouldn't be like that anymore. Jack had the job, the prospects, the education. Other than the hush, what did Johnny have? Secrets, Jack thought, and me. Shit. It was becoming his favorite word. The last turn before Leon's was a left onto a rutted-out dirt track. Jack drove slowly to protect the chassis, but even then he bottomed out over and over. I'm not going to say it. The bridge to Leon's may have been painted once, but was mostly rust and splintered wood, a narrow span over a stretch of river that slowed before tumbling through the hills to fill the swamp below. Jack disliked everything about Leon's. He hated the heat and the bugs, the smoke and cold stares and the smell of roasting pig. The distrust there was old and bitter, and based entirely on the color of his skin. Okay, maybe the car didn't help and the suit was no bonus, but people disliked him at Leon's, and that was one more reason to be unhappy with Johnny. He sat at a table under a covered porch, lolled there as though he owned the place, feet pushed out in the dirt, one arm over the chair back, and a beer in the other hand. He waved once, but Jack was thinking about colors. The building was gray wood on brown dirt, and the cars looked about the same. All red metal and dust and cracked glass. A dozen faces turned Jack's way as he crossed the bridge and parked beside an old truck, locking the car from long habit and cringing when the alarm chirped. No one spoke, everyone stared. Under the first roofline, the temperature dropped 10 degrees. Jack passed a table, nodded at the two men there, the braless woman in ripped jeans and a worn-out tee. "Excuse me." He squeezed past the table, dragged a chair from his path, and crossed hard dirt to a second covered area with 3 tables and a step up onto a plank floor where the bar and more tables showed deep in the shadows. Johnny sat near the back wall. To his right was the river, its water churning under a haze of smoke from the pig cooker out back. Leon loomed behind the bar inside, and a barefoot kid was throwing horseshoes in a sandy pit under the closest trees. The only sounds were cicadas and wind and the clank of metal. "Hey, Jack, thanks for coming." Johnny knocked on the wall behind his shoulder. "Leon," he called. "2 more." Leon took his time. When the beers came, he didn't look at Jack. "You want 2 more after these, you come inside. Not him, you." When he was gone, Johnny said, "It's outsiders in general, don't take it personally." Johnny looked from one table to the next, then down the hill to where old men sat in the shade of a pecan tree, drinking clear liquor from glass jars. "People here have known each other a long time. They'll get used to you. Why come here at all? You know why." Jack did and felt his anger fade. Johnny could never be himself in town. He was Johnny Merrimon, the kid who'd lost his sister and saved the girl and found all those dead bodies. Jack had tried before to imagine that life. He couldn't. "Why am I here, Johnny? It's a weekday. I have work." "I met with Leslie Green. I need to know if she'll help me." Jack looked away, and his neck flushed. "I don't like that look." "She won't help. She seemed interested. Not anymore. But we saw William Boyd the other day." "Is that right?" Johnny stayed cool, and Jack couldn't meet his eyes. $30 million, man. Why didn't you tell me he'd offered that kind of money?" "Because it doesn't matter." "Bullshit. 50 million, 100. I won't sell." "Then you're stupid, insane, or both. Sell the land. Buy another piece somewhere else." "I'm sorry, but I can't." $30 million, Johnny. How could you not tell me that?" Johnny studied the bottle in his hand, then shrugged as any 13-year-old boy might. "I didn't think you'd help me if you knew." "Well, shit." The rest of Jack's anger slipped away. "Boyd offered me money if I convince you to sell." "Is that right?" "The firm doesn't want me to represent you. They'll fire me if I do, and blackball me even if I quit. It's why Leslie won't help you. Boyd offered her money too." "How much?" $2 million plus business for the firm and New York rates. I'd be a rainmaker. They might even make me a partner." $2 million. Maybe you should take it." "Don't screw with me, Johnny. Money, job security, and don't forget the corner office." The sarcasm was sharp, but Johnny didn't react to it. He moved to the edge of the porch, looked off toward the hush. "I have 2 weeks to answer the appeal." "I know," Jack said. "What happens if I don't have a lawyer?" "You'll probably lose." Johnny scuffed a boot on the dusty ground. He wore jeans, a faded T-shirt. In spite of the drinking, he was far from drunk. "Will you help me?" Jack could barely meet his eyes. Johnny had always been the first to sacrifice, to see the path, the first to reluctant manhood. When Jack had failed as a friend, Johnny was the first to smile the reckless smile and ultimately forgive. He'd been more father than Jack's father, more brother than any brother God had seen fit to give. In every way that mattered, Johnny Merrimon had defined Jack's childhood. But Jack had clawed his way through poverty, deformity, the ruin inflicted by his crazy parents. He'd worked unceasing for a decade and was 2 weeks into the only career he'd ever wanted. The partners would ruin that if Jack helped his friend. Even if he started his own practice, they could undercut his fees, poach clients, undermine his efforts in 1,000 ways. The only question was one of reach. Could Jack make a go in Charlotte or Raleigh? He didn't want to. He didn't want any of this. "Jack." Johnny kept his voice level, but Need deepened his eyes like a long illness. Jack could help him, yes. He could sacrifice his career, his prospects, and if it were that simple, he would. The larger problem was that Jack wanted Johnny to sell. Something was wrong in the hush, and it wrapped his best friend in a blanket of want. That was the sickness Jack saw, that addiction. "I can't help you. I'm sorry." The words came as a whisper, but Johnny heard them. "Hey, man. Sure, I get it. You've worked hard. You're successful. Just hang on a second, Johnny. Let me think about it a little more. I didn't mean to sound so... No, man, really, I understand." The pain was in his friend. Abandonment, betrayal. "I'll get us 2 more beers. Sit tight." Johnny brushed past Jack and was inside for a long time. When he came back, a smile was carved on his face, the same hollowness in his eyes. "Here we go. Cold beers, all good." "Johnny, man, listen, I have debts. Law school was over 90 grand. I said don't sweat it." Johnny clinked his bottle against Jack's. "They need music here, don't you think?" He put the bottle down, couldn't meet Jack's gaze. "Sit tight, all right?" "Johnny, I'm going to talk to Leon about some music." Johnny's chair scraped grooves in the dirt. He stood and turned, but not before Jack saw the redness in his eyes, the sudden bone-deep paleness under the tan. Shit. He drank beer but didn't taste it. Shit, shit, shit. The next hour was brutal. They drank beer, pretended, but Jack's words were a wound between them. Johnny never met his eyes, never looked at his face for more than a second, and for Jack, that second ached. They'd been friends since first grade, and in all the blackness of that childhood, Johnny had never lost faith or the fire inside. In fact, if Jack had to pick one word to describe his friend, it would be burning. Even as a boy, he'd burned. Passion, conviction, certainty. "Listen, Johnny, let me think about it." Johnny shook his head, watched the kid with the horseshoes. "I'll figure something out. Don't sweat it. It's just that there are a lot of moving parts." Johnny stood to get more beer. "I said don't sweat it." When he came back, the beer sat untouched for a long time. Night was falling. A skin of mist hung on the river. "Listen, Johnny." "Yeah, you're right. You should probably go." I don't. I'll see you in a few days. It's fine. Thanks for coming." "Are you sure?" Jack stood. He wanted a look, a nod, anything to stitch up the wound. But Johnny had nothing. In town, Jack went to his favorite restaurant and ate a steak that tasted like wood. The wine lacked appeal as well. So did the pie, the port, the pretty girl who brought the check. When Jack got home, the stairs tilted and his key didn't want to fit the lock. Inside, he kicked off his shoes, threw his jacket at a hook and missed. He replayed the conversation in his mind, the seemingly surreal seconds when his mouth had opened and he told his best friend, "No, I can't help you, I'm sorry." Johnny's eyes had never been so bloodshot and bright. Did he go inside to hide actual tears? It wasn't possible. Not Johnny. Pulling off his tie, Jack crossed to the kitchen and played his messages. One was a solicitation, the other was from Leslie. "About today," she said. "We need to talk. Call me when you get this." It was 9:17, early enough. Jack found her number on the call log and dialed it. She answered on the first ring. "You're home. Good. I'm coming over." "Leslie, I'm 2 minutes away." In the end, it was more like 20, which gave Jack time to get out of the rumpled suit and into jeans and a t-shirt. Short sleeves showcased the stunted arm, so he rarely wore them around others, but a spark of resentment burned somewhere low in his chest. Johnny was the rock of his life, and Jack had just crapped all over him. Part of that was Leslie's fault. If she wanted to argue, he'd go there, bad arm and all. He didn't expect her to smell so good. "Hey, Jack, thanks for this." In the hall, yellow light made her seem small and very soft. She wore heels under a skirt that fit just right. The spill of her hair made him dizzy. "You don't mind, do you?" She raised a bottle of tequila and 2 limes. "I feel as if I owe you an apology. I could have handled things better, softened the partners somehow." She dipped her chin, indicating the room beyond. "May I come in?" Jack mumbled something, and she took the room as if she owned it, putting the tequila on the counter, finding glasses, making small talk as she sliced limes and repeated herself with the same dizzying smile. "I was asking about salt." "Oh, I'm sorry." Jack stuttered into motion. "Here." He opened a cabinet, handed her the salt. "Do you like tequila?" She didn't wait for an answer, holding up the bottle instead. "Fortaleza, the best. A friend introduced me to it years ago. Do you know how to do this?" She took a glass and a lime, then licked her hand, poured salt, and showed him how to do it. "Yes. Damn." She clacked the glass on the bar. "Now you." She filled the other glass, and Jack did what she told him to do. Salt, tequila, lime. It burned going down, but she poured another. "To the lawyers," she said, and Jack drank. It happened a few more times, and she did a lot of talking. Nothing about Johnny or William Boyd or even the firm. She touched his bad arm without flinching. She flipped her hair twice, watched him with those impossible eyes, and showed a scar on her hip where she'd brushed against fire coral on a free dive off Cabo. Jack struggled, but she was magnetic. The skin, the laugh, the curve of her thigh as she sat beside him, then rose from the sofa to pour another round of shots. Before he knew it, it was midnight, and he was blurry and her face was close to his. Jack had never had luck with women. Part of it was the arm and the discomfort born of doubt, and part was born of his mother, who lived in a trailer and saw the devil in all things, including the 2 of her sons. Blame, too, could be leveled on Jack's father, who'd whelped his boys on honor, effort, and pride, and who was a convict now, 10 years into a 2-decade stretch. Jack had loved a bright-eyed girl once, but she was a laugh, a twinkle, a sprite, and she'd never cared for him at all. From that hard start, he'd learned to turn inward and run deep. "Here." Leslie handed him a glass and a lime and put fingers on his leg. "Go ahead." She smiled as Jack licked salt and grimaced. "Now drink. Now lime." His eyes watered, but she was clapping and laughing, and the sound was music after all the lonesome years. "My turn." A pink tongue touched salt, then she drank and drew up her legs and curled her perfect toes. The effect was vertiginous. She was soft and small, more smiling girl than partner and boss. "Tell me about Jack Cross." A flush painted her cheeks. One eye was lost in the shadows, but the other gleamed. "College in 3 years, law school in 2, top of his class." "Number 2, Jack corrected. "Number 2, still impressive." Her leg was against his. He was drunk, and it was dark, and he was swimming. "Is this about Johnny?" "It's about us," she said. "Don't even say the name." It was a lie, but as soft as everything else. "We're friends, aren't we? Tell me we're friends." I don't." The room tilted again, and she was on his lap and kissing him. He smelled tequila and lime and whatever shampoo God had designed to make men weak. "Leslie, shh." The shirt came off, and she was bare-skinned beneath it, as pale and perfect as every dream Jack had ever had. "Just tell me we're friends." She kissed him long, moving her hips. "Say we're friends and that friends help friends." Words passed his lips, but Jack didn't pay attention or care. How long, he thought. And in the question of willing women, the answer came as always, and the answer was never. This was the first breast, the first real kiss. "Bedroom," she said, and Jack carried her with the good arm. This is about us, right? Just us? Hush, she told him, no words. And that sounded good to Jack. Forgetfulness and velvet skin, devolution and the long fall. No words, he said. But in the storm of what followed, he heard Johnny's name, not once, but twice. It was an exhalation, a prayer, and it was light as sugar on her lips. When Jack woke, it was to pale light and pain behind his eyes. It was 6 o'clock, the bed beside him empty. He knew a moment's blankness before memories of the night marched across him in waves. The rush of blood and joy, the awkwardness of inexperience. He saw Leslie above him, the suspicion of her eyes beneath a waterfall of hair. She'd moved as he'd imagined women might, careful and knowing, then harder, needful, rampant. He thought of all the years he'd been alone, and then of bridges crossed. For a moment he was happy, and then he saw Johnny's face at the bar, heard his name on Leslie's lips. After that, Jack went back to sleep. It was a fitful rest, and when he finally went to work, his finger hesitated over the button for Leslie's floor. She'd given a gift, but qualified it with another man's name. That twisted Jack up in unexpected ways. He'd never hated his friend before. In his office on the 7th floor, Jack counted on work to smooth out the day. He kept the door closed and powered through the sweats and dry mouth and nausea. Every so often he looked at his phone and at the door. By afternoon, the hangover, too, was a memory, and he considered making the trip down. He wanted to see her eyes and wondered if she would smile. Maybe they could have dinner. Maybe he'd imagined the name on her lips. Pitiful, he said, but couldn't shake the feel of her. He worked until 8, hoping she might appear, then went home, angry at her and at his own stupidity. If she was thinking of anyone, it was Johnny. Nevertheless, he paced the apartment. He couldn't eat, didn't want to sleep. His thoughts raced back and forth. He let his best friend down. She said Johnny's name. Leslie's text came at midnight. "Are you awake?" Jack thought for a moment. "Barely," he typed. "Worked late." "Thanks for last night." Something inside Jack broke, relief maybe, or need. All he knew was the flutter. "Would you like to come over?" A minute passed, and then 3. The response was a single word. "Sure." Their time that night was different from the last. They didn't drink. She left a light burning. For Jack, it was everything he'd hoped it would be. She was a vision and patient. She didn't say Johnny's name. "Why are you with me?" he asked. The clock read 2, and she lay in the spill of a single lamp so that light gilded the curves and shadow stroked the hollow places. "You're a young man," she said. "Young men have lots of energy." "Don't joke. It's just sex. I happen to enjoy it. But why me? I'm not particularly handsome. There's, He shifted the bad arm. She laughed and touched his leg. "Would you rather I leave?" "No." "Then convince me to stay." She rose to her knees, and Jack again was lost. An hour later, they stood at the door. She wore the same heels and a dress shirt barely buttoned. Jack was physically exhausted. "Can I drive you home?" he asked. "Such a gentleman, but no, I'm fine." She kissed him, and Jack took her arm before she could turn away. "I need to know this isn't about Johnny or the case or William Boyd." "You can ask that even now." She meant the bed, the scratches, the ruined sheets. "Tell me it's not about the money." She arched an eyebrow, and even that was perfect. "Would you screw me again if I said it was?" She smiled a lawyer's smile because she knew the answer. "Don't look so troubled. We can both get what we want." She took his hand and slipped it into her shirt. "You're happy, I'm happy." Jack looked away, but she cupped his chin. "This doesn't have to be complicated." but for Jack it was. She was a user and a taker, and the stink of that guilt was on his skin, too. The next morning was a Saturday, so he stayed in bed until 8, then took a walk. Afterwards, he showered and spent time at the office. Leslie called twice, but he didn't answer. On Sunday morning, he worked again and didn't see Leslie. Early Monday, he went out for breakfast. Even at 7 o'clock, the diner was packed and buzzing with excitement. People crowded the tables, they leaned over newspapers and whispered bright-eyed. One man said, "$1 billion, Jesus." He was swollen-faced and unshaven. A man beside him wore a John Deere cap and had so much grease under his nails it looked as if he'd been digging in a tar pit. "How much is $1 billion?" he said. 1,000 million, the fat man said, and a boy dressed for baseball mouthed the words as if he were fake singing in church. $1,000 million. At the table beside Jack's, an old lady held glasses on her nose as her husband leaned close to see the paper. Similar scenes repeated across the crowded room. Housewives in expensive clothes, a state trooper at the counter. Jack waited for his waitress, then asked about the excitement. "Well, haven't you heard?" She pulled a folded paper from her apron and dropped it on the table. "Everybody's talking about it." She disappeared on narrow hips, and Jack opened the paper to read about the billionaire William Boyd, down from New York, and found dead in the hush. Chapter 11. The Death of William Boyd. When William Boyd set out to hunt, he kept the joy buried deep. He didn't smile or speak needlessly and had little patience for those who did. Kirkpatrick believed the same things. Preparation was as personal as prayer and religion. The 4 o'clock alarm, the ritualistic selection of clothing and weapons and gear, all of it triple-checked and packed to minimize noise. Sound was the killer, as was scent, and both men were acolytes in the church of the hunt. They bathed with special soaps, anointed their rifles with oils designed to be equally scentless. In the gun room, with the air black and still outside, they ate a final meal in equal quiet, the table lit by small lamps and all else shadowed, the paintings and skins and racked weapons. Silver on china made the only sounds, but the joy showed in neat movements and polished brass and the times their eyes met. They'd known darker mornings and darker places, and there was joy in that, too, in those bindings of trust, respect, and blood. "It's time." Boyd fed a final cartridge into his rifle. Across the table, Kirkpatrick stood and shouldered his pack and gun. At the door, the housekeeper handed them coffee in travel mugs. 3 days, Boyd said, maybe 4. She frowned. "I wish you'd tell me where you're going." "You know better than that." "What if something happens?" "Risk is part of it. Watch over the house." "I'll be here when you get back." He nodded brusquely, feeling the dark charge, the loom of the hunt. It was too early for false dawn, but the sky was peppered with stars. Looking at Kirkpatrick, he said, "I'll need your phone." "What? Why?" He was a giant in the gloom and suddenly angry. "No one takes a phone but me. It's how this works. I just wired $200 million to your firm. That's business, and this is too. GPS tracking, photographs. I can't allow it. I've already signed your non-disclosure agreement. My grandfather almost died finding the place I'm about to take you. It's personal to me. I'm sorry." Kirkpatrick stared into the darkness, one hand white on the strap of his rifle. "Please, James." Boyd held out his hand. "This is no reflection on our long friendship or my feelings of admiration. It's bullshit." Nevertheless. Kirkpatrick stared at the palm, pale in the gloom. When he handed over the phone, Boyd gave it to the housekeeper and offered the best smile he had. "She'll keep it safe." "I suppose you'll blindfold me now?" "No, my friend. Now we hunt." Boyd slung his pack and led Kirkpatrick past the line of expensive vehicles to a mud-spattered truck that showed rust and bare primer. No one around here looks twice at a 20-year-old Dodge. Kirkpatrick grunted and slung his pack into the open bed. Rifles went on the rack in the rear window. Boyd lifted a hand toward his housekeeper. 4 days or less, he said, then drove them down the twisted drive. At the state road, he turned north and gestured at a line of trees, dense beyond the fields. That's the raw edge of 50,000 acres. No roads into it, no roads out. To the northeast is another 20,000 acres owned by a paper company in Maine. We'll push in there, go as deep as we can, and hike the rest of the way. The country gets rough. It'll take some time. Better be worth it. Boyd said nothing, but his eyes glittered. Kirkpatrick was still angry, but that would pass. What mattered was the non-disclosure agreement he'd signed. Kirkpatrick could never reveal the location of the hunt. More important, he could never buy the land or try to buy it, not through intermediaries, subsidiaries, or any other legal fiction. Penalties for violation of the terms were so enormous, the lawyers had balked. But Kirkpatrick was like Boyd. He hated lawyers, loved the hunt. 40 minutes in the truck brought them to a dirt track behind a metal gate. It was a hint of earth, a slash in the trees. Paper company, Boyd said. Sit tight. After sliding from the truck, he cut the chain, then dragged the gate and pulled the truck through. 4 miles in, there's a secondary track running east and south, close as we can get. Why come in from the north? The swamp is not navigable. Your grandfather managed, in the winter. That's different. Boyd didn't explain the rest, how the swamp had changed each time he tried from the south, how dry land was there one day and gone the next, how trails had disappeared and turned around, how even the compass had failed. The third time he'd pushed in from the old freed slave settlement, he became so disoriented he wandered for days and almost starved. By the time he'd stumbled out, he was filthy and snake-bit and bloody. Kirkpatrick didn't need to hear that. So Boyd kept quiet as the world shrank to the cab, the feathered trees, the cones of yellow light. Dropping into four-wheel drive, Boyd powered through one creek and then another. A gap in the trees showed the first flash of yellow eyes. Whitetail. Nothing special. When the track split, they turned east and south for another 2 miles. At the edge of a stream, Boyd ran the truck into the understory. If anybody finds it this far in, it'll be another hunter or some kid out on a four-wheeler. He killed the engine. Few come this deep. Do any go deeper? Not where we're going. Why not? Topography, for one. Then there's Johnny Merrimon. Half the rednecks in the county think he's some kind of rock star, equal part celebrity survivalist and rebel, basically a working-class hero. It doesn't hurt that he shot at a couple of Yankees trespassing or that he went to jail for it and did his time clean. Even those who don't care about the rest of it have a healthy respect for his temperament and marksmanship. Rumor has it I'm not the only person he's shot at. Then there's the rest of it. What do you mean? Boyd opened the door. You'll see. Taking the lead, he guided Kirkpatrick off the road and across a spongy hollow to a ridgeline running south. In that first hour, the forest was still, but as light strengthened, a dawn chorus rose around them, a symphony of catbird and Carolina wren, of mourning dove and cardinal, and the deep-throated gunk of green frogs in the moccasins that fingered up from the distant swamp. Shrub bugs. Boyd gestured that way. We could save a dozen miles cutting across, but you'd sink to the waist. Kirkpatrick grunted, and they kept moving, staying to the ridge lines and deviating only if blowdown or deadfall blocked their way. By mid-morning, the temperature tipped 95 and kept climbing. You good? Kirkpatrick said he was, but sweat sheeted his face. Boyd kept the pace, and the route drifted east into the most inaccessible corner of state game lands. From here on, it gets hard. They moved from damp earth onto gray stone. Except for a few trees, the ridge was barren, with views south across the softer hills and moccasins. Ahead was a series of jigsaw ridgelines with granite so rough it looked shattered. Halfway through those hills, we'll reach the northern edge of Merrimon's land. From there, we follow the river. Kirkpatrick shaded his eyes. There has to be a better way. This is the long way in, but no one sees us and we don't get lost. Kirkpatrick looked doubtful, but kept his mouth shut, and that suited Boyd just fine. He didn't want to speak of satellite mapping or geologists or the local guides who'd shown him how to get this far. Come on, a few more hours and we're at the river. As it turned out, it took another 5. The climbs were steep, and the stone in places sharp as a blade. Kirkpatrick sliced his hand on a bad descent, gashed his knee in a second fall. The heat hurt him too. By 3 o'clock he looked like an old man, and Boyd had never seen that before. Here, take a seat. He found a sliver of shade and got Kirkpatrick on the ground. Kirkpatrick drank water, splashed some on his neck and face. I don't get it. He pulled at his collar. His chest rose and fell. It was hotter in India. The humidity, remember? He swallowed more water, choking. His color was bad. I'm sorry, William. I've never held you up before. I don't understand. The wash that sheltered them was raw stone, scrubbed by the last big rain. Boyd got the pack off Kirkpatrick's back. Just breathe, he said. There's a weight. No, my friend, there's no weight. Kirkpatrick's hand settled on his chest. I can't catch my breath. I don't understand. But Boyd did. We're on Merrimon's land, he said. We've been on it for the last hour. What does that have to do with it? Boyd waited. What? Your grandfather's story? Think about it. Kirkpatrick opened his mouth, closed it. Jesus Christ. It'll pass. You feel it too? Boyd nodded, and Kirkpatrick tried to stand. I can't do this, he said. I can't breathe. Boyd pushed him back down, but Kirkpatrick fought. There's something wrong. You don't understand. I do, Boyd said. You want to run from this place. It's like a voice or pressure. Like someone standing behind me, Jesus Christ. Like a cold breath and a whisper. It's different for everybody. Give it a minute. The minute turned into 10. Boyd thought he'd break a dozen times, but saw the moment Kirkpatrick's breathing eased. The man blinked twice. The panic passed. You good? I'm not sure. Just breathe. The pressure will fade. This happens every time? It comes and goes. Sometimes it's worse. God damn. Kirkpatrick clawed to his feet, then walked down the wash and came back angry. Why didn't you tell me, warn me? Would you have believed me? No, he admitted. Not a chance. Can you walk? I'm not frightened. Come on then. This way. Boyd led him from the wash and pointed. That's the last hill. Beyond it is the river and a good place to camp. We'll catch our breath tonight and start fresh tomorrow, okay? Kirkpatrick said nothing. James, okay? Enough already. I can do whatever you can do. Boyd had seen that defensiveness, too, a reaction common to strong men made unexpectedly afraid. It was a dangerous state, so Boyd watched him for the next hour, taking him up the hill in easy strides and pausing at the crest. Below them the river shone like a seam of coal, then broke white for another mile before spreading into the fens and dells that marked the northern edge of the swamp. Kirkpatrick palmed sweat from his face. He looked across the swamp, and his voice was thin. I had no idea it would be so large. The wetlands stretched as far as either man could see, a great cavity of life and black water. 20 miles east to west. That's Hush Arbor directly below us, 3,000 acres of it. Boyd indicated the area he meant, and Kirkpatrick studied it in grave silence, turning at times to consider the greater swamp beyond. It looks greener somehow. Greener. Denser. I don't understand. You will. Boyd moved them back into the trees, where they made camp and ate dinner cold. Afterwards, with the sun dim behind the western trees, he asked Kirkpatrick the same question. You okay? Kirkpatrick waved off the worry, but in Boyd it settled deeper. Kirkpatrick looked paler, and the lines of his face were more profound, making him appear haggard and spent. "Can we have a fire?" he asked. "Not tonight. Too visible." "Just a small one. James, look at me." Kirkpatrick's eyes darted left and right, but never met Boyd's. "Do you still feel it?" "No." "Yes." "Is it worse?" Kirkpatrick pressed his palms against his temples, rocking. "I'm fine," he said, but his hands were white. At dawn he seemed worse. Boyd handed over a protein bar and a bottle of water, but Kirkpatrick dropped them in the dirt and went to stare out at the swamp. Boyd joined him, and for long moments they stood side by side as an edge of sun put yellow on the hills and left the swamp in darkness. Kirkpatrick broke the silence, his eyes sunken and shot with blood. "How many times have you been here?" He was staring at the carpet of trees, the glint of black water. "3 by myself," Boyd said. "Twice more with clients." Kirkpatrick rapped his chest and rolled his shoulders inward. "Has anyone ever turned back?" "From here? No." He nodded, but it was vague. "I had nightmares last night." "What about?" "I don't remember." Boyd thought that was a lie. Something about the way he stood, the weakness in his jaw. "Come on, my friend." He put his hands on Kirkpatrick's shoulders. "Breakfast will make everything better." It didn't. By the time they reached still waters, Kirkpatrick was mumbling under his breath, his back bent under a weight far greater than his pack. Boyd considered turning back, but every time he stopped, his friend grew angry. "Don't stop for me, damn it, I can do this, I'm fine." For half a day they pushed into the swamp, and every hour Kirkpatrick weakened. He fell often, and Boyd found him unmoving once, a cloud of insects on his face, and his boots held fast in 12 inches of mud. Boyd got him onto dry ground, got him walking. "We'll stop soon," Boyd said. "There's a special place." "I said I'm fine." But he wasn't. He wouldn't drink. The eyes were glassy. 2 hours later, Boyd parted a curtain of vine and pulled his friend onto a spit of land the size of a city block. "This is base camp. This is where we start." Boyd removed his pack, helped Kirkpatrick off with his. "Sit down before you fall down." "It's worse here." "Just sit." Kirkpatrick stood unmoving as Boyd pitched the tent and gathered wood. When it was done, Boyd took him by the arm and forced him to sit. "Listen." Boyd looked up, gauging daylight. "We need to scout for a sign, set up the blinds. Do you feel up for that?" No response. Boyd sighed. "Okay, listen. 2 game trails lead deeper into the swamp, one running south and the other west. I'll go south. The track is just there, beyond the sycamore." "I don't want to do this anymore." "For God's sake. Whatever it is, it's getting worse." Boyd shook his head. "Don't bullshit me, William. I know you feel it. I see it in your face." "Yeah, I feel it, but so what? It's just the air or some shit. It isn't real." "It's cold." "Are you cold?" "For God's sake." Boyd snatched up a tree climber and a pop-up blind. "If you pull yourself together, I'll be that way." He shouldered the rifle, started walking. "Otherwise, I'll see you tonight." Kirkpatrick watched him go and felt his courage like a dying match. Everything was weight and ice and hollowness. He stared at gray places between the trees. Nothing. But the nothing weighed 1,000,000 pounds and pinned him where he sat. In 5 decades of living, Kirkpatrick had known such helplessness only once, and that was the day he'd drawn his first breath between the legs of an alcoholic shut-in who'd dropped him like an afterthought on the sheets of a dead man's trailer in the dimmest hollow of West Virginia. He'd come into the world without a father, discipline, or love, and never let it slow him down. He'd quit school in the 3rd grade, become a coal miner at 12, and a car thief 6 months later. He'd stolen, lied, and schemed, and won his first bar fight 5 years before he was old enough to drink. When his mother died the next week, He buried her in the backyard, then took a $1,200 purse and a bare-knuckle brawl run out of a gravel pit by a sheriff's deputy named Jojo. Those were the years that made James Kirkpatrick, and in the years since, he'd crossed jungles, toppled companies, beaten other men bloody. If he wanted something, he took it. If it bled, he could kill it. In Kirkpatrick's world, there was no mountain he couldn't go over, under, or through. Even now, he thought there was a way out. Then, the nothing moved. Kirkpatrick laughed, but it was more like choking. It was a trick of light, a shadow. Then it moved again, a ripple of gray where the light was grayest. It flowed between the trees, and when it stopped 10 feet away, Kirkpatrick closed his eyes and remembered what it was to be 3 years old and frozen in the shell of a lightless trailer. Something rustled, the sound of a breath. Kirkpatrick turned his head, but felt the charge on the skin of his face. He smelled something musty and old. "Please," he said. "I'm sorry." The world fell utterly still, and Kirkpatrick knew 1,000 places he could be touched. The eyes, the heart, the pulse at his throat. He had read of people awake for surgery and knew it would be like this. The paralysis and soft places, the feel of fingers inside. The gunshot saved his life. It crashed through the trees, echoed off the hills, and in the throes of his fear, Kirkpatrick knew the sound. 308 Winchester, half-mile away. In that moment, he felt the nothing's rage as something touched his face, and his face burned. He screamed for long seconds and was left suddenly alone. An empty clearing, no cold, but he knew where the nothing had gone, and it was to the trail that led south. Boyd was on the trail south, his friend. Pulling himself up, Kirkpatrick felt the battle inside, a great war between the man he'd been and the one he'd just become. He wanted to warn his friend and wanted to run away. So great was the conflict he actually whimpered, and that was the sound that decided him. He staggered to the southern trail and onto it. Right foot, he would break. Left foot, he would fail. He ran when Boyd started screaming. The run took him along the trail and the weakness disappeared. He was James Kirkpatrick, who'd never backed down or quit or lost a fight. So joyful was he in the rediscovery of self that he didn't feel the trail under his feet or the air that tore down his throat. He was a man, goddammit, and his friend was afraid or hurt or dying, so he ran harder, faster. He covered the half-mile in minutes, then rounded a bend in the trail and felt it break against him. Everything he knew, everything he dreamed himself to be. The clearing was a slash of switchgrass and mud, and water so burnished and black it was metal. In the air above the water, the nothing had nailed his friend to an invisible cross. He hung in the air, arms out and stretched tight, his legs equally bound. And though no thing touched Boyd, no nails or wood or wire, Kirkpatrick would swear until death that his friend was crucified. Blood welled from his palms and feet. His eyes wept the same red tears. He hung 10 feet above the water, screaming beneath whatever pressure unhinged his sockets and twisted his bones. Kirkpatrick looked for the nothing, couldn't find it. He saw mud, a rifle, the corpse of a gut-shot boar. "William!" His hands opened and closed. "William, my God!" Boyd heard him the second time. The screaming stopped. The jaw worked. "Kill it." Blood ran from his eyes and dripped off his chin. "James, kill it." Kirkpatrick stooped for the rifle, and in the weight of it found the will to work the bolt and feed a cartridge into the chamber. He looked for the nothing, but the nothing found him first. Water rippled, and a shimmer parted the grass. Cold came with it, and with the cold, a face. A stroke of nothing made the smile. Gray holes were the eyes, and in the eyes was a darkness that moved and mocked and knew. It knew the child he'd been, all the regrets and fears and hidden failures. It dredged out the truth of his mother's death, that it wasn't the cancer that killed her, but a vomit-stained pillow and the strong hands of her only son. It knew how he'd wanted her to die, and dreaded it, how she'd begged and soiled herself, and how the bare-knuckle fight that followed was not about respect or money, but the horror of killing his mother, and of being alone in such a dim and shabby world. No! The rifle slipped from nerveless fingers. He'd hated her and loved her. She'd asked him to do it. But you wanted to. Stop it. Kirkpatrick covered his ears, but the voice was inside and sounded like the boy he'd been. You hated the smell of her and the sound of her and the way she touched herself when she drank. Stop it! Stop it! But the voice didn't stop. It rolled through him and deepened, and there was laughter when it said, Run, little boy, run. And that's what James Kirkpatrick did. He ran away from his friend and his past. He ran until Boyd screamed again, and even the screams were lost. Then it was his breath and his sobbing, and a voice in his head that was his alone. You're no son, it said. You're no kind of man, and no fucking friend either. Chapter 12. Johnny knew someone was in the hush long before he heard the shot. He felt it like a touch, and that's how it happens sometimes, a sense of intrusion. The gunshot changed that. It gave direction, distance, certainty. 3 miles, he thought, west and north, bottom of the hills. Snatching a rifle off the wall, Johnny took off at a sprint. Barefoot in cut-off jeans, he was light and quick, and when he found the body, unwinded. Slowing when he saw it, Johnny dropped into a crouch and studied the clearing. He saw much, but felt little. Heat in the blood, a gathering of flies. The body lay twisted in the shallows, part of it in the water, most of it on bruised grass. It looked wrong, he thought. How the arms bent, looseness in the shoulders and hips. Blood made a mask of the dead man's face, but Johnny knew him. William Boyd. He stood above the body and understood all the wrong inside. The spiral fractures and crushed organs, how he'd chewed his own tongue bloody. Johnny turned away and was nearly sick. He'd known violence and death, but never like this. He'd never felt it like this. The man's eyes were pulped and his bones in places twisted to fragments. Fighting the nausea, Johnny studied the dead boar, the clearing, the prints in the dirt. Most matched the boots on Boyd's feet, but others belonged to a heavy man with a long stride and a high arch. He'd come and gone on a game trail. Running, Johnny thought, sprinting. Touching the tracks, he wondered if he should follow them or stay with the body. It was a tough question. Coyote were denned up a 1/4 mile east, but the wind was moving that way, and the smell of blood with it. Other carrion eaters were close, too, buzzard and possum, hawk and crow and skunk. Even in the waters the eel were stirring. Leave Boyd too long and he'd be as picked over and fly-blown as the boar, dead beside him. Shit. The bigger issue landed on Johnny like a rock. William Boyd was dead on his land. That was a problem, and it left no choice. He had to follow the runner. Pulling Boyd from the water first, Johnny covered the man's face and arranged the body as best he could. It would make no difference to the coyotes, but there it was. After that, he focused on the tracks. They led north toward the river and were easy to follow, so that's how Johnny moved, fluid and smooth and easy. He discovered the camp first and took the time to search it, finding ammunition and gear, but no second rifle. That meant the runner was armed, so Johnny moved with greater care. He didn't need to catch anyone, but wanted to see the man's face at least. That was about the sheriff, about what would come next. A mile into the hills, the tracks joined the river and followed it upstream. When the water bent, Johnny cut the corner and looked down from a stone bald 300 feet above the valley floor. He saw the man below, how he ran and fell, then dropped the rifle, snatched it up, and fell again. The next time he rose, he moved slowly and unsure, and even from the bald, Johnny saw blood on his face. He was talking to himself or yelling. Johnny watched him follow the river until another hillside stole the view away. After that, Johnny took his time. He knew where the guy was going. Leon was behind the bar when he saw the white man stumble out of the brush. He was dressed to hunt, but dragged his rifle by the barrel, the stock of it hopping and skipping across the ground behind him. He appeared first from a band of river birch and wild cherry, then dropped into a gully and clambered up the other side. From a distance he looked all kinds of wrong. The limp, the filth, the bloody skin. Leon had been drinking, so he blinked a few times to make sure of what he saw. Still there, still white and walking. Nope. He fell, got back up. Leon took quick stock of the bar. He had a few drinkers at the tables outside, some old-timers in the horseshoe pit. "Alvin." He shrugged off his apron and gestured to the only person inside. "Watch the bar." "What's in it for me?" "Have a drink." Leon's eyes were on the white man as he pulled a bottle of his cheapest bourbon and put it on the bar. "Have two." Leon dropped his apron on a counter, then cleared the bar and went outside. The sun was only a hand above the trees, but the force of it was like a hammer. Leon shaded his eyes and looked across 100 yards of scrub. The man went down, stayed down. Leon sighed, then stepped out onto stony soil, checking the tree line, the river. Closer to the fallen man, he slowed, not much liking white folks or guns or trespassers. When he got close enough, he stopped. The man was face down, barely conscious. Stooping until his knees popped, Leon pried the gun away and moved it to a safe place. When nothing happened, he rolled the man over, twitching once as the man cried out and what looked like a broken arm shifted. Leon said, "Hey, man, you okay?" He wasn't. Cuts and scratches covered his skin. His eyes showed half white. To Leon, he looked like a man who'd run hard through miles of rough country. His clothes were torn, his lips split. Leon put him in his 50s. Expensive watch, expensive rifle. "Can you hear me? Do you have a name?" The man's mouth moved, but the sound was thin. Leon leaned in. "Say again." "Crucifixion. Crucified." "You're not making sense." "He was crucified, Jesus Christ." "Yeah, man, okay, Jesus was crucified." Leon rocked onto his heels, thinking of problems he didn't need. "Want me to call the cops?" That was Alvin, who'd appeared unexpectedly. Leon couldn't hide his annoyance. "I told you to watch the bar." "Yeah, but it was just 2 drinks." Leon stood. He didn't want cops in his place, didn't want the questions. "Where'd he come from, anyway?" "I have no idea." Leon looked at the trees and saw movement. Well, shit. It took Johnny Merrimon 3 minutes to cross the same broken ground. Barefoot and shirtless, he carried a rifle, a neutral expression. "Hello, Leon." Leon nodded. "I suppose you know something about this?" "Yeah, maybe." "Where are your clothes?" "I wasn't planning to see people." "Were you planning to shoot 'em?" Johnny ignored the sarcasm, stooping beside the fallen man to check his eyes, the pulse at his throat. Leon pointed. "Looked like he broke his arm." "He took some hard falls. Has he said anything?" "Yeah, Jesus died on a cross. Do you know who he is?" "No idea." "Then why were you following him?" Johnny straightened. "It's complicated." "A little or a lot?" "We've got this one down and another one dead in the swamp." Johnny hooked a thumb in that direction, and Leon felt the sweat go cold on his neck. He thought of history and his grandfather, how even old and half-blind he clutched his fingers on Leon's wrist hard enough to make the boy cry. "You stay out of that swamp, boy. You stay out or I'll give you something real to cry about." "You okay?" Johnny asked. Bad juju. Bad something. Johnny put a hand on Leon's shoulder. I'll need to use your phone. An hour later, they were gathered beneath a purple sky, the sheriff and 3 deputies, 2 paramedics, Leon, Johnny, and Clyde Hunt. Hunt's badge meant little this far out in the county, but he and the sheriff went way back. They'd hated each other for a lot of years, then found their way to grudging respect. None of it would help Johnny when Boyd's name came out. I need to know why he was out there tracking the victim and carrying a gun. The sheriff's voice carried to where Johnny and Leon stood. So did Clyde's. Listen, Willard. Don't Willard me, Clyde. I know he's your boy and all, but I'm not leading my men into that swamp in the dead of night based on his word alone, not without knowing more. He says a man's dead. I've got no corroboration. The sheriff gestured at the ambulance where paramedics worked over the injured man. He's incoherent. We don't even know who he is. Just hang on a second, all right? Clyde waved over one of the paramedics. What do we know about this guy? He's mid-50s and fit. Most of his injuries are superficial lacerations and contusions. The arm is broken. Could have been a fall. Could have been defensive. Defensive? The sheriff interrupted. He could have fallen on a rock. Someone could have hit him. Until he talks, it's a guessing game. Has he said anything else? Still talking about crucifixion and cold. And that's the funny thing. He has a lesion on his face. The paramedic touched a cheek and looked apologetic. It sounds crazy, I know, but I think it's frostbite. In a swamp in this heat? I've been doing this a long time, Sheriff. I'm pretty sure it's frostbite. The paramedic went back to the injured man. The sheriff lifted a cap, scratched his head, and looked at Johnny. Listen, Clyde, let's forget my history with your stepson, okay? Even if I'd not arrested him once already, it's hard to live in this county and not worry about his mental state. People wonder what it did to him losing his twin sister like that, losing his dad. He gestured at Johnny and squeezed his cap between his 2 hands. He lives out here alone. He's done time. Part of me thinks he's dangerous, and the other, that he's batshit crazy. That being said, this is where we are. So I'm asking you cop to cop. Can I believe what he's telling me? If he says there's a dead man out there, that's what you'll find. You're certain? Johnny wouldn't lie about something like that. Yeah, shit. That's kind of what I figured. Mr. Merrimon? He raised his voice and called Johnny over. He'd already questioned him about the body, and the answers had been typically brusque. Part of that stemmed from the bad blood between them and part from the kid's nature. He was unpredictable, untrusting, and he had a real hard-on about trespassers. None of that made the sheriff feel good about what had to happen next, not at the end of the day and the edge of so much blackness. Johnny? Sheriff? Word around town is that you know the swamp like I know my own face. Is that true? It is. Could you lead me to the body? Yes. Even in the dark. In the dark with my eyes closed. Any chance a helicopter might get in there? Not if you want it to land. So you're my only choice. If you want the body out before scavengers pick it to the bone. Christ, this just gets better and better. Actually, Johnny said, I think it's about to get worse. Son, the sheriff got angry. If there's something you're not telling me, now's the fucking time. Johnny looked at his stepfather, kept his eyes there. Can I talk to you? Clyde, Willard, give us a minute. Clyde led Johnny away from the sheriff, the deputies. When they were alone, Johnny told him the rest. It's William Boyd, he said, the dead man. What? It looks bad, I know. Bad doesn't touch it, son. You have a history. You fired on him 11 times. That's why I didn't tell the sheriff I wanted you here. Jesus, Johnny. How bad is it? Clyde ran a hand through his hair. In the gloom, the sheriff was watching them. You're positive it's Boyd? Yes. I'm sorry. Well, tell me exactly what happened. Johnny repeated the story, the gunshot, how he found the body and followed the tracks. That's it, Clyde said. That's everything. Just like I told the sheriff. Clyde walked away, came back. He won't overlook your history with Boyd. He can't. I knew as much when I called him. Look, I did nothing wrong. You should have a lawyer. I did nothing wrong. Damn it, son, that's not the point. Clyde paced, thinking of his wife, another arrest, the boy he loved like a son. We need to go, Johnny said. If we don't, there'll be nothing left. 2 hours into the hike, the sheriff still carried tension in his shoulders. He didn't have to call us, Willard. He could have left the body out there. I'm too tired for this conversation, Clyde. Everyone was tired. After Johnny dropped his bomb on the sheriff, they'd waited another hour for more men, and the sheriff had made his reasons plain. If I'm going into the woods with him, I want more men. End of discussion. That was the attitude, and it infected every one of the sheriff's men. Even the medical examiner looked sideways at Johnny. Willard, I said shut the hell up. And that's how it went. Johnny was the enemy, and Clyde was too. The hike made it no easier. The terrain was broken stone and then mud. The bugs tormented everyone but Johnny. The camp is just ahead. Johnny parted the vines, and men filed onto dry ground. I searched it earlier. There's not much to see. You tampered with my scene? Johnny put his light on the sheriff's face. I didn't tamper with anything. Son, you best take that light out of my eyes. Johnny gave it a beat, then lowered the light. Another half-mile, he said. Then you'll have your body. The sheriff left 2 men at the camp and followed Johnny deeper into the swamp. Johnny hated all of it, the noise and dislike, the strange men and their ignorance. He heard them even when they whispered. What a shithole. Who would live out here? Are you okay? Johnny ignored his stepfather's question. Are you? He asked, and it wasn't rhetorical. He felt Clyde's revulsion, too, and the unasked questions that followed. Why would a young man choose this? How normal could he possibly be? There's your body. Johnny stopped at the edge of the glade and put a spear of light on the remains of William Boyd. Black wings rustled above the shape. Yellow eyes winked in the light. Dear God! A deputy crossed himself as more lights found the body and those things that fed on it. The sheriff called out, Go on, get! He waved his arms, and though a few birds took flight, none of the coyote moved away. They showed yellow teeth, bloody snouts. One of them kept eating. The sheriff drew his revolver and put 3 rounds into a mud bank 20 feet away. The coyote broke for cover, and the sheriff sighed deeply. Okay, gentlemen, let's see just how ruined this poor bastard really is. Turns out he was pretty ruined. 2 of the deputies got sick. Even the medical examiner covered his mouth. Everybody settle down, the sheriff said. Let's get some more lights over here and do our jobs. Hankins, Martinez, come on, boys. They got more lights on the body, and the sheriff squatted beside it. Some of the face was gone, but not all of it. It's Boyd, all right. Mr. Merrimon, is this how you found him? Forget the scavengers. I'm talking about location, clothing, position. Is there anything different? I moved him, Johnny said. You what? His legs were in the water when I found him. The blood would have drawn more scavengers. Moving him seemed like the decent thing to do. That's twice you've disturbed my crime scene. It's twice I've done the right thing, 3 times if you count calling you in the first place. I'll tell you what. The sheriff stood, trying to use weight and height to intimidate. Why don't you stand over there and stay out of my way? Are you finished with me? Son, I'm not even close. You have the body. You can find your way out. I still have questions. I don't have answers. Stand over there and wait. Am I under arrest? There, now. Everyone was watching, so Johnny kept the anger off his face. He walked to the edge of the scene, and when Clyde joined him, he asked the only question that mattered. "Am I under arrest or not?" "No, Johnny, you're not. But don't antagonize him. I'll do what I can to make this easy." He meant well, but Johnny knew what would make things easy. That was peace and silence, his thumb on the pulse of the hush. He gave it a moment for Clyde's sake, then slipped like a ghost into the night. He was a mile away before anyone noticed. Chapter 13. In a tall building in a large city, Cree dreamed of the swamp. There was no bed or bedroom or plywood door, no lights from a city beyond the glass. She was in the dark in a small space, unmoving in air that smelled of earth and death and rotting wood. If she moved, the space constricted. Opened her mouth, the earth filled it. She cried out in her sleep, but it was not in the nature of a dream to hold its shape. She heard rain from a distant place, felt heat rise and fall as seasons blurred and the world turned. She was in the earth and of it, and in the dream she rose above. From a height she looked down and saw the swamp, but not just as it was. She saw it before the slaves were hanged and after the fires were lit. She saw the people who'd lived and died and been buried there, the men with broad backs, the wide-hipped women and their strong, yowling babies. She saw the hardships and the joys, the gardens and the hunts, the fears and failures and the old women who kept the secret ways. Cree saw it all, but it was like a taste that burst bright, then faded to leave her alone and empty and wanting more. But the dream was no kind of giver. It swept her through the trees and over black water, and as she drifted, the fear welled up to move inside her, penetrant and physical and vile. She cried out again, and in the horror of that moment, heard words in the darkness beyond. "Pain has always been the price. Grandmother." She opened her mouth and tasted earth. "This is history. This is life. Not this," she said, "never this." But she'd experienced it before, 1,000 dreams on 1,000 nights. Then, as now, the fear moved deeper, and Cree again cried out in her sleep. She heard it in the dream, and such was her life, asleep. The present and the past, things imagined and unseen. Choking on the fear, she looked down to see men in the swamp. It was dark, but she knew police by the way they stood, knew the body by its stillness. A man was dead, and he'd not died easily. She dreamed of twisted bones and screams, but not all the dream was bad. She saw a man separate from the others, and knew the man was Johnny Merrimon. A mile away and moving east, he hummed quietly as he walked, and a soft light walked with him. The image stayed with Cree as her eyes opened and she blinked against the sunlight. She was in her room, and the world smelled of traffic. She heard the engines, the horns. Her head ached, but it always hurt after dreams of the swamp. "Mom," she called out, but not eagerly. The dream was already receding and the fear with it. Soon the images would fade like old print, another page in the scrapbook of messed-up dreams. That's how she thought of it. She didn't want the dreams, didn't ask to be buried alive, terrified, stripped bare. The only good to come from dreams were those rare times she heard her grandmother's voice. So many years had passed since they'd spoken or touched or shared the simplest joys. Cree feared she might forget the look of her and the feel, the smell of dry skin like cinnamon and bark and sun-baked grass. Swinging her legs from under the sheets, Cree pulled on jeans and a shirt and used a metal pin to pull back her hair. In the mirror, her face looked odd, the nose flatter, the eyes darker and harder and more deeply set. For that moment, she had two faces, one atop the other. But the sensation passed. Too much of the dream, she thought, too much strangeness. Moving into the hall, Cree heard a television in the kitchen. The volume was low, the picture grainy. Her mother sat unmoving at a small table covered with chipped formica. She wore old slippers and a housecoat worn thin. The cigarette in her hand carried 2 inches of ash. A bottle of vodka sat half empty beside her. "It's over." She spoke softly when she saw her daughter flicking the ash at last and taking a drag on the cigarette. "He's dead. It's over." "What are you talking about?" Cree sat and her mother pointed at the television. "William Boyd is dead. It's been on the news all morning." Cree looked at the television, saw a commercial about waffles. "How much have you had to drink?" "Not much." "What's the point?" "There are other ways." "What other ways?" her mother snapped. "Our appeal is based on policy. We've tried every firm in the city. They laughed at us. You were there, you remember." "We can raise the money ourselves." "For lawyers at $500 an hour, no." She laughed sadly. "It's over. We lost." "Are you okay?" "We were this close." She held up a thumb and forefinger a half-inch apart. Had they won the case, Boyd would have paid millions for the land. Many millions. Cree's mother had dreamed of that money. She wanted to leave this thin-walled apartment in a dirty needle of a building. She wanted a house with a yard and for her daughter to go to college. They were normal dreams free of avarice, and Cree had wanted her to have those things, but only later. She wanted time in the hush first, years if that's what it took. She had questions from childhood, the memories of lessons painfully taught. Such things should make sense. Why else the dreams, the visions of old women that haunted still? "Will you talk about it now?" "That place?" The mother showed a bloodshot eye. "Those crazy old women? No. I'm not going to talk about it. It's my history, too. I have a right to know." "About what? Life in the mud? Why I left? Haven't I apologized enough for sending you there? Best thing you can do now is move on." "To where? A bottle? 4 different husbands? I've said all along that place is money for us and nothing else. You're too young to judge." "But there's something special there. I feel it." "No, child." The mother stubbed out a cigarette, and 100 pale scars showed on the skin of her arms. "There's not a thing that's special." When Johnny woke, he felt the search. A dozen men and even more resentment. They were angry about the mud, the heat, the biting flies. Mostly they were upset about the night before. They'd had Johnny and let him walk away. Now they had an angry sheriff, 100 questions, and a billionaire still dead. None of it bothered Johnny. He made a smokeless fire and cooked breakfast. When he was finished, he doused the coals and focused on the search. They were lost. 4 men had blundered 2 miles east, following a track that filtered into a peak bog and left them there thigh-deep. Another 3 men had been walking a circle since dawn. The sheriff and 4 others were closest, but even they were bogged down and pointed in the wrong direction. The helicopter appeared mid-morning. It worked a grid east to west, but Johnny had built his cabin under the trees and kept his footprint small. Maybe they'd spot a woodpile or an edge of a skiff, but Johnny doubted it. What wasn't water was forest, and the forest hid its secrets well. Of course, Johnny wasn't fooled about the outcome. Boyd was rich and powerful, and people like that didn't die without ripples. Johnny would have to talk to the sheriff sooner or later. It wouldn't be fun. But this was. Johnny tracked the sheriff's group for 3 hours. He watched them struggle and sweat, and if they turned his way, Johnny ghosted. He was in the trees, a flicker. They never saw him. Jack arrived at noon, and Johnny felt it 10 seconds before the sheriff's radio squawked. "Sheriff, it's Clark. We got Jack Cross here, like you asked." The sheriff palmed sweat, muttered a quiet, "about damn time," then keyed the radio. "Hold him there. We're coming to you." For Jack, it was a nightmare. The newspaper and the cops, the worry as they'd walked him to a car, then dumped him beside the old church and told him to wait. "For what?" Jack asked. They didn't answer, so he swatted mosquitoes and watched cops circle a table covered with maps and radios. It took the sheriff another hour to get there, and he looked like a bite of food the swamp had found distasteful enough to spit out. Black mud stained the uniform and caked his shoes. His face was swollen from bug bites and brambles and heat. "Show me where to find him." He took Jack by the arm and propelled him toward the map-strewn table. "I know you come here. I know you know." Jack caught his balance, unsurprised at the level of hostility. He was a lawyer and Johnny's friend, the son of a dirty cop. "What exactly is happening here, Sheriff?" "You know about William Boyd dead on your friend's land?" "Yes." "Well, Johnny's the one who found him, and you want him for questioning." "I had him for questioning last night. He ran before I could finish." Jack studied the men in the clearing. They were angry. The anger landed on Jack. "Is Johnny a suspect?" "He and Boyd had a violent history." "That seems circumstantial at best." "Will you help me or not?" Jack thought about it and took his time. He was new in law, but had been a son of law enforcement for a long time and knew how sideways things could get when cops took things personally. This looked personal. All of it. "Where's Johnny's stepfather?" "This is a county matter. Clyde Hunt is neither welcome nor invited." "Is he aware of the search?" "I'll ask you one last time, Mr. Cross, and then I'm going to get truly, biblically angry." "If you want my help, there are things I need." The sheriff turned so red he was purple. "What?" "First of all, I go in alone." "No. Second of all—" The negotiation took 10 minutes, and in the end, Jack went after Johnny alone. At the edge of the clearing, he faced the sheriff and hammered the high points one more time. "If he says no, I won't force him." "Then I'll find him myself and drag him out by the feet, his choice." "If you follow me, I walk out." "You have 2 hours. No one will follow you." "If I bring him out, you're gentle." "Jesus Christ." "No force, no cuffs. He's a cooperating witness." "Fine. Yes." Jack turned for the swamp, but stopped. "One last thing," he said. "I'm going in there as his lawyer, not his friend. Anything he tells me is privileged." "Goddamn lawyers." "So long as we understand each other." "Just go," the sheriff said again. "Get out of here before I change my mind." Jack gave it a beat, not for the sheriff's sake, but for his own. Even as a trained attorney, he disliked confrontation. More than that, he hated the swamp. The feeling was new, but even here, on the soft edge of it, the wilderness felt hostile. Jack peered beneath the trees, trying to pinpoint why it felt so different than it ever had. The colors were just as vivid, the shadows equally deep. It was knowledge, Jack decided, the awareness of Johnny's behavior and strange healing, of dream walks and terrors and midnight cold. On the brightest day, that would be enough. But there was death in the hush, too, and not just any death. The newspapers were vague about what exactly killed William Boyd. What did that leave? The question followed him under the trees and away from the ruins of the old settlement. So dense was the forest that he lost all sight of people after 2 minutes' walk. 10 minutes in, things looked wrong. The trail bent when it should have run straight, water flickered where none had been before. After 20 minutes, Jack stopped and turned a circle. He'd been to Johnny's cabin 100 times at least. He'd walked the same trail, touched the same trees. Everything now was different. "I've never seen this place." He turned another circle, but the disorientation was so strong it made breathing difficult. There was too much water in the air, too much weight. Digging deep, he picked a direction that felt almost right and kept walking. 4 minutes became another 10. There was no trail left, and a voice inside spoke bitter truth. "This is wrong, so wrong." But Johnny was still out there, as was the pressure, the weight, whatever killed William Boyd. Jack scrubbed at his face, ducked beneath another branch. When something small and hard struck him in the back, he flinched and almost screamed. Then he saw a pebble lying pale on the damp earth. God damn. Jack slumped to the ground and buried his face in his hands. He could be weeping, he wasn't sure. There was so much relief, so much sudden anger. You scared me, Johnny, Jesus. Johnny stepped from the trees, bouncing a second pebble on his palm. Don't be dramatic. Really, man, something's wrong. What do you mean? Look around, dude, I'm lost. Don't be stupid. Jack kept his eyes down and shook his head. He was embarrassed by the fear, the dampness on his cheeks. Jack, come on, look at me. Johnny knelt at Jack's side. He pulled leaves from his friend's hair, brushed dirt from his clothes. I'm sorry if I scared you, I didn't mean to. You're okay, man, I promise. Just look at me. Jack didn't want to, but it was the same Johnny, the J-man, the same friend. It's easy to get turned around in here. It can happen to anyone. Johnny took Jack's hand and pulled him up. See? No problems. You've been here 1,000,000 times. You're not listening. Same trail, same view. Johnny gestured across an expanse of water, and in the distance was a hillside, a hint of stone. Jack's stomach sank. He felt sick. That's not possible. You're not lost. It wasn't like this. Mm-hmm. Don't judge me, man. You have no idea. More frightened than ever, Jack stalked away and sat against a birch whose bark was loose and peeling and dusty red. What the hell is happening? Jack knew where the cabin was. He could almost see it. I swear I was lost. You were on the trail the whole time. How can you know that? You're here, aren't you? Can't get here unless the trail brings you. Jack opened his mouth, but Johnny was right. He was here. He knew the place. Tell me about the cops, Johnny said. What? The cops. Johnny leaned against a second tree. Are they pissed off? What about the sheriff? Did you see all that sweat? Priceless. How do you know about the sheriff's sweat? I've been watching him all morning. You should have seen him, Jack. Hip deep in mud, poking at sticks he thought were snakes. You followed him? It was hilarious. Do you think this is some kind of game? For a moment, Jack forgot his fears. He came off the tree, furious. William Boyd is dead. The sheriff is 50-50. You did it. Why make him angry? Because screw him, that's why. The sound of Johnny's voice raised in anger pushed Jack back a step. Johnny never yelled. It didn't happen. He has 20 people out looking for you. 12, Johnny said, unless you count the ones by the church. Dear God, you do think this is a game. Of course it's a game, and I'm winning. Jack studied his friend more closely. He was worked up. The dark eyes glinted. Why do you hate him so much? I just do, is all. Because he locked you up? Have you ever been in jail, Jackie boy? Johnny lobbed a final pebble. It bounced off Jack's chest and landed at his feet. I'll talk to that old bastard when I'm good and ready. Eventually, Jack convinced Johnny to leave the swamp. He asked a lot of questions and got the full story, the body and Johnny's walk out, how he brought the sheriff back in and what they found. It took some time, and in the end, he gave Johnny the best advice he could. Keep your mouth shut until you find a criminal lawyer. That's all you've got? Yeah, that's it. You need a no-bullshit 30 years in court criminal attorney. Johnny shook his head. They'll never hold me. Don't be so sure. Johnny grinned the same grin, and that's how it had always been. The certainty and the reckless smile, the confidence that was as alien to Jack as life on Mars. You coming? Johnny asked. He was 20 feet away, and Jack was already lost in thoughts of consequence and worry. Where Johnny was good on instinct, Jack's strength had always been engaging risk. That was about deeper understandings, patience, the careful path. Jack knew what the sheriff wanted. That worried him. But the hush was here and now, so on the way out, Jack walked behind his friend. And as he did, he watched the trail. Where were the dim places, the odd turnings? None of it made sense. Watch your step. Johnny pointed at a coral snake, and even that seemed harmless compared to the walk in alone. Does it ever worry you, J-Man? You know, being here by yourself? That's a silly question. A week ago, Jack would have agreed. What do you think killed Boyd? Johnny stopped and turned. Say that again. Huh? You asked what killed Boyd, not who. Why'd you phrase it like that? Jack tilted his head, thinking about it. I honestly don't know. You sure? I said I don't know. And he didn't. But he thought about it as the walk resumed. What killed William Boyd? What? The question felt right. When they reached firm ground, Johnny paused beneath the final trees, looking out. A lot of people. Jack peered past his friend and saw 15 cops at least. Groups of them stood and smoked and looked tense. The sheriff was bent over the maps, his big hands on the edge of the table. Just remember what I said. Wait for the lawyer. Got it. Let me go first. Jack took the lead, and it felt strange, the leading of Johnny Merrimon. When they were halfway to the church, the sheriff spotted them. You cut it close, counselor. 2 more minutes and I was coming in after you. I said I'd find him, and I have. Jack stopped a few feet from the sheriff and the men who gathered behind him. I expect you to honor your side of this, too. The sheriff brushed past Jack. His eyes were heavy on Johnny's, and Jack wondered if he'd ever seen such animosity. You gave us a pretty run of it this morning. Johnny shrugged, and the sheriff's eyes narrowed. The mud on his uniform was partially dry. His hands and face were smeared with it. Beside him, Johnny looked fresh as a daisy. He was almost smiling. Shit. Why'd you run off last night? Johnny said. You were being an asshole. I had a dead billionaire on my hands. Such thing can make a man tense. Felt like more than that. I won't lie to you, son. I don't understand you, and I won't pretend to like you. That's nothing new and no surprise either. But as long as you answer my questions and do it in a respectful manner, I'll keep this professional and quick and clean. The sheriff turned sideways and raised an arm. If you'll come with us to the station, no. I'm sorry? The sheriff blinked twice, mouth open. It didn't bother Johnny at all. Nobody said anything about the station. We can talk here. I'm sure you'd like that, but I can speak for the rest of us when I say we'd like air conditioning and a change of clothes. Tough day in the swamp? The sheriff's eyes hardened further as behind him 2 deputies showed faces just as bitter and bug-bitten and angry. I should take you down for that. Johnny pointed. You have a leech. The sheriff touched his neck, found the leech, and pulled it off, bloody. Son of a bitch! A smile slid onto Johnny's face. The sheriff took him down. At the station, it was chaos in the parking lot, chaos in the halls. A deputy had each arm. 2 more moved in front and in back. Johnny fought them for most of it. He knew what was coming. Don't say anything, Johnny. That was Jack yelling through the crowd. Sheriff, this is unacceptable. Is my client even under arrest? The sheriff turned, still angry. Your moment will come, counselor. A buzzer sounded and the crowd of cops squeezed Johnny through a doorway. But it's not now. A metal door clanged, and Johnny was alone with men in uniform in a hall he remembered. He knew Jack was upset, but the sheriff had never questioned Jack, never leaned on him, breathed in his face, locked him up. Jack could not know how personal that felt, nor could he fathom the hell an isolated box could be for a man like Johnny. The sheriff, though, had seen it. He knew Johnny paced like a caged animal, that he couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, that collapse alone had broken the cycle. A full week had passed in isolation before Johnny woke with a drip in his arm and a nurse peeling back an eyelid. Can you hear me? Do you know where you are? The sheriff had been there, too, not smiling, but satisfied. When he'd leaned above Johnny, he'd smelled of toothpaste and hair tonic. There are no hunger strikes in this jail. I wasn't striking. I need to hear you say it. I'll eat, Johnny said, and when he'd swallowed it enough to convince them, they returned him to the concrete box where he couldn't run or see the stars or feel anything. Interview 3. The sheriff directed the deputies, and they got him into the third interview room, though Johnny didn't make it easy. With his cuffs bolted to the table, the deputies stepped away, making room for the sheriff, who pointed at Johnny's scrapes, the split lip. It didn't have to be like this. We both knew you wanted me here. Yeah, well, you're the only one in the county who's tried once already to kill my victim. I didn't kill him. Maybe, maybe not. We'll talk about that once I wash the swamp off my face. The sheriff turned for the door, and Johnny smiled the dangerous smile. There's rarely the one leech, you know. He licked blood from his teeth and spit it pink on the floor. You might want to check your pants. The sheriff did exactly that. He showered in the locker room and changed clothes. No leeches. In the hall, one of his deputies stopped him. Clyde Hunt's in your office. Tell him I don't have time right now. He's a city captain. You can't blow him off. Shit. You knew this was coming. Thought I'd have more time. You can blame the lawyer for that. Okay. Yeah. I'll deal with it. Sheriff Willard Klein was not a bad man. He'd say as much to anybody. He didn't take payoffs or drink to excess or favor the powerful. He did the job as clean as any lawman could, and for the trouble, he'd been re-elected for 40 years straight. Even at 71, he was trusted by the people of Raven County. They thought he had a good head. He thought so, too, but the Merrimon kid bothered him. Clyde? The sheriff entered his office with both palms up. You don't have to say it. I know you're upset. Is he under arrest? Not yet, no. Then I want him released. The sheriff circled his desk and sighed inwardly. Clyde was a good man, and he was right about most of it. Just sit down, okay? I know you're angry. I understand it. Please. The sheriff gestured to a chair and waited. Clyde was agitated, but eventually sat. Why is my stepson in custody? It's complicated. Short version. History. The sheriff rolled his shoulders. Means and opportunity. No motive. I just want to talk to him, Clyde. You'd feel the same way. Jack Cross tells me the arrest got violent. Yeah. Another sigh. There's that. The sheriff looked at everything but Clyde. The shower had offered time to calm down, and he was not proud of how he'd behaved. It was the swamp, the sleeplessness, and that kid, that damn kid. He bothers me, Clyde, all right, I admit it. Bothers you? Why? How could Willard explain that something untouchable lived in Johnny Merrimon? He asked for nothing, took nothing, gave nothing. Even as a child, he'd maintained a deep-eyed implacability that would be unnatural in a grown man. Could it be resentment? He rubs me the wrong way, Clyde. I can't explain it. He's my wife's son. I've raised him since he was 13. I just want to talk to him. Then talk to him, damn it. Don't pile on 3 deep and haul him in cuffed. You wouldn't even know Boyd was dead if Johnny hadn't called. And that doesn't bother you? That he just happened to find a body in all that wilderness? We're talking countryside, dense as a thicket. You honestly think your boy just stumbled on a dead man he's already shot at once? You're a cop, for God's sake. You know better. You brought my son in bloody, that's all I know for sure. The sheriff scrubbed his hands across his face. He'd been up for 36 hours, and in the swamp for most of it. It shouldn't have happened like this, but he'd known Johnny when he was a wild-eyed boy in war paint and eagle feathers, a heart-sick, screwed-up kid with a stolen pistol in one pocket and the keys to a stolen truck in the other. The papers called him a hero, but he'd been a trespasser, a truant, and a thief. And that was just in childhood. As a man, he'd quit everything wholesome and good. Now Boyd was dead, and it was impossible, here of all places, for the sheriff to discount the behavior he'd seen Merrimon exhibit in jail. He'd almost died alone in a cell. He'd gone damn near catatonic, and that was in isolation the first week. No one fell that hard in a room alone, not unless they were already broken. "I want him released, Willard. I'm asking as a friend." The sheriff shook his head and was genuinely sad for the cop across his desk. "He'll disappear if I let him go, and I don't much care to go in that swamp again." "You can't arrest him without cause. I'll call a judge if I have to. I'll call the goddamn DA." "I already called her, Clyde." The sheriff leaned away and took no pleasure in what came next. "I want authority to charge." The district attorney was in court, so it didn't happen fast. 3 hours. Word spread from the sheriff to Clyde to Jack. In 3 hours, the DA would come. "I want to see him. I'm his lawyer." The sergeant at the front desk was not impressed by Jack's voice or by the card Jack smacked against the bulletproof glass. "Lawyer." Jack said it slowly in case there was some confusion. "Lawyer." Clyde put a hand on Jack's shoulder. "You'll have to go higher than him to get what you want." "Who then? Every sitting judge is on the bench and wouldn't get involved this early regardless. The DA will side with the sheriff." "Maybe, Jack, but she's answerable too. I don't think they have enough to hold anybody." Jack showed the desk sergeant his back. "You're talking about motive?" "Motive, murder weapon. As far as I can tell, no one knows exactly how Boyd died or even when." "So why the arrest? Why now?" Hunt sat on a plastic chair. The wall behind him was cinder block painted green, the floor stained concrete. "He's hoping Johnny will say something stupid." "I told him not to talk." Clyde smiled sadly. "Does he often do what you say?" Jack sat down knowing the big detective was right. Johnny played by his own rules, always had. "Can't you do something?" "The body was found in the county. I'm city." "What about back channels to the DA, connections, favors?" Hunt shook his head. "I've called in every favor I have, but Boyd died a billionaire. People worry about blowback." "Does Johnny's mom know?" "She's on her way home from the coast, and yes, she knows." "Shit." "Yeah." Hunt scrubbed his face. "That pretty much sums it up." After that, the minutes ticked past and neither spoke. Pressure built until Jack stood and paced, then sat again. "You're not making this any easier." But Jack couldn't stop. He went from the front door to the bulletproof glass, back and forth until he turned once and found the sheriff behind the glass. "Cross." The sheriff mouthed his name and pointed at the inner door. Jack crossed the room and looked at Hunt as the door buzzed and clicked open. "Jack." Hunt was on his feet with something like despair on his face. Jack tried for confidence, but his voice sounded thin. "I won't let him talk." After that, Jack was through the door and alone with the sheriff. He started to speak, but the sheriff waved him down. "Keep your shorts on, counselor. Your client is safe and unharmed and nobody said nothing." Jack followed the sheriff and tried to appear as if keeping quiet were his choice. In the third hall, the sheriff stopped beside a metal door with the window at chin height. Jack saw wire in the glass, his friend beyond the wire. "Thank you for letting me see him." "This is no favor, counselor. Mr. Merrimon decided he wanted an attorney after all." "Didn't he tell you that 2 hours ago?" "Nope." The sheriff opened the door. "He did not." Jack looked into the room and saw what he'd always imagined. Metal furniture, more concrete. Johnny's hands were cuffed to a steel ring in the table's center. He faced the two-way glass, his back to the door. "How much time do I have?" "That'll be up to the DA." The sheriff gestured Jack inside, smiling as if he knew the young lawyer had never had a real client or seen the inside of a jail. "Make yourself at home. Microphone's off." Inside, the room smelled of concrete, industrial-strength cleaner, and old sweat. Jack waited until the door clanked shut behind him, then moved to the table, where he saw an unsigned Miranda waiver and a felt-tip pen. His friend did not look up, so Jack sat down, shocked by the sight of Johnny's face. There was no color left. Dark circles spread beneath his eyes. "Johnny?" His friend dredged up a smile, but it came from some distant, painful place. Jack had never seen anything so hollow before. "Jesus, man. What'd they do to you?" "Not a thing." Johnny shifted, and the restraints scraped in the bolt. "Thanks for coming." Jack looked away from Johnny's face. It was so drawn, it was gaunt. "You sure you're okay?" "It'll get worse before it gets better." "What does that mean?" "Nothing, man, just talk." Johnny's eyes tracked up the wall and settled on a point near the ceiling. "Is the sun down yet?" "What?" "I can't feel it." Jack felt something like panic. He was out of his element, and there was no logic in his friend. Eager for something to do, Jack scanned the Miranda waiver. All the blanks were filled in: Johnny's name, the date. "That was the sheriff," Johnny said. "He wanted me to sign it." "Did he question you? Did you say anything?" "Just that I wanted to see you." Johnny's eyes drifted to the same spot on the same wall. Jack looked there as well, but saw nothing. "That's West." Johnny's eyelids drooped, and he tilted his head, looking at Jack. "How long did you say I'd be here?" Jack ignored the question. "I've been talking to lawyers," he said. "Big names, heavy hitters. Clyde's paying for it, so don't worry about the cost. Just keep quiet until I get somebody lined up. Tell Clyde to save his money. Johnny, I'll be out by tomorrow." Jack leaned back and frowned. "You can't be certain of that." "Is the sun down yet?" Johnny looked at the same spot on the wall. "I can't tell if it's down or not." Chapter 14. Bonnie Busby had been the Raven County District Attorney for 7 years. Before that, she'd been an assistant DA for another 20. Trim at 51, she worked 70 hours a week for little money or appreciation. Still, she loved the job, and that emotion was not about politics or power or the joys of the fight. Bonnie was a law and order DA, plain and simple. She believed in justice and the power of the state. Satisfaction for her came from the efficient harnessing of that power to make the world safer for the good people of Raven County, emphasis on the word good. Were it up to her, every killer, rapist, drunk driver, dirty politician, crooked cop, burglar, thug, voyeur, trespasser, arsonist, jaywalker, and litterbug would be penalized to the full extent of the law. But that was not realistic. She had 6 ADAs, 7 legal assistants, a budget. Time was a problem, too. She took the sheriff's call in a hallway outside Superior Court. She was one recess away from closing arguments on a child endangerment charge where the girl's mother had left her 4-year-old on the side of a county road as punishment for talking back in the car. The kid had stood there barefoot and bawling until a bartender on his way to work stopped and called the cops. The kid could have died, disappeared, and Bonnie didn't stand for that shit. Closing arguments took an hour. The jury took half as long. "Call the sheriff." Bonnie straightened files and watched bailiffs lead the mother away. "Tell him I'll be there in 5. Outside the courthouse, no one would look at Bonnie twice until they got close. Then it was all about the eyes and the focus. Even at 1 inch over 5 feet, she moved with more purpose than the 6 district attorneys who'd gone before her. People stepped from her path. Those who knew her nodded with sincere respect. 2 blocks from the courthouse, she rounded into the secure entrance of the building that housed the sheriff's department and the county jail. A key card got her through the outer door. After that, she passed through a magnetometer and signed a log. "Where's the sheriff?" A uniformed deputy buzzed her through another door, then led her deeper into the labyrinth. She knew the gist of what was coming. She knew Clyde Hunt, too. He was one of the good ones. 10 steps before the sheriff's office, she put on her toughest face, and that was not just for Clyde's sake. She had a dead billionaire, which was bad enough, but she had Johnny Merrimon, too, and that was complication she didn't need. 10 years had passed since he put Raven County on the map, but for people in her jurisdiction, it felt like yesterday. The warrior, the little chief. Except for the dust-up with William Boyd, which was unfortunate but understandable, Johnny had kept his head down, and she respected that. But he still wore the kind of dark celebrity that would draw attention from coast to coast. Bonnie didn't want to see her town in magazines or books or newspapers, didn't want it on television again or dissected in the news. She hated that kind of attention. It complicated things. Willard. She entered the sheriff's office the same way she entered every room, and he came to his feet like a puppet on a string. "Bonnie, thanks for making the time. You know Captain Lee, my number 2? Tom Lee stood. He ran major crimes for the sheriff's department, a sharp man with a genuine smile and a hand extended. Bonnie shook but otherwise ignored the pleasantries. She took a chair opposite the desk. "My office tells me Clyde Hunt is here as well. Will he be joining us?" The sheriff sat. So did Captain Lee. "Detective Hunt's presence would be inappropriate." "Okay, fair. How about you bring me up to speed?" The sheriff did just that, keeping the story linear and simple and clean. "There's no way he stumbled on that body, not in 1,000 acres of swamp. He owns the land. I assume he's familiar with it." "If you saw the property, you'd know that's irrelevant. In places, you can't see more than 20 feet. "What about the site itself?" "The body was in grass, waist high, all but invisible until you get close." "Boyd was trespassing?" "Hunting," the sheriff said, "just like the last time." Shit. Bonnie remembered the last time. She'd prosecuted the case. "That's your theory, then? Johnny tried once to scare Boyd off, shoots up the camp, makes his feelings plain, then Boyd shows up again, gets killed for the trouble. Decent theory. What about the witness?" "James Kirkpatrick. He's not talking." "Rumor is he's catatonic." "That's a fair statement." "Doctors?" "Uncertain when or if he'll come out of it. They're saying it's psychological." "How so?" "Emotional trauma of some sort, whatever the hell happened out there." Bonnie frowned again. Witnesses were like gold, but only if they could communicate. Considering the case from all angles, she shook her head. "It's not enough motive." "Come on, Bonnie. Do you really think he'd kill a man for trespassing?" "If the man had trespassed before," the sheriff said. "If he'd put Johnny behind bars for 4 months." The sheriff leaned closer, ticking off points on his fingers. "The motive may be thin, but it exists. That's one. The death happened on Merriman's land. That's opportunity, and it makes 2. He bent another finger. "Merrimon has the means." "Let me stop you there. Do you have cause of death?" "The body is with the medical examiner. We should have something preliminary by tomorrow." "Tomorrow?" The doubt weighted her voice, but she saw no reason to hide it. "This is premature. All of it." "Bonnie, listen. You want to charge Merrimon before you have cause of death. Are you kidding me? If you're even slightly wrong, it'll be a circus. Do you know how many calls we've received in the past 2 hours? Reporters, investors, the mayor?" The sheriff leaned back in his chair, agitated. "A private jet landed 10 minutes ago. Apparently it's full of fund managers, estate lawyers, and relatives hoping to get lucky. There's your damn circus. Tomorrow it'll be worse." Bonnie studied the sheriff from behind lowered lids. She'd known Willard Klein for a very long time. He was a smart man and a fine sheriff. Right now, he was hiding something. "What am I missing?" The sheriff glanced at Tom Lee, and Lee shrugged. "All right, Bonnie." The sheriff kept his voice level. "I believe Merrimon will talk, if you let me keep him." "Explain." "He doesn't handle confinement well. Actually, that's an oversimplification. Johnny Merrimon handles confinement worse than any person I've ever seen. It's psychological and physical, like withdrawal, but times 1,000. You'd have to see it to understand, but it's deep and it's real. 48 hours, and he'll break like a piece of glass." We're talking about Clyde Hunt's son. Stepson. It doesn't matter. Clyde is one of us. No one's forgetting that, but we're talking about a dead billionaire, too. Normal rules don't apply. He paused a beat. People will ask why Johnny Merrimon wasn't charged with attempted murder the first time. Because Boyd didn't want us to bring those charges. The DA came to the edge of her seat, angry. He refused to testify. You know that as well as I. Yes, I do, but the people of Raven County do not. By this time tomorrow, people will be asking if William Boyd had to die. They'll wonder if you could have stopped it. Damn it, Willard. You know it's true. When the kid shot up Boyd's camp, you made a fair call. Victim didn't want to testify, didn't want a trial. If Boyd were on a beach in Monaco, no one would question your judgment, but he's not on a beach. He's on a slab with half his face eaten off. Bonnie settled back in the seat. The sheriff shouldn't be right, but he was. Money brought pressure, eyeballs, expectation. Bonnie took it apart, put it back together. She'd look bad no matter what. You really think the kid did it? Pretty sure. 100%. The sheriff made a steeple of his fingers. No way he found that body by accident. Bonnie looked at her watch. It was after 5. Can you push the medical examiner? Trenton Moore has the case. He's probably the only medical examiner I can't rush. It's thin, Willard. The kid will break. Bonnie drummed her fingers, thinking. She hated politics, but the politics were real. Johnny had shot at Boyd once, and now Boyd was dead. A confession would clean things up, shut down the circus before it got started. It's still not enough. 48 hours, he'll break. She started to answer, but someone knocked on the door, interrupting her. Go away, the sheriff said. The knock sounded again. I'm sorry, Willard. Bonnie stood. Unless you have more, you need to cut him loose. How much more? Cause of death, a coherent witness, a better motive. One or more of those would be helpful. Bonnie, wait. The sheriff stood, almost begging. When the knock came again, he lost his temper. What, God damn it, what? The door opened a crack. Bonnie saw a uniform, the face of a white-haired deputy with creased skin and pale blue eyes. I'm sorry, Sheriff. I don't mean to interrupt. What is it? The sheriff asked. I just thought, with the DA here and all. What is it, man? Spit it out. There's a Luana Fremantle here. The deputy hooked a thumb down the hall and looked apologetic. She says she knows why Johnny Merrimon killed that billionaire, William Boyd. In a space of minutes, everything changed. Attitude, body language. It moved like a wave, and Jack saw it first. Something's happening. He motioned, and Clyde stood, too. Beyond the glass, people spoke in low voices and looked their way. No one smiled, no one met Jack's eyes. Something's wrong. Bonnie Busby carried that truth on her shoulders and in the lines of her face. She moved like a warship into the dead space beyond the glass, where she paused for a final word with the sheriff, then made for the lobby beyond the metal door. Jack glanced at Clyde and saw his worry reflected. Clyde knew the DA. He would know the face. What? What is it? Just wait. Jack did, but it was hard. When the DA buzzed through the door, she looked at Clyde and only Clyde. We're charging Johnny with the murder of William Boyd. You can't be serious. The sheriff thinks he's a flight risk. I think we have enough to charge. I'm sorry. Jack took the words like a slap in the face, and Clyde felt the same way. His mouth dropped. The light drained out of his eyes. Bonnie, please. I'm informing you as a courtesy, Clyde. I can't tell you any more. Can you tell me if it has something to do with the plane that just landed at Raven County Airport? Bonnie's mouth pinched, and Clyde nodded understandingly. Yeah, I know about that. Big money, big pressure. You're wrong about me. Politics is a damn dirty business. Am I wrong about that? The DA looked away from Clyde and saw Jack as if for the first time. Who are you? Johnny's lawyer? She was dismissive. Jack didn't like it. I'm sorry, Clyde. I know he's been like a son to you. Not like a son, a son. He wouldn't do this. Her mouth pinched again. She was small in his shadow. Help me understand. She looked at the glass, the empty room. How long have we known each other? 25 years. In all that time, have you seen me lie, cheat, or play dirty politics? I shouldn't have said that. No. Then tell me this, Detective. Does Johnny love that land he owns? You know he does. Would you say he loves it dearly? More than most, Clyde said. And therein lies the problem. She found his eyes and held them. William Boyd was trying to take it away. To Jack, it made sense. Luana Fremantle was poor. Boyd was funding her appeal with plans to buy the land if she won. He could do it cheaply, too, for a lot less than $30 million. What would she take to sell? $10 million? $1? Johnny was the only one stupid enough to turn down real money for 6,000 acres of swamp and stony hills, all of which begged the larger question. Why did Boyd want it in the first place? What made the hush so goddamn special? The thoughts drew Jack from the hard edges of the room. He was in the hush, at the water's edge, and something cold was moving. Jack, did you hear me? Jack blinked and focused on Clyde. The DA was gone. They were alone. I'm sorry. I'm tired. I'm going to see the medical examiner. Are you coming? Do you think he can help? I don't know. But I have less than 2 hours before Johnny's mother gets home. I'd like some answers by then. You go ahead. I need to see Johnny. Don't let him talk. I won't. Clyde vacillated, big hands fisted. He wanted to see Johnny, too. Jack felt it. Tell him I love him, Clyde said. Tell him we'll make it right. I will. And Jack. Yeah. You're a good friend. Jack nodded, but Clyde was already turning. Could the M.E. help? Maybe. What about Johnny's mother? She'd lost a daughter already. Could she lose another child and survive? Sergeant, Jack rapped on the glass. I'd like to see my client. When they took Johnny from interview room 3, he was already in the dimness. The halls were gray tunnels, the elevator down a black shaft. That's where they took him, to the lowest floor in the deepest room, the darkness beyond the darkness. What's wrong with him? He was like this last time, don't sweat it. Johnny heard the guards, but the guards were barely real. The world was concrete and weight, the faint etchings of life beyond the door. He tilted his head, but even the jail was fading. He heard the guards breathing, the jangle of his restraints, the door when it closed. He stood, but was unsteady. His hands were out like a blind man's. Closing his eyes, he felt concrete, bedrock, nothing. Hello? Even his voice was gray. I knew this was coming. But it had seemed easier in the warm light of the hush. He could feel movement there, the turn of the earth. He'd forgotten what it was to be buried alive. Just till tomorrow, he said, and it echoed in his mind. Tomorrow. Sorrow. Johnny laughed, but it was broken. Already the seconds were hours. Jack wasted 30 minutes with the sergeant. He raised his voice, made a scene. Eventually, the sheriff got involved. What are you doing here, counselor? He moved slowly through the metal door and wore a pained expression, not intolerant or angry, just worn out. Jack didn't care. You can't question my client outside of my presence. No one is questioning your client. He's tucked in and safe. That caught Jack by surprise. He'd imagined good cop, bad cop, cigarettes and bright lights and videotapes. Problem was, he knew so little about criminal law. He was a numbers guy, and the sheriff understood as much. It was in the soft eyes, the quiet voice. Why don't you go home, Mr. Cross? It's been a long day for all of us. I think I should see my client. I've placed him in protective isolation. What? Why? He's not adjusting well. That makes him a danger to himself and others. That's absurd. Yet the decision is entirely at my discretion. Your friend is not my only prisoner. But you're new at this, okay, I get it. This is frustrating, but it happens." The sheriff frowned knowingly and put a hand on Jack's back, guiding him to the door. "Come back tomorrow, okay? I'm sure you'll be able to see him then." The civility stole Jack's fire. How could he rage at a turned back, a quietly closed door? In the silence alone he pictured his friend. Was he really a danger to himself? Jack couldn't see it. But could he be a danger to others? Jack worried about that. Life was on the wrong side of a bad slope. Johnny's life, Jack's. There were things about his friend he didn't know, bad things, maybe, troubling ones. Leaving the sheriff's department with a heavy tread, Jack stepped onto a sidewalk devoid of people. The sky was dark, but not completely. Cars moved slowly past. Crossing the street, Jack sat in his car and checked messages on the cell. 2 were from lawyers who'd consider the case but wanted to talk fees. They'd call back tomorrow. 3 calls were from an assistant at the firm. 1 was from Leslie Green. The message was simple, the voice throaty. "Call me, Jack. Call me as soon as you can." Jack didn't call her. She'd want the story, the details. For an instant, he imagined what she might offer in exchange, but that second was as filled with self-loathing as it was with the memories of pale skin and movement. Cranking the engine, Jack turned across traffic and drove for the east side of town. He'd never been to the medical examiner's office or the morgue, but thought it was in the basement of the old hospital. He was right about that. Signs led him from the parking lot to the emergency room, then down a hall and through a small door, painted beige. An inoffensive color, Jack thought, for a wholly offensive place. The stairs beyond the door took him into the bowels of the building, to a hall with low ceilings and a brushed concrete floor. Lighting was dim in the first hall, and dimmer in the second. Halfway down its length, a glass window broke the expanse of cinder block to reveal a wall of small metal doors beyond which the bodies were kept cold and silent. Jack felt that silence as he walked. 18 small doors. He counted them. How many bodies? This is why he'd steered clear of criminal law, because it was too real and too permanent. The death and incarceration, the foundations of despair on which such things were invariably built. Jack suppressed a small shudder, embarrassed, even alone, by the dread he felt as the refrigerators fell behind and white light spilled from a second row of windows. A sign extended above a wooden door and announced the office of the medical examiner for Raven County. Stepping inside, Jack found an office like many others. There were closed doors and filing cabinets, as well as space for secretaries and assistants. The only real difference was the smell. Whether it was embalming fluid or exposed organs, Jack had no idea. "Hello?" No one answered, though lights burned brightly throughout the space. Moving past desks and a cluttered office, Jack discovered an open door that led to an antechamber and a second door, beyond which were tables and jars and focused lights, all of which were a blur to Jack. He couldn't look past the body. It lay on a metal slab, the skin discolored by bruising or dirt, the abdomen cracked open, with some organs out and others still inside. He saw a liver on one scale, and what looked like the heart on another. Beyond the body and the metal table, the room faded into a greenish gloom that hinted at more tables, other gear. Hunt was there in the dimness. So was Trenton Moore, the medical examiner. They were arguing. "You can't be here, Clyde." "We're talking about my son. I have a right to know." To Jack, the voices barely registered. His world was meat and skin, the pale gray of an open sternum. He wanted to look away, but could not. The top of the skull had been removed, one arm bent at an impossible angle, the ribs looked shattered. Jesus. He crossed himself from an almost forgotten habit of childhood. There was no mystery of life on that table, just muscle and tendon and marbled fat. Most of the face was missing, The smell was liquid. Stumbling back, Jack felt his way along the wall and to a table where the view was entirely hidden. He spread his hands on cool metal and worked to breathe through his mouth alone, trying to unsee the shattered bones, the places where flesh had been chewed and shorn off and ripped. 10 seconds passed, another 5. Steady, he thought, but was not. He was on the slope, and the slope was taking him down. He felt it on the crosstown drive, a blur of lights and mirrors and shadowed buildings. Jack could not explain the cold in his heart, but thought it might be the most genuine emotion he'd ever known. The ruined body, the hard questions. At his building, he took the stairs 3 at a time until the apartment door was locked and the world around him silent. For long seconds he stood in the darkness, then looked down on the city street. Cars moved, but normally. The night was just the night. Turning on a single lamp, Jack poured a drink that went down fast. He told himself that an explanation would come, that Trenton Moore's hard work was justified, and that the reasons for Boyd's death would, in the end, make some kind of sense. But Jack didn't believe it. Something terrible moved in the hush. He tried for a long time to dissuade himself of that notion, but Johnny was not right either. He was lying, keeping secrets. Jack considered another glass, but called Leslie Green instead and asked her to come over. She'd use him, and he'd use her. But that was okay. After what he'd seen at the morgue, Jack needed someone soft and human and real. He needed someone warm. Chapter 15. Hunt woke before dawn, and his first emotion was relief. In the bed beside him, Johnny's mother slept at last, and for that Hunt was thankful beyond words. His night with Catherine had been hard. Her only son faced a murder charge, and Clyde could offer no assurances. The weeping had been brutal, the anger that followed irrational. She wanted Clyde to fix it, and he couldn't. Moving with exaggerated care, Clyde extricated himself from the bed, relieved to find his feet while his wife still slept. She required rest, and he needed space to think. The day would matter more than most. He had to find the best possible attorney. He needed to raise cash, try again with the medical examiner, the district attorney. He needed to see Johnny, too, but mostly he wanted to speak with James Kirkpatrick, the survivor. If quick answers were to be found, that's where Hunt would find them. Maybe Kirkpatrick knew something. Maybe he was the killer. Slipping from the room, Hunt dressed in the hall, then made coffee and took a cup onto the front porch, where he watched the silent street, the dew on pale grass. A newspaper waited beyond the gate. Clyde was not eager to see it. For the length of a cup, he stared at the blur of it, hating how it lay there unassuming. It was the paper wrapped in plastic, a simple thing. But cops talked, and that meant Johnny was page 1. Hunt knew it. Draining the last sip, he sighed and stepped off the porch. The walkway was white gravel, the gate painted the same color. It opened silently, and Hunt bent for the paper, waiting until he was in the kitchen to break the fold. The headline was 3 inches tall. Little Chief arrested in death of billionaire. They'd run 2 pictures of Johnny side by side. The first was 10 years old, the same iconic photo that had made Johnny famous from one side of the country to the other. He was 13, his face streaked with berry juice and ash, his chest covered with blood and feathers and rattlesnake rattles. He was in a car as grown men pulled him out. Beside him was the girl he'd saved, Tiffany Shore. Hunt remembered. The second photograph was a booking photo taken after Johnny shot up William Boyd's camp. In it, he had the same cheekbones and black hair and impenetrable eyes. He was unsmiling and looked dangerous. Damn it. Hunt hated the pictures because they made Johnny seem damaged and capable, especially in light of the original assault against Boyd. The first 2 paragraphs spoke of that history and of the DA, who looked disturbingly out of touch. People wondered if warning signs had been missed or ignored, and if, had Johnny faced a harsher charge, William Boyd might still be alive. Such questions were inevitable. It was the nature of things. Beyond that, the reporter had little, but what he had, he used well. The body on Johnny's land, a manhunt in the swamp. Clyde read it again more carefully. No mention of Luana Fremantle or possible motive. That left room for doubt, and any doubt was good. Moving quietly, Hunt checked on Catherine, then disconnected the phones and drew every curtain in the bedroom. He wanted the room dim and quiet because he knew what was coming. Reporters would camp on the street. The phone would ring off the hook. It was only a matter of time. Locking the front door, Hunt took the paper with him. His first stop was the hospital, and it was close. He drove a mile down treed streets, then crossed a 4-lane and turned into the medical district, passing the offices, clinics, and pharmacies that grew like mushrooms in the shade of the tall building. After parking in the deck, Hunt crossed a sky bridge that took him into the hospital 1 floor above reception. Stairs took him down where he flashed the badge and put his questions to a round-faced woman behind a cherry wood desk. "James Kirkpatrick," he said. "What doctor and what room?" Keys rattled and the woman said, "Ah, 7th floor." Clyde disliked the answer enough to frown. 7? You're certain? "Psychiatric, secure. Dr. Patel." Hunt thanked the receptionist, then went for the elevator. Psychiatric, secure. Kirkpatrick was on suicide watch. Finding Dr. Patel took Hunt 30 seconds in the elevator and 5 minutes outside a locked door. I'm sorry. The doctor came from behind, coffee in one hand and a bagel in the other. "They told me you were here. It's just that cafeteria." He juggled his coffee, bagel, and keycard, pushing his right hand out at Hunt. "Vijay Patel, nice to meet you." Hunt took the offered hand. "We've met before. The jumper." Right, sure, 4 years ago, the teenager. You're here about James Kirkpatrick." He waved the card at a black box by the door. When the door clicked open, he tipped his head left and held the door with a foot. "We can talk in my office. Mind if I eat while we do it?" In the office, Dr. Patel sat on the business side of an overflowing desk. He made room for the coffee, the bagel, and Hunt tried to gauge the man. Early 40s, he had light brown skin and a touch of gray at the temples. Heavy glasses rode an average nose. The forehead was narrow, the chin soft. The overall effect was one of pleasantness. The slight bemusement, the easy smile. It seemed to fit what Hunt already knew of the man. He worked for the county and made county wages, but the diplomas were from Davidson and Duke and Harvard. He was either a giver or a classic underachiever. Hunt was thinking giver. "I'm sorry about the mess. My daughter plays summer league hockey. I'm the assistant coach." He said it off the cuff, but it confirmed Hunt's theory. "I need to know about James Kirkpatrick. Anything you can tell me." The doctor leaned back and put a foot on an open drawer. "I thought Kirkpatrick was related to a county matter." Hunt adjusted his assessment. A giver, yes. Stupid, no. "You've read the paper?" Patel lifted a newspaper from the desk. Johnny's face, page 1. "Then you know why I'm here." "The sheriff told me you might come by. I'm sorry for your family. I wasn't here when Johnny's sister turned up dead, but I know of your involvement, and that you married the boy's mother. I've always thought it was a good thing. Hope from the ruins, a fresh start." "It was a good thing. It still is." Hunt paused, measuring the mood of the man across the desk. "Did the sheriff tell you not to talk to me?" "He suggested it might be in my best interest to simply avoid you." "And yet here we are." Patel smiled. "Family comes first for me, whether it's mine or someone else's. Were my daughter locked away, I'd move heaven and earth to get her out. So, detective." Patel sipped his coffee. "What can I tell you?" "Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate that attitude. Is Mr. Kirkpatrick on suicide watch?" "He is." "Can you tell me why?" "Mr. Kirkpatrick tried to kill himself in the emergency room." "How?" "Scalpel," Patel said. A deputy managed to restrain him in time. "Is he sedated?" "He's conscious, if that's your question." "May I see him?" "From a distance, if you like. I don't want him agitated." Hunt followed Patel to a second secure door, then down a scrubbed hall. It was quieter than Hunt imagined. He knew the secure ward could at times be chaotic. "We'll remain in the hall." Patel stopped at a closed door. Through a small window, Hunt saw a bed, a glimpse of restraints. "Agreed?" Hunt nodded, and the doctor opened the door. Inside, Kirkpatrick lay on his back, restrained at the ankles and one wrist, and by heavy bandages that secured his broken arm. His eyes were open and his mouth moved. Every few seconds he twitched. "Is he talking?" Hunt asked. "About the death of his friend, no." Hunt watched for long seconds. Kirkpatrick didn't blink. His eyes were bloody red and wet. The cracked lips kept moving. "Has he been like this for long?" "All night." "What's he saying?" "It's an apology of sorts, and one of the most desperate things I've ever seen. The same words over and over, the only thing he's said since the sheriff brought him in." "Nothing about the swamp?" "No." Hunt leaned far enough to break the plane of the door. Kirkpatrick's movements were spasmodic and irregular. His head jerked side to side. The scrapes on his face glistened with ointment. "What exactly is he saying?" "It's heartbreaking, really." Dr. Patel crossed his arms and leaned against the frame of the door. "The poor man thinks he killed his mother." Hunt stayed for another 10 minutes asking the same questions and getting the same answers. No, the patient had not spoken of the swamp, and no, Dr. Patel had no idea if he would recover enough to do so in the near future. "Imagine a crystal vase, Detective. Now imagine it dropped from a great height. Perhaps it can be reassembled and perhaps not. Only time and effort will tell." Hunt tried twice more, but the doctor knew nothing of Boyd's death or Johnny or the case of Kirkpatrick's fractured mind. "Physically, he's in acceptable condition. The rest—" Patel showed his palms, and Hunt swallowed the disappointment. "Thank you, Dr. Patel." He handed over a card. "My cell number's on the back. Call me if anything changes, anything at all." From the 7th floor, Hunt took the elevator to the basement level and followed familiar halls to the medical examiner's office. The door was locked, the space behind it lightless. "Damn it." Hunt rattled the knob, then checked the time. 7 o'clock. Too early. Taking out his cell, he called Trenton Moore at home. No answer. Same with his cell. "Trenton, Clyde Hunt. It's early. I'm sorry. Please call me as soon as you can." Hunt wanted inside information, but knew from long experience that Trenton Moore responded poorly to both threats and entreaties. He would help or not, according to his conscience. This was the first time Clyde had ever disliked that quality in a man. He wanted to shake trees, break down walls. His next call went to Jack Cross, who answered on the second ring. He sounded alert and ready. "Jack, it's Clyde. Can you meet?" "Absolutely. When and where?" "Sheriff's Department, 20 minutes. It's time we speak to Johnny." Jack replaced the phone on its cradle and slipped on his coat. He'd been planning to leave early anyway. There was only one complication. "Leslie?" Jack knocked on the bathroom door, which stood partly open. Pushing it wide, he shoved hands deep in his pockets and stopped by the sink. Leslie was in the shower. She smiled through the glass. "Get in." Jack shook his head. "I need to go." 10 minutes. Jack was tempted. When she'd come over the night before, there'd been none of the awkwardness or quid pro quo he'd expected. She'd been in jeans and boots, and her face in the dim light had softened almost the second she'd seen his. He'd like to think it was affection that led her to kiss him the way she had, but deep down he knew better. He'd been distraught and shaken, and no kind of man. What he'd seen on her face was pity. Even now he saw hints of it. "Listen, Jack." She wrapped herself in a towel. Boyd's dead, so the partners don't need you anymore. That makes your position a little fragile, do you understand?" Jack nodded, and she stepped closer. "Are you going to the jail?" "I'm meeting Detective Hunt." She looked down, then showed the blue eyes. "Will you call me later?" He nodded. "About last night, we don't need to talk about it. It's just that you were, I don't know, you were nice when you didn't have to be." "Did that surprise you?" "Yes. Women can do that, you know. Surprise a man." She straightened his tie, smoothed his lapels. Jack looked for the pity, but it was gone. "You never asked about Johnny." "The timing was wrong." "So why did you spend the night?" She leaned against him, kissed his cheek. "Give yourself a little credit." A little credit. It was a nice thought that made the day less grim. Would he trust Leslie with his life? No. But it felt promising, the unexpected gentleness. Maybe the day would surprise. Maybe the sheriff would too. Skipping the car, Jack walked 4 blocks to the jail. The morning was strangely cool, the sky above heavy with gray clouds. Around him the sidewalks were empty. Window glass reflected the stillness, the same low sky. A block from the jail, traffic began to thicken. The courthouse was on the same block, so was the sheriff's department, the offices of a dozen different law firms. Jack saw squad cars and cops and men with briefcases. He was too new in the law for any of it to feel familiar, but the movement felt right. The courthouse and jail, the early churn of men and women who served them both. Clyde was at the curb, pacing the sidewalk beside an unmarked cruiser. When Jack got close, Hunt handed him a coffee and said a terse good morning. He looked tired to Jack, fresh-shaven, but with pale skin and glassy eyes that spoke of a wakeful night. "Any news?" Jack asked. "It's too early for the medical examiner, and the witness is broken. I've called 3 different friends inside the sheriff's department, but word's come down to stay quiet. No one will cross the sheriff." Jack stripped the lid from his coffee. "When you say broken..." He trailed off, but Hunt understood. "Kirkpatrick comes from West Virginia coal country, a wealthy man, self-made. It's a brutal life, mining, and some deep damn hollows in that part of the world. Most of those mines will ruin a man by the time he's 30. Coming from nothing, getting rich." Hunt's eyes glittered. "Maybe 1 in a million can make that happen." "Something happened out there, Jack. Something went down in that swamp, and it was bad enough to break a strong man's mind." "Maybe it was already cracked." Hunt squinted at the jail. "Maybe. Maybe Kirkpatrick's the killer. I've considered that. The sheriff won't. Because he has his man. Something like that, yeah." Jack followed Hunt's gaze. The jail was 6 stories of concrete with hardened doors and slits for windows. Beside it, even the courthouse looked small. "Visiting hours aren't till 1. I'm a cop. You're his lawyer." Jack nodded, glad that Hunt was there. "All right, let's do it." Inside the foyer, Hunt locked his weapon in a steel box and informed the officer behind the glass that he wanted to see Johnny Merrimon. "Name, please." Hunt gave both names. "Reason for visit?" "Attorney-client conference." Hunt used specific language, and to Jack it looked like a dance. Hunt knew the guard knew Hunt, yet both men acted the part of a stranger. Body language was stiff, the words clipped. It ended unexpectedly and badly. "I'm sorry, sir, no visitors are allowed this morning." "What? Why?" "We're on lockdown, sheriff's orders." Hunt looked beyond the guard, then through barred doors, down still corridors. It was quiet, the guards relaxed. "I don't believe you." "There was a disturbance last night." "What kind of disturbance?" "I'm sorry, sir. No one goes in. No one goes out. That's all I can tell you. You're welcome to wait." He gestured at a row of plastic seats, and Hunt seethed. "For how damn long?" "Until the sheriff says." Hunt choked down angry words, but his hands were shaking. Retrieving his weapon, he stopped at the exit and looked back. "You know this is bullshit, right?" Jack had no idea what he meant. "If there's a lockdown..." "There is no lockdown. That's the sheriff keeping us out. It's an old trick." "Why would he do that?" "Time," Hunt said. "He wants time with Johnny alone." 2 stories down, time did not exist. Lights went on and off. It didn't matter. Johnny stared at the wall but barely saw it. He touched the floor, felt nothing. Under the weight of that isolation, the anxiety grew worse, as did the headaches, the restlessness, the tension in his chest. Johnny pulled himself up, his palms slick on the walls, his heartbeat uneven. He tried to swallow. He couldn't breathe. "You've done this before. You can do this." The words were in his head, an echo. He felt his way from one corner to the next. The room was a box devoid of life, a hole that robbed him of the things he loved. Nothing is forever, nothing lasts. He thought that was a lie, but footsteps sounded in the gray. Metal scraped. "Are you ready to talk yet?" Johnny told himself it was the sheriff's voice. It came and went. Distant surf. Johnny turned another corner, saw grim eyes, an old man's face. "Nothing." He coughed and tasted vomit. "I have nothing to say." "You won't leave this room until you talk to me." Johnny swayed where he stood. "Speak up, son, I can't hear you." Johnny looked for the face and started laughing. Speak up, he thought. He was already screaming. When the sheriff came again, Johnny had walked the cell 967 times. He'd counted. 6 steps, then 4, 6, and 4. The emptiness, the coffin. When metal scraped again, he felt air move, and with it came the smell of sweat and skin and coffee. Johnny swayed where he stood. Nothing had ever smelled so good, and for that moment it was real, the realest thing he'd ever known. Then metal scraped again, and Johnny was alone in the empty. He bit his tongue and pinched himself. He shuddered until his muscles hurt, then closed his eyes and paced the shape of his cell, 1,100 times, 2,000. At some point he drifted to a stop without knowing. When he woke, he was still on his feet. What was the count? He didn't know, and that was another loss. He paced the room again and mumbled in the quiet. 1. Hunt and Jack were on the sidewalk when the medical examiner called. "Clyde, it's Trenton Moore. I got your message." "Trenton, thank God." Clyde nodded at Jack, who stood beside the unmarked cruiser. "I appreciate this." "Don't thank me yet. This is not your case. I can't discuss specifics." Clyde's hand tightened on the phone. "Then why are you calling?" "Because I've known you for 15 years, because you asked me to." Hunt closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He told himself that Trenton was his friend, and that there were in fact rules about this kind of thing. It didn't matter. "I need more than that." "I know you do." "Then talk to me." A pause traveled down the line. Traffic noises, faint music. "I'm meeting Bonnie and the sheriff at 2 o'clock at the DA's office. It would be in your interest to attend." "Bonnie will never allow it." "Then be there when it's over." 2 o'clock. Jesus, Trenton, it's half a day. "I'm teaching a seminar in Chapel Hill. It's the soonest I can get back." Hunt looked at the jail, thinking of the sheriff and long hours, of the boy who was damn near his son. "Is it good news or bad?" The pause came again. 15 years, Trenton, you said it yourself." A sigh carried over the line. "If this gets out, I'll deny this phone call ever happened." "All I need is the bottom line." "I have your word?" "Yes, Trenton, please." A final horrible pause. "No way in hell your boy killed that man." When the connection broke, Trenton Moore put the phone on the seat beside him and wondered seriously if he'd be fired over the phone call. The sheriff was a narrow-minded man, the DA serious about rules. Either one could call down the thunder if word escaped of what was, in fact, a serious breach of protocol. Chain of communication, chain of custody, the concepts were not dissimilar. The case came first, its sanctity, its cohesion. But Clyde Hunt was more than a friend. He was an iconic lawman, a straight shooter, and a man to admire. When Trenton had first arrived in Raven County, a slight, myopic man fresh from his residency, Hunt was one of the few who'd not laughed at his lisp, his effeminate manner, or his very particular sense of humor. Other cops had been crude and cruel, but not Clyde. 15 years later, they were friends. They had dinner once a month, coffee on the odd morning. Trenton turned up the radio, merged onto a state highway, and followed it north. He'd sacrifice a lot for Clyde. Thought maybe he just had. It took Trenton another hour to reach Chapel Hill and find the right building in the sprawl of the UNC Medical Center. The class was like many others he'd taught, but his mind wandered. He repeated himself. On the ride back, he was still thinking of Boyd's autopsy and of the sleepless night it caused. He ran through the findings as he drove, the bones and organs, the chill he'd felt as the clock ran from 11 to midnight and he'd sat unmoving and sought to distill his findings. How many times had an autopsy made him question the science he revered? How many times the superstitious chill? The answer was unsettling in its simplicity. Twice. That's how often he'd been made to doubt the boundaries of rational thought. Twice in 10 years. Both times involved Johnny Merrimon, and both times the swamp. Arriving back in town 3 minutes before the hour, Trenton bypassed the hospital and went straight for the suite of offices occupied by the district attorney and her staff. That meant the rear entrance to the courthouse annex, the secure elevator to the 3rd floor. In the hall, he pressed an intercom, announced himself, and was buzzed into a waiting area with 4 chairs and a sofa. Clyde sat in one of the chairs. Johnny's friend Jack sat beside him. "Clyde?" Hunt nodded once, but said nothing and kept his gaze level. Behind him, a secretary of some sort was watching through the glass. Trenton took the cue from Clyde and walked past without another word. Resting his briefcase on a narrow ledge, he spoke through holes in the bulletproof divider. "Trenton Moore, here to see Bonnie." "She's expecting you." A second buzzer sounded, and Trenton walked through a metal door that opened into the secure offices of the Raven County District Attorney. "This way." The secretary led Trenton past filing cabinets and small offices. People kept their heads down, working. At the end of the hall, she knocked on double doors, opening the right side without waiting for a reply. "Trenton Moore." The DA's office reflected the woman who'd held it for so many years. Heavy furniture, muted art. Behind the desk, Bonnie Busby almost disappeared into the dark colors. She wore a black watch, a black suit. Her mood was the same color. "Can you tell me why Clyde Hunt is waiting beyond that door?" Trenton stepped into the office. "Nice to see you as well. Sheriff, Captain Lee." He nodded at the sheriff and his number 2. No one smiled. "Did you tell him about this meeting or not?" Trenton sat. "Did he know of the meeting?" "He wanted to be a part of it." "It's his son. That's understandable." The DA tried to intimidate with a stare, but the North Georgia childhood of a lisping boy had ingrained in Trenton a certain calm. He smiled easily, crossed his narrow legs. "Yours is not my only meeting of the day. Perhaps we can begin?" "Very well, Trenton, as you are the man of the hour." She gestured graciously, but no one was fooled, the M.E. least of all. He opened the briefcase, passed out copies of the autopsy report. "The talk screen will take time, as you know, but my findings suggest its irrelevance." All 3 scanned the report. The sheriff was the first to reach Trenton's official summation. "Well, shit. Are you kidding me?" He scanned for 2 more minutes, then tossed the report on the floor. "That's bullshit." Trenton had seen similar reactions when a case went suddenly sideways. Any other medical examiner will draw the same conclusions. The DA closed her copy of the file. Her eyes narrowed, but her voice was even. "Walk me through it." Trenton did just that. Every page, every finding. It took half an hour, and it got technical. By the time he was done, even the sheriff was pale. "That doesn't make sense." Trenton shrugged. "The body doesn't lie." "And you're certain no single man could inflict this kind of damage?" "Sheriff, I doubt a dozen men could cause this damage, not with their bare hands." "Explain." William Boyd's limbs were bilaterally dislocated at both the glenohumeral and acetabulofemoral joints, the hips and shoulders. The tendons were not just stretched, but ripped. That requires tremendous force, remarkable force. Trenton lifted the report to accentuate his words. There's spiral fracturing in the humerus and femur, again, bilaterally, in places the bones are bare fragments. The decedent has several crushed organs, torn ligaments, intracranial hemorrhaging. Both eyes were crushed in their sockets, and that includes the optic nerve, which, as you know, lies deep in the skull. Injuries such as these require pulling force, twisting force, compressive force, perhaps at the same time. The report is incontrovertible. Johnny Merrimon could not have inflicted this damage. No single man could. "Then what?" The sheriff leaned back, heavy on sarcasm and drawl. "How do you explain it?" "I'm sorry, Sheriff." Trenton looked from one person to the next, then lifted his palms in the kind of transcendental awe he'd known only once before. "I'm not sure anyone can." Chapter 16. Johnny's torment began with the sound of a metal door, and though the same door eventually swung wide, the suffering did not end so quickly or cleanly. He saw rust and flaking paint, but it remained at the end of a long, dim hall. Sound traveled even farther. Lips moved, but the words came later, echoes in the tunnel. "On your feet, let's go." Guards fastened waist restraints and cuffs, then took his arms and lifted. Beyond the door were stairs that led up. His feet couldn't feel them. "How long?" "What?" He tripped, but the guards held him up. He tried again, thinking the answer would be weeks. "How long was I in there?" 27 hours. 27? That wasn't right. Days had passed, many days. Johnny tried to feel his cheeks, but the guards wouldn't have it. "Quit screwing around. Move your feet." Johnny stumbled up the stairs and from the sub-basement took an elevator up an additional floor. "Get dressed. You're being released." Johnny slipped into his clothes like a second skin. They smelled of mud and black water, and that smell was the beginning. 2 halls later, there was light, real light, and a waft of air that tasted of exhaust and hot pavement. It was a start, but only that. Johnny knew what he needed. Another door, blue sky, home. The sheriff blocked the end of the final hall. He looked down with distaste, and Johnny straightened under the stare. Half blind, half deaf, it didn't matter. This was animal. "Sheriff?" The sheriff was raw-boned and lean, 90% hard eyes and bitter smile. "Give us a minute, will you?" He dipped ahead at the guards, and they disappeared. He studied Johnny with a critical eye, took in the tremors, the cold sweat. "I'd like to understand you," he said. "Can you help me with that?" "I thought I was being released." "Oh, you are. But I like to take this moment sometimes, these last few seconds." "Arrest me again or stand aside." The sheriff narrowed his eyes. "You're lying to me about something." "About what?" "I don't know." Johnny saw a waiting room through a square glass, and beyond that a hint of open air. "What aren't you telling me?" "I didn't see Boyd die. I don't know what killed him." "How did you find the body?" "I told you." Yeah, you heard a shot and went walking. We both know that's bullshit." "I'm going to leave now." "Don't pretend this is over." The sheriff gestured at someone unseen, and the steel door clicked open. "This is my card." He actually handed one over. "Call me if you grow enough spine to do the right thing." Johnny pocketed the card, blinked at the light beyond the door. He saw glass windows, a hint of green. Clyde and Jack were waiting. "Goodbye, Sheriff." "Don't kid yourself, Mr. Merrimon. I'm not going anywhere." After that came another blur. Clyde's arms went around him. Jack's hand fell on his shoulder. Words came too, but Johnny was starving. "Home," he said. "I want to go home." "That's good," Clyde said. "Your mother's waiting. She's been worried desperately, so—" He kept talking, but Johnny shook his head. "My home, the Hush." "Don't be silly." "Jack, please, will you take me?" "Come on, son." But Johnny saw Jack's car and stumbled toward it. "Damn it, son, what about your mother?" "Tomorrow," Johnny said. "She's worried." "Dinner, then, I promise." "Jack, the door." Clyde said, "Don't do it, Jack." "Jack, the door." "I'm sorry, Clyde." Jack keyed the locks. Johnny fell into the car. "He gets like this sometimes. I'll talk to him about tomorrow." "What am I supposed to tell Catherine?" "I'm sorry." Jack spoke as he circled the hood. "Really, Clyde, I'm very sorry." The car rocked as Jack got in. Johnny put his hand on the glass and Clyde faded away. The car moved faster and the world blurred. The city's people. "He deserved better than that," Jack said. "Just drive." Johnny's forehead touched the glass. "What the hell's wrong with you?" "Not now," Johnny said. "Are you serious?" "Tomorrow, Jack. You too." Jack had other words, but Johnny didn't hear them. Buildings fell away, and he watched them fall. A mile from the Hush, he felt the first stirring, like a fire in the cold. "Slow down," he said. "We're not there yet. Stop the car." Jack rolled onto the verge and parked in the stillness. "Now what?" Johnny opened the door. "You're getting out?" Jack asked. "Here?" Johnny looked back toward town, then in the opposite direction. A half-mile farther, the road bent. Beyond that, it turned again, then ran off from a dirt road that smelled of loam and grass and distant water. Johnny couldn't smell it yet, but he would. "I'll walk from here," he said. "Thanks for the ride." "That's it?" "For now." "Well, that's just fucking fine." "Tomorrow," Johnny said. 5 o'clock. I'll come to your apartment." "And your parents?" "Right after. We'll have that dinner, the four of us." It was a difficult moment because Jack wanted his friend, and Johnny wanted the walk, to feel it build. "Are we square?" Jack nodded slowly, and to Johnny it was an ending. He stepped back and waited as Jack turned across the empty pavement. When he was gone, Johnny walked the bent road and the long, sweet dirt. He climbed a buckled gate and then another until home was a line through the forest, a shimmer he could actually see. Maybe that was wishful thinking or delirium. It didn't matter. He stepped over the line and felt the place flood into him. It was a weight, a warmth. And with all that heat inside, Johnny folded into the earth as if he were an orphan child and the Hush, his mother, resurrected. When Jack returned to town, he went to the office. His billable hours were way down, and he was most likely on a blacklist over Johnny's apparent involvement with Boyd's death and the sudden loss of that potential revenue. Some partners were reasonable. Others lived on ego, spite, and power. That was the nature of the business and something Jack understood by the second year of law school. It still mattered to him, though, the diplomas, the nameplate on the door. That was about growing up voiceless and small and crippled. Jack loved his career for the same reason he loved Johnny, because they were the only things of worth to survive that childhood. "Susan," he spoke to an assistant, nodded at an associate beyond an open door. He kept a smile on his face, but it was all an act. A paralegal brushed his shoulder, and he flinched. Cold eyes watched from a corner office. Safe in his own space, Jack closed his door against the firm, trying to understand why it felt so pointless and shallow and false. because it is. The smiles, the brief nods. Had Johnny killed William Boyd, it would have gone away, all of it. And people expected it to. That's what he'd seen on the way in. Surprise and pity and dislike. Jack's suspicion was confirmed when he turned for the desk and saw the daily paper with a photo of Johnny and of a private jet beneath bold print reading, "Billionaire's family arrives at local airport, notorious local still in custody." Beside the paper was a battered copy of the book about Alyssa's death and Johnny's childhood. Jack's picture was in there somewhere, the sunburned face, the gimp arm. People don't know. They thought Johnny was still in jail, thought Jack's best friend was a killer. The firm would never fire him for that. It would be impolitic. But Jack had been found guilty by association. For a moment, Jack was frozen. Then the anger came, a coal of it down low. "Who put this in my office?" He was in the doorway and people were staring. "Susan? Mark?" A dozen people were close enough to hear, but no one met his gaze. "Is there a problem?" A senior associate stepped from the adjacent office and looked pointedly at his watch. "Nice of you to join us today." Jack raised the paper. "Did you put this on my desk?" "It's a newspaper, Mr. Cross. I'm sure there's one on most desks in the building." "He's no killer," Jack said. "They let him go this afternoon." "I'm sure we don't care." He turned away and left Jack in a bubble of quiet rage. Heads were still down, no one looking. Back in his office, Jack tossed the paper, tossed the book. His anger felt foreign and strange. He'd known so much of it during childhood that he'd trained himself to go cold rather than hot, to think before reacting. It's why the law appealed, because it was cerebral and offered control. But Jack had no control. Emotion moved him from the door to the window and back. Then awareness settled like a cool fog. It wasn't anger, but fear. Jack was frightened of losing his friend. Choosing files at random, Jack stepped from the office and stopped at an assistant's desk. "I'm working at home this afternoon. Call me there if anyone needs me." "Yes, sir." The young woman nodded, and Jack turned. "Oh, sir, excuse me. Messages." She held out a sheaf of messages, and Jack took them without a word. From the downstairs lobby, he pushed onto the sidewalk and turned for the apartment. It was hot, traffic moving. 3 cars down, he saw 2 men in an Escalade, but paid no attention. They were watching, but he didn't care. Maybe it was the bad arm, the fast walk. A right turn took him past condos and the local bank. 2 blocks after taking a left, he slipped into a door beside the bakery and pounded narrow stairs to his apartment on the 3rd floor. Behind a heavy door, he put down his things, splashed water on his face, and sat in the gloom beside drawn curtains. Am I really losing my friend? Johnny liked his secrets, that was true. He'd always been quieter than most. But the secrets had been smaller, too. What he felt, what he wanted. Even as a boy, he'd rarely looked for permission or understanding. To Jack, that quality had made Johnny dangerous, and he'd liked being part of it. Them against the world. But the secrets now were darker. Jack sat at the desk and flipped through the stack of messages he'd brought from the office, saw numbers for other lawyers, the clerk of court, Leslie. A name he didn't recognize appeared 2 different times, along with a note from the assistant. "In re Johnny Merrimon." Jack considered for a moment, then threw the messages away. The 10-year anniversary of Alyssa's discovery was approaching, and anniversaries brought out the crazies, the journalists, the twisted fans. The 10-year mark would be even bigger. A new edition of the book was planned. The documentary would air another 12 times. Jack wanted nothing to do with any of it. Determined to salvage something of the day, he opened the first file and got to work, summarizing financial statements, loan histories, and debt service. The client was a complicated entity with multiple subsidiaries and dozens of accounts at 9 different institutions. The work took time, but Jack found comfort in the flow of numbers, the rattle of keys. He drew order from the chaos, took notes, charted a path. His preliminary thoughts filled a 4-page summary for the client's CEO. Then he opened the next file. When Jack finally stood, hours had passed. Checking his timesheet, he did the math. 5.2 hours. He was hungry. Stretching, he pulled a beer from the refrigerator and opened the curtains to see what remained of the day. It was after 8, dusk. He watched the restaurant across the street and sipped slowly as light faded and the sky turned the kind of purple Jack had always loved. Too dark for true day, too warm to be night. A headlight came on and then another. Jack watched cars move, then saw the Escalade at the curb across the street. For a moment, he thought it was the same one he'd seen earlier in the day, but that made little sense. Why park at the firm and then again 4 blocks away? Jack sipped the beer and wondered if anyone sat inside. He watched for a minute, but that was the thing about purple light. Pretty soon it turned black. The next day was Saturday, but Jack went to the office anyway. 6 a.m., a normal day. He carried a briefcase in his right hand and the morning paper folded under his bad arm. The morning was gray and cool, his step light. At the office, he keyed the door and took the elevator up. Another message slip lay on his desk, and it showed the same number, the same message about Johnny. The caller was a man named Peter Drexel, the callback a New York number. The name still meant nothing, so Jack did an online search and found an editor in New York with the same name. To Jack, editors were right up there with reporters and TV producers, so he ignored the message, closed his door, and worked straight through until 2:30. Order, effort, billable hours. He took comfort from the work, but caught himself whistling on 2 different occasions. Did that make him spiteful? He wasn't sure, but when the last file was put away, he kicked his feet onto the desk and read the front-page article a second time. Merrimon released without charge. It was not a ringing endorsement of Johnny's character. The reporter cherished nuanced phrases like still notorious landowner and hermit-like privacy, but the district attorney had offered expansive, if political, apologies. Bottom line, Johnny was a free man, and everyone knew it. Turning off his lights, Jack studied the empty desks and silent offices. A few people were on the floor, but he didn't care at all. Still whistling, he entered the adjacent office and placed the newspaper on the senior associate's desk. He almost left, but went back to square the edges. Then he turned on the lamp. After that, the day was his. He called Clyde to confirm that Johnny was coming to town. "He'll be at my apartment at 5 o'clock. I'll have him there by 6. "Do you think he'll actually come?" "I'll make sure of it," Jack said. "Tell Catherine I'll bring wine." Jack was outside by then, and a block away from his favorite deli. A late lunch was tempting, but dinner would be soon, and his time with Leslie had made him painfully aware of the extra notch on his belt. He decided on a walk instead. The wine shop was up the hill and 6 blocks east. Jack was home by 4, slightly flushed. After showering, he put on a seersucker suit and pink bow tie. Johnny would be casual, but Catherine Merrimon held a special place in Jack's heart. She'd held his hand on the difficult nights, convinced him of college, law school, the chance of a future. Pink was her favorite color. For the next half hour, Jack fussed over the apartment, the gift bag, and the tissue paper he'd used to wrap the wine. Catherine preferred red, but he'd bought white as well. At 4:59, he poured an iced tea. Johnny knocked a minute later. When Jack opened the door, he stepped back, stunned. "Johnny, Jesus, you look... shit." Jack wasn't sure what he'd expected. Yellowed eyes, dark circles. The last time he'd seen Johnny, he looked anemic, as if from a long illness, but not now. Right now, he glowed. "Woodford Reserve, for you." Johnny lifted a bottle and stepped inside. Jack took the bourbon, unfeeling. "What the hell, man?" "What?" Jack put the bottle down. "You look like you just stepped off a 2-month cruise." "A bath, I guess. A day away from jail." He pointed at the bottle. "You going to open that?" Yeah, sure." Jack agreed because he wanted time. In the kitchen, he rattled ice, poured the bourbon. When he returned, Johnny was on his feet. "How about the roof?" "It's kinda hot." "Nah, there's shade." Johnny led and Jack followed. In the shade of an adjacent building, they took a spot against the parapet wall. Johnny clinked Jack's glass and proposed a toast. "The medical examiner of Raven County." He drank, but Jack didn't. He was unhappy. "How did you know?" Johnny sipped and offered up the grin. "It's like I told the sheriff. I heard a shot, found the body." Jack shook his head, but Johnny spoke over him. "I know it's hard to track a single shot from 3 miles. It's impossible." Johnny's eyes glinted over the rim of his glass. "Not if you know the land." "That wasn't even my question." "What then?" "When I came for you in the swamp, you weren't worried about being held or charged. You said you'd be out the next day. How did you know the sheriff would be forced to release you?" "I looked at the body." "And what? You just knew?" Jack's voice climbed more than he wished. "You knew from looking at a corpse that no one could possibly find you capable of the murder?" "Something like that, yeah." "How did you know?" "I just did. It was too wrong, the bones, the injuries. More hurt was done to that man than I could have ever imagined." Jack looked away from his friend. He watched light stretch out yellow on the roof across the street. "It doesn't bother you, all that hurt?" "It's the wilderness. People die in the wild." "Yeah, they do, from accident or gunshot or sickness. William Boyd didn't starve to death, Johnny. It wasn't an animal attack. He didn't fall down some goddamn hole. We don't really know what happened, do we? Have you seen the autopsy report?" "Have you?" Jack put his glass on the wall and gripped warm concrete with both hands. Beside him, Johnny was relaxed. It was infuriating. "There's something wrong with that place, I'm telling you, man. I have a bad feeling." "Well, I don't." "You love it too much." "That's ridiculous." "Then explain it to me as if I were a child. Tell me how you found the body, really. Tell me why you need it so much. Tell me how you knew." The moment stretched in a way Jack thought his own soul might never stretch again. The breeze was languid, the evening impossibly soft. When Johnny spoke, his voice was too quiet for the wariness in his eyes. "I think it's time to go." "It's early." "Then we go early." Johnny flicked his wrist and dumped ice into the alley below. "Seriously, it's like that?" For a moment, the chill between them held. Then Johnny hooked an arm around Jack's neck and pulled him close. "You can be a real pain, you know that?" Jack had nothing to say, and Johnny seemed to understand, nodding once and flashing the old grin. "Have I ever let you down?" he asked. "No." "Broken a promise?" "We both know you haven't." "Then come on." Johnny squeezed him a final time and laughed. "Lighten up. I know what I'm doing." A day ago, Jack would have reveled in all of it, in the strong arm and laughter, in the hot roof and the memory of all they'd been. He'd have laughed, too, and said, "We have time, let's have another drink." They'd have poured heavy and savored every sip, then gone to dinner free of doubt, young men afoot in the world. It's what Jack had known and wanted, and what even now he valued more than anything but the air in his lungs. They'd been best friends as long as he could remember, closer even than brothers. The thought propped him up as they passed through the apartment and down to the street. Johnny was forever, and forever never changed. The boy in him wanted to believe as much, but the man he'd become knew better. The laughter rang false, the evening would be false too. Neither one saw the Escalade across the street. Chapter 17. On the surface, dinner was a delight. The evening cooled, and they ate in the garden, surrounded by hydrangea, periwinkle, and climbing rose. It was a familiar, private space, and everyone there loved everyone else. Stepfather, mother, friend, the distinctions meant so little. Only Jack was truly quiet, so Johnny watched him when he could. He knew his friend's face the way he knew his own, the insecure smile, the adoration in his eyes each time he looked at Johnny's mother. They'd been a family for so long that glances were like language and silences rarely awkward. Jack's quietness was different because it focused entirely on Johnny. He studied the trees when Johnny spoke and excused himself when conversation turned to the hush. His only true animation occurred when Catherine asked about Johnny's time in jail. Was it horrible? Johnny squeezed her hand. A walk in the park.
Bullshit.
Jack coughed the word into his napkin, but everyone heard it. Excuse me? Catherine said. No, excuse me. Jack left the table for the second time, and Johnny shrugged under the weight of another expectant silence. He's upset with me. I'm sorry. Catherine looked worriedly after Jack. You two are fighting? That's too strong a word. Well, you're here. She touched his arm and was beautiful in the light of a garden at sunset. That's all that matters to me. Cheers, then. Johnny raised his glass, but the mood had turned somber. They spoke of William Boyd and what Catherine called that poor man in the hospital. I feel for his family, she said. They must be worried to death. Johnny absorbed the seconds that followed. How Clyde's fingers brushed the back of her neck, the way he leaned close as if warmth alone could salvage the smile she'd lost. It was love, the purest kind, and Johnny understood that power. I should get home. I'd hoped you'd spend the night. Johnny rose and kissed her cheek. She had her love. He had his. Will you tell Jack I said goodbye? Of course. Thanks for the dinner. He nodded at the big man beside his mother, then left through the garden gate and followed a side street to where he'd parked his truck. For a moment he paused to watch a flock of smudge-gray chimney swifts bank and whirl above the treetops and roof lines. It was all so familiar, the stiff wing beats, the chattering call. Any moment now they'd drop as a flock into one of the old chimneys that rose against the sky, and Johnny wondered which one it might be. Were it a hollow tree in the hush, he'd know exactly where it stood, but in the city was unaware. So he waited and watched, and when the light was perfect, the flock whirled and dived, and like that, was gone. Third chimney to the left, the old Victorian. After cranking the engine, Johnny rolled down both windows and drove for home. The route was familiar, and the steering wheel spun beneath his hand as if it had a mind of its own. The historic district, the courthouse, the old bricked street that led across the tracks. Johnny was content at first, but thoughts of Jack and his anger drained that contentment away. There was no joy in the faded city or in the first bright star. Jack wanted answers. Johnny wanted nothing to change. Did that mean he lacked questions of his own? Hell no. Johnny had questions, hundreds. Would he risk the life he'd made in order to find the answers? That was the simplest question of all, and the answer simpler still. No way, not a chance in hell. He recognized the denial, but didn't care. Whatever he had was faultless and perfect and pure. He came back to those words again and again. Purity, perfection, faultlessness. They meant the same thing, but rolled off the tongue in threes. His life was magic. Magic was good. Johnny tapped the rhythm on the wheel as the city sank behind him. Jack was over-worried. That was his nature. Nothing had to change. Johnny turned that thought in his mind, and the anger faded as he pushed farther into the northern parts of the county. He passed an abandoned farm, an overgrown drive. The hush loomed in the distance. He could feel it. 3 miles later, Johnny saw the headlights far behind, a small glow that exploded as the car raced up at terrific speed. Johnny used a hand to shade his eyes. What the hell? It was 10 feet off the rear bumper, high beams, a flash of chrome, something big. Johnny risked a glance at the speedometer, 62 miles per hour, which was about all the old truck could handle. He motioned with his arm through the window, but the driver had no plans to pass. The vehicle fell back and accelerated, 20 feet off the bumper, then 5. Johnny pushed it to 68, then 70. Son of a... A tire slipped off the road and the wheel kicked in Johnny's hands. His next turn was half a mile up a final stretch of tarmac before the dirt road that would take him home. Johnny held the truck straight, kept his eyes down. Twisting away at the mirror, he watched for the turn and felt the truck complain at the speed he took it. The back end shuddered left, smoke rose off the pads. On the straight, he gunned it, but light stayed with him, 5 feet less. Johnny's mind filled with cold, clear anger. His foot moved for the brake, but the impact came first, a crash that slammed the truck forward and knocked the back end loose. Tires screamed as Johnny fought, but the big vehicle hit him again, and that was all it took. The bed skewed right and left, and then the truck was sideways and rolling. Johnny's head struck the dash, the glass behind. The noise was an avalanche. He saw slashing light, then gravel and grass and black trees. When the truck stopped, he was right side up, the roof crushed, glass shattered. Something ticked in the sudden stillness. A single headlight flickered and died. Ow, Jesus. Johnny touched his face and the fingers came back red. He checked again, found a gash in his scalp, a slick of blood on the right side of his face. Where? He looked for the car that had wrecked him, found an SUV, black and broad and still. It idled in the road, the lights cutting twin grooves above an empty field. Johnny watched, trying to get his head straight, failing. Why? The car didn't move until Johnny released the belt and fell from the open door. Something was wrong with his leg, his balance. He heard tires on crushed glass and dragged himself up by the door, the steering wheel. The SUV dropped 2 tires onto the verge and stopped 10 feet away. Johnny thought accident, apologies, idiots out drinking. That illusion died when the doors opened and figures emerged behind the lights. For an instant more, Johnny believed. Then they stepped his way, and he saw the axe handles. The driver carried his low against the leg. The other man gripped his two-handed. Fellas? Johnny tried for normal, but his voice sounded thin. He blinked blood from his eyes, looked for some kind of weapon, but had nothing. Your name is Johnny Merrimon? That was the driver. His body blocked one of the lights, and Johnny saw an Escalade with West Virginia plates. The passenger moved into the light, too. Young men, Johnny thought, late 20s, and raw-boned and serious. Johnny limped to the truck's crumpled hood. Maybe it is. It wasn't a question. Your name is Johnny Merrimon. Yesterday you were in jail for the murder of William Boyd. What do you want? They moved closer. For starters, the driver said, I want your undivided attention. Johnny saw the backswing. The rest was a blur. When his vision cleared, he was on the ground with another gash in his head. He rolled for his side, but a boot swung in and broke a rib. Johnny felt it go. He spread his fingers on the dirt, tried to rise. Not yet. The voice came first, then the hickory. 1 blow shattered Johnny's wrist. 6 more found his kidneys, his shoulders, the back of his head. The world went black another time, and when he came back, the pain traveled with him. It was agony, his head, the world. The driver was squatting beside him. Are we clear on this question of attention? Johnny spit blood in the dust, choking. The man had bristled hair, a broad nose, and wide-set eyes. The boots were steel-toed under faded jeans, the watch a gold Rolex. Who the hell are you? My name is James Kirkpatrick, Jr. You put my father in the hospital. I want to know what you did to him. Your father? Johnny choked again. I don't know your father. The rules here are very simple. You lie to me, you hurt. He nodded at his friend. An axe handle whistled in, and Johnny's kneecap split like a melon. He screamed for a long time after that, couldn't help it. What'd you do to him? The driver was intent but patient when the silence came. He's the strongest man I've ever known. Now he's shit in the bed and scared of shadows. What'd you do? Nothing. Johnny's face was in the dirt. I didn't do anything. Kirkpatrick nodded again and his friend went to work. He shattered Johnny's hand, beat his legs and back so hard and so many times that Johnny went black again. Jesus. He woke, curled around the broken hand. What'd you do to my father? The sheriff. What? Closer. The sheriff let me go. Johnny heard the slur in his words. He dug deep. I didn't do anything. He let me go. You think I don't know about corrupt sheriffs? We own coal mines. That means we own sheriffs too. He took a fistful of Johnny's hair. Perhaps you don't understand the kind of man my father raised. I've broken unions. I've beaten miners bloody just to make a point. I'm talking about West Virginia coal miners, hard men. I've threatened reporters and politicians and walked away untouched. I killed a blackmailer once, and no one even knows he's missing. You don't think I'll kill you too? Now I'll ask one more time. The hell did you do to my father? Johnny saw the hate, felt the breath. He wanted a way out, but truth was all he had. I don't know your father. Don't say it. He slammed Johnny's skull against the dirt, but Johnny's course was set. I don't know him. I don't know you. Is that right? Johnny showed red teeth and spit blood on Kirkpatrick's boots. After that, it got ugly. 2 axe handles, 2 angry men. Johnny curled as best he could, but they beat him loose and limp, then rolled his truck into the brush and came back to the place he lay dying. He dead yet? A foot settled on Johnny's chest and blood bubbled past his teeth. I don't know, maybe. Let's get him off the street. Put him with the truck? Nah, further down. In Johnny's mind, he screamed as they dragged him over the ditch. Come on, just haul his ass over. Rocks tore skin and forest closed like a black glove. They dragged him a long way. This is good, right here. It's not too close? To the truck? Maybe. Grab that. They drew rotted logs over Johnny's body, then piled on brush and rocks and loose soil. It took time. Good enough? We'll be long gone before anybody finds this son of a bitch. Other words followed, but Johnny missed them. He heard the engine, had a sense of slashing lights, and then nothing. Maybe they thought he was dead. Maybe he was close. Breath ran shallow behind his teeth. He tasted blood and rot, but the road was near, and so was the hush. Johnny tried to crawl from the shallow grave. His smallest finger moved. Cree woke twice from dreams of Johnny Merrimon. She saw fire and faces and flickers of bright metal. In the third, she was buried alive and Johnny was in the dirt with her. Swelling blacked his eyes, but the bloody mouth moved. I see you. Cree moaned in her sleep, aware of the dream, but held in that dark place by an unseen force that pressed her against the white man's broken bones, the beetles that moved on his skin. She wanted to scream and run, but knew from childhood that there was power in dreams, and vision for those not frightened of deeper truths. So even as she moaned in her narrow bed, she felt the shattered legs and the broken arm, the soft spots in his skull that felt like cornmeal when she pushed. Moving dirt from his face, she spoke the bitter truth. You're dying, she said, and his eyelids fluttered. Can you hear me? She pressed closer in the blackness, felt the length of him, the warm center that was his beating heart. It fluttered, too, and she closed her eyes so she wouldn't see him die. Somehow, though, his hand found hers and squeezed. She opened her eyes to see him watching. His mouth moved, but the voice was someone else's. Help him, it said. And Cree bolted up a final time, frozen and afraid and sheeted in sweat. It took her 30 minutes to find the courage to do what needed doing. She climbed from bed and dressed without lights. The clock read 2:19. Across the hall, her mother tossed under light sheets. It was hot in the apartment, but Cree put on thick socks and tall boots and heavy denim pants. She was frightened of the dream and of what she might find. But what drove her was profounder and older and part of a near-forgotten life. Was it really her grandmother's face she remembered, her great-grandmother's? There were no photographs by which to judge, and her mother would not discuss the subject other than to apologize for sending her to the swamp in the first place. But Cree was a child of old women and still waters. Part of that childhood involved pain and fear, but part, too, was warmth and love and mystery. Time had blurred the old faces, yes, but not the eyes or the voices. There is such magic in the world. How many times had those words found her either warm beneath the covers or seated barefoot on black earth? There is such magic in the world and such strong hearts to hold it. It was a favorite memory and a favorite voice, her grandmother's voice, same as in the dream of Johnny. Pulling on a dark shirt, Cree cinched up her belt and eased past her mother's door, moving with familiar care. In the kitchen, she filled a bag with apples, bottled water, and 2 slices of pizza, cold from the fridge. The last thing she took was a flashlight. Then she was in the outside stairwell that smelled of urine, and in the courtyard formed, it seemed, of cracked concrete and condoms and empty bottles. She hated life in the city. The smells were caustic, the violence random and needless and unremitting. She kept the light off and stayed near the walls, swinging wide at blind corners. Experience had taught her that this was the sweet spot of the night, the slow time and the safest. But she hid when cars passed, music thumping, or if people drew too close. It took an hour to find a better part of the city, and on that downtown street with lights and cars and occasional cops, she put out her thumb and walked north. She got lucky with an old man in a Pontiac wagon. He was white-haired and withered and driving early to beat the heat. "A granddaughter up north," he said, "about the same age as you." He thumped the dash. "Air conditioning went out 4 years back, so I make the drive at night. It's prettier that way, too. Stars remind me of my wife." His wife had died 15 years ago, taken, he said, by the cancer. He was nice and soft-spoken and as safe as any ride she'd ever had. Up north meant Raleigh, but he went 20 miles east because he was worried about a young girl, pretty and alone in times such as these. The truck stop where they said goodbye was well lit and on the main road to Raven County. "Sun's up in a few hours." He leaned across the seat, peering up as she stood beneath red neon. "You have people waiting where you're going?" "Yes, sir," she lied. "You have money?" "I'll be okay." "Here, take this." He held out a $10 bill and refused to leave until she accepted it. "You wait on the sun, okay?" He peered down the empty road. "It's a dangerous world for young ones alone. You hear me? Not everyone's an old man at the tail end of a good life." "Yes, sir." "You wait on that sunrise." She thanked him for the ride, the advice, and money, and waited until he was gone before approaching the first trucker she saw and asking the same question she'd asked 100 times in her life. "You going east?" Like most times, the ride ended at the crossroads, and after that she walked. It was dark enough to use the flashlight. Otherwise, she wandered off the tarmac and into wet grass. 2 miles took her to a smaller road and more walking to another road after that. By the time she hit rutted dirt, the sky was pale in the east and the low places filled with mist. It gathered in the ditch lines and hollows and on black water when it showed through the trees. Cree watched her feet when light found them and saw the first blood 2 minutes after that. It was so shiny wet she thought it was oil. Then she saw the drag marks. They were plain in the dusty road, scraped earth and blood, and Cree stopped, as suddenly cold and afraid as she'd ever been this close to the swamp. The trees were mist and darkness, a night heron called unseen. Clicking on the light, she flashed it in a circle, then put it on the drag marks and bent low enough to touch the damp spots, which were fresh and dust-choked and sticky. She tracked them with the light, but the mist swallowed them after 50 feet. That left 2 choices, forward or back. Cree thought for a second, but had never been a going-back kind of girl. Besides, the dream had been bloody, too, and the dream was why she'd come. Moving slowly, she followed the drag marks as the roadway filled up with false dawn's ashen light. She kept her footsteps quiet, which wasn't hard in air so damp and heavy. It felt to Cree that even a scream might be swallowed up. She'd known a childhood of similar mornings, but this one was colder and quieter, as if the sun might never rise. She thought of the times her grandmother had squeezed her tight and said, "Don't go into the forest just yet." It was easy to forget that the old women had feared at times, and that they'd warned her to stay inside if mist came off the river or if the skies filled up with strange light. Cree had never thought the worries justified. She'd believed them to be the fears of old women, but not now. The drag marks went 100 yards, even further. The dawn was a shuddered breath. She saw Johnny at the same time she saw the gate, both of them dark and unmoving. He lay between the ruts, and even at a distance she saw the twisted arm, the shattered legs. Closer, his head was a mask of earth and blood so profuse and viscous he had to be dead. Then he moved. The good arm stretched out and the body followed. One drag, another, his right foot hung up on a root, and the leg twisted the way no leg ever should. She heard a sob, but it was hers. How far had he crawled? Cree dropped her things, then stumbled up the dirt road and fell to her knees at his side. He kept crawling. "Johnny." It was the first time she'd said his name, and it hung in her throat. She could barely look at him. "Mr. Merrimon, stop, please. I'll get help. Just stop moving." She couldn't bear the sound of it, the rasp of bone, the wet breath. He reached out, dragged himself. "Oh, God, help me." Sound slipped past his lips, but the words were barely words. Cree looked around, saw nothing but mist and the gate. It was getting colder. "What should I do? I don't have a car." Another sound escaped his throat. "What? I don't understand." "Gate." He pointed at twisted steel, loose on a cedar post. Beyond it was his land, her childhood. "You need an ambulance." She dug out the cell phone, but it had no signal. Shit. She could barely look at him. The dirt-packed cuts and shattered nose, the shredded trousers and shards of bone. He tried to crawl again. "Stop." She was still sobbing. "Please." Home. He slid another foot, and mist curled beyond the gate. It gathered and thickened, a shape like a man, but not. Oh my God. Cree's phone fell from dead fingers. The mist was more than mist. She saw gray holes and limbs and swirls of movement. She wanted to run, but could barely breathe. Johnny scraped out a foot, another two. "Johnny, please." "Go away," he managed. Then something opened the gate. And something dragged him through. Chapter 18. Jack fumbled out of damp sheets, wondering if he'd ever know another good night's sleep. The bed was too hard or too soft. Light shone in from the street, but closed curtains made it too dark, and things got worse in the dark. Worry for his friend, his fear of the hush. Dressing in silence, Jack drew back the curtains and was too ashamed to find comfort in familiar sights. He'd behaved dreadfully in front of Catherine, and that was bad enough. He should have kept the smile on his face or summoned the will to speak plainly, to stop Johnny from leaving. It was the blindness that tortured Jack, his friend's reluctance to see the aberrant nature of his need for the hush. Or was that explanation too simple? Maybe Johnny did see. Maybe he saw entirely too well. What can I do to help my friend? It was not a rhetorical question. Turning to the mirror, Jack studied the Windsor knot, the fine suit. He looked exactly like the lawyer he'd worked so hard to become, an academic, a researcher, a seeker of fact. All right, then. He buttoned the coat. That's how we'll work it. He was in his car by 7 and at the offices of the local paper 6 minutes after that. That early, the newspaper was closed to the public, but the features editor had known Jack's brother in high school. She wasn't really a friend, but then again, Jack wasn't asking for a kidney. A few hours, he said, in and out. She led him to the archives and explained how to run the microfiche machine. Storage cabinets are here, issues run from newest to oldest. Jack took in the road cabinets. How far back does this go? 1891. Well, damn, Jack said, but the attitude didn't last. Research had a rhythm, and he was a master. He started with headlines, but struck gold in the obituaries. Deaths led to places, and places to larger stories. The first was about a lost trapper found dead on the banks of a creek deep in the hush. That was in 1897. 3 years later, a prospector went missing in the same area. After that, Jack dug out the obituary of a dead logger and stories of lost boys finally found. He read a 90-year-old opinion insisting the swamp be drained for the greater good, then found the deathbed confession of a priest gone mad trying to convert those lost souls who dwelled deep in its interior. The stories were small, but part of a larger tapestry. Hunting accidents, suicides, a road-building project abandoned after its foreman, like the preacher, had gone stark raving insane. In the parking lot, Jack leaned against the car, feeling sick. The problem was real. Others had died, many others. Rolling down the windows, he reread an article published in the winter of 1931. Lost boy returned to mother. Beneath the headline was a picture of a tumble-down house behind a starved-looking woman and a blank-eyed boy. Jack peered into those eyes, trying to imagine what Randolph Boyd had felt on the day he'd been found and brought back to his mother. At home that evening, Jack went through the articles again. 4 others discussed the boys lost in the hush. Most reporters labeled Boyd a stoic, with one saying he possessed the kind of raw-boned courage certain to stand him in good stead later in life. His friends were less reticent about their ordeal, telling such outrageous stories that one reporter wrote that Randolph Boyd stands in stark contrast to his more fanciful friends, determined, it seems, to mine fame and glory from the unadorned tragedy of Boyd's near death. Other accounts were equally dismissive of Charlie and Herbert, yet Jack paid close attention when either boy was quoted, using a red pen to circle words like chased and terrified and laughter. The final article spoke less of the boys and more of the search. It included photos of the swamp, which appeared forbidding and raw. Most interestingly, it included the names of the volunteers who'd searched it, a 2-column list with print so small it was difficult to read. The local VFW had turned out in full, as had 3 volunteer fire departments and 16 members of the National Guard. Other volunteers were listed by church affiliation or school. The last 7 were labeled miscellaneous. For an hour, Jack plugged names into a White Pages search and then into Google. Most would be dead and gone, but 19 high school students had taken part in the search. Jack thought some might be alive, and he might yet get lucky. He didn't. Not just then. When he crawled into bed, it was 2 a.m, and he was wide awake. For long hours he stared at the ceiling, then left a message on Johnny's cell and tried at last to sleep. The message was brief and simple. "Call me, you bastard." In spite of a sleepless night, Jack made it to work early. He pushed files around the desk for a few hours, but his thoughts were on darker things. "Tell me I'm awesome." Jack looked up to see Leslie in the door. "You're awesome." She sat and crossed her legs, looking beautiful. "I talked to Reamer." She flashed the smile, the bright eyes. "You're on the Techstone bankruptcy trial. You'll be carrying his briefcase, but still—" "Wait a minute. What?" You can thank me later." Jack's head spun at the news. Techstone was the state's largest bankruptcy in 30 years. Billions of dollars, 3,000 employees. "How did you do it?" "Jumpstart your career, change your life? What can I say? You're not the only lawyer who finds me irresistible." "Leslie, my God, thank you." "Don't thank me yet. I want something in return." "What?" "I'll tell you later." She stood. "The team is meeting at 3 in Reamer's office. 4 other lawyers, 7 assistants. Don't be late." She left with a flourish, and Jack thought about what it would mean to impress Randy Reamer. If a large firm from a major city took a bankruptcy trial in the South, they invariably partnered with Reamer. Same thing with corporate malfeasance, mergers, leveraged buyouts. He was as close to a celebrity as an attorney could get, and juries loved him. When asked once why he chose to live in a place as small as Raven County, he said it was for the golf, and because he'd met the snakes who live in big cities. In spite of that, CEOs revered him. So did other attorneys, business reporters, all the big city players he pretended to scorn. The associate's mantra was that law school teaches law, and Reamer all the rest. If you're lucky, Jack reminded himself, if you have a friend like Leslie Green. There were 100 things Jack should do before the meeting at 3. To impress Reamer, he needed to research Techstone. That meant its history, its public face, its financials. Jack had the time and the desire, but opened Johnny's file instead. Last night's internet search had found no matches for people who'd searched for Randolph Boyd on that frozen day, but a near miss involved a student named Bert Showalter. As far as Jack could tell, a single Showalter remained in Raven County. It wasn't Bert, but how many families named Showalter could there be? Jack picked up the phone, dialing. 5 minutes, he told himself. It took less than 2. Tyson Showalter lived on a shaded lane 4 blocks from the local college. He was a political science professor, so the location made sense. Jack's call had found him at home between classes, and he'd agreed to meet. A cool shade filled the porch as Jack stepped onto it. Windows stood open, the paint was white and fresh. Knocking on the screen door, Jack saw antiques, a shotgun haul, and hints of a kitchen in the back. The air smelled of fried chicken and coffee and hot butter. Jack knocked a second time. "Just a minute, I'm coming." An older man appeared from the kitchen. He wore an apron, spectacles, and loafers with no socks. His hands were busy in a small towel. Sorry, I was trying to get a head start on the dishes. You must be Mr. Cross." "Jack, please." "Fair enough. Call me Ty, everyone does." Ty pushed open the screen and shook hands. "Do you mind if we talk in the kitchen?" "Of course not." Ty led Jack down the hall and into a small, neat kitchen where chicken cooled on a tray and beans simmered in a pot. The rear yard showed through equally spotless glass, and Jack saw the nose of an old Triumph through the open door of a detached garage. "You like antiques?" "Absolutely. All kinds. The older the better." Ty used a hot pad to pull biscuits from the oven. "You were a little mysterious on the phone. You wanted to talk about my mother?" No, I'm sorry. I was hoping to discuss Bert Showalter. I thought maybe you were related." "Not Bert, no. I'm afraid there is no Bert." Ty laughed an easy laugh. "Bertie is my mother. Her real name is Beatrice, but she's been Bertie for 100 years. "Bertie? No." Jack's head tilted. The newspaper said Bert. "What newspaper?" The article was folded into Jack's suit coat pocket. He removed it, handed it over. Ty recognized it, and a frown appeared. "Oh," he said. "That. You've seen it?" "Yes." Jack looked for the right response, but Ty's mood had changed. The affable gentleman of 70 or so was gone. "I'm not sure we should be talking. Mr. Showalter, if I've upset you somehow." Jack trailed off as the older man pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. "No, I'm sorry. Look, I don't mean to appear rude, but it's a lesson we learned young. Don't talk about Randolph Boyd or the winter of '31 or what happened in that godforsaken swamp. Forgive me, but I'm confused. Ty slumped a little, and the soft smile came back. Would you like some coffee? I seem to have misplaced my manners. Jack watched him pour coffee, then nodded his thanks. Come with me, Mr. Cross. I'll show you something, then try to explain. Ty led the way to a small bedroom where an old woman lay in a hospital bed. An IV fed the right arm. A tracheotomy tube was centered at the throat, a machine helping her breathe. This is my mother, Bertie. I take a long lunch every day to watch her for a few hours. It gives the nurse a break, helps with the costs. It's good time for me, too. She was lively once. We were close. The machine hissed and monitors blinked green. Jack didn't know what to say. How old is she? 101. Can she... Jack motioned with a hand, and Ty understood. Speak? No. She's not opened her eyes or spoken for almost 3 years. Come on, let's go outside. They moved to the front porch and sat on iron chairs as old as everything else in the house. Beyond a picket fence, the lane was quiet. Traffic sounds were distant. Jack gestured at the article still in Ty's hand. Can we talk about that? Randolph Boyd, yes. Ty unfolded the photocopy and smiled wistfully, looking at it. They would allow only young men to join the search. My mother told them she was a boy. With covered hair and bulky clothing, no one knew the difference or cared enough to call her out on the lie. Why lie in the first place? The article says it was 10 below zero that day. Why go at all? My understanding is that Randolph Boyd was a gangly young man, but not entirely unattractive. Your mother was involved with Boyd? Not involved, no. Ty laughed a little bit. What my mother had was a crush, though time has led me to believe it was a ferocious one. What's your interest in all this? You heard of the billionaire found dead in the swamp. You're not implying that William and Randolph Boyd are related. Actually, I'm stating it as fact. Jack explained Boyd's hunting lodge, his vast holdings of local real estate. Can you tell me about the winter of '31? It's been so long. Please. The older man looked at the street but didn't seem to see it. She used to wake screaming, my mother. For years it was like that. She'd scream so loud and long. We slept with the windows closed so as not to concern the neighbors. They knew, of course. Even as a boy, I could see how people looked at her on the street, how the church ladies and school teachers would touch her arm gently and ask, How you holding up, dear? The nightmares ate us all down. The screaming, the long silences. She got a little better with time. Screams died to whimpers. The nightmares came less often. By the time I was grown, most people couldn't tell that she was haunted, still. Those of us who knew her best were denied that gift. What do you mean? Do you believe in higher powers? I believe in friendship. I never knew my father, Mr. Cross. I never knew what to trust growing up, so I put my faith in systems. The systems of government and education, those inspired by decency and faith in people. Are you an understanding person? I believe so. May I show you something? Jack nodded, and Ty led him back into the house, taking the stairs that led up. This was my mother's room for 30 years. She has no use for it, of course, but I've left it unchanged. Opening a door, he gestured for Jack to enter, then followed behind. The room was on the front corner of the house, with views into the tree canopy and down onto the street. A large, airy space that felt like the room of an older woman. A clock ticked from the mantel, motes hung in beams of yellow light. I imagine you see the reasons I brought you here. The walls were covered with drawings, every inch, every bit of surface. May I? Without waiting, Jack approached the nearest wall. The sketches were done in charcoal or pencil and showed finely rendered scenes of winter forest and frozen water, of bare rock and tangled vine. "This is Hush Arbor," Ty said. "The winter of 31. Jack moved along the wall, marveling at the delicacy of the sketches, the perfection of the tree bark and drifts, the branches and emptiness. Jack stopped when he reached the drawings of the great deer. Partially butchered, it lay on snow stained black. Its eyes were closed, the antlers enormous and smooth. Beside the dead animal, a young man clutched his knees for warmth, his features perfectly captured to show the cold and lonesomeness and fear. "Haunting, isn't it?" Jack felt the old professor behind him but couldn't look away. A dozen drawings showed different angles of the same scene. The boy was frostbitten and gaunt, his skin and hands black with the same blood that stained the snow. Jack felt a horrible dread looking at it. "What is this place?" "It's where they found him." Behind the boy, a frozen waterfall descended from a stone face marred by scrub and snow. Atop the knoll, a stunted tree rose 10 feet before splitting to form the shape of a perfect V. "Your mother drew these?" "They offered some comfort, I believe. These were the only ones I'd allow her to display." "There are others?" Tyson nodded and spoke softly. "She was a girl when she lied her way onto that search. Just a child, really. She told me once that something drove her from the others. She said it was like a hand on her back, the way she drifted left. I don't understand. All I know is she was with the group and then suddenly quite alone." Jack studied the sketches of Randolph Boyd. They were the most delicate, the most personal. "She found him, didn't she?" "Yes." Jack felt a chill, as if he'd been there. "May I see the other drawings?" "Actually, Mr. Cross." Ty opened a closet door, revealing large boxes stacked one atop the other. "I'd consider it a kindness if you'd take them." The boxes filled Jack's car, the trunk, the back seat. At the bakery, he parked and carried them up the narrow stairs. It took 4 trips. Rowing them beside the dining room table, he opened one box and then another, lifting the drawings out in dusty sheaves and piling them on the table. The oldest were yellow and brittle. Others seemed newer. Few were as finely rendered as the ones he'd seen, but all were more disturbing, the strokes of charcoal heavy and broad and angry. Most involved the landscapes of Hush Arbor, but were drawn in a way that made implicit the sense of malice. Dense forest, jagged rock, branches swept the ground to hold shadows that hinted at wicked things. Fingers curled over broken stone, eyes peered from the gloom behind, but were hints of eyes, slits in the blackness. Jack's worst moment came when he reached a stack of sketches bound with twine and folded into the bottom of the last box. Spread across the bed, they showed a cavern full of mounded remains, a great sprawl of pelvis bones and skulls and long ones he thought were femurs. They filled the hollow places and spilled over stone, a world of bone and rotted cloth and tufted hair. Disturbed, Jack left the drawings on the bed, fixed a drink, and drained it dry. Whatever happened to Bertie Showalter, it had clearly haunted her for years. There were hundreds of drawings, maybe thousands. Jack went through them again, calling out the ones that were darker, more erratic. He missed the meeting with Reamer's team, but didn't think about it. He was lost in sketches of eyes and falling snow and hints of movement. At the end, he returned to the dead deer and the frozen waterfall behind it. Jack's gaze moved up the face of rock and settled on the V-shaped tree that crowned the knoll. He touched it with a finger and faced, at last, the cold place in his troubled heart. Jack knew the tree. He'd seen it before. Chapter 19. It was night when Cree returned limping to the city. She was exhausted, afraid, and though most of a day had passed, the same question rang in her head. What the hell did I just see? All she knew for sure was the run from the gate, the blur of mist and ditches and sudden falls. Now she was in the city with no real sense of getting there. Even the cars in which she'd ridden seemed somehow less than real. Questions, conversations, forgotten faces. A block from home, she saw her building like a middle finger to the city that tolerated it. She'd hated it every day of her life, but this one. Now she wanted its walls and doors and concrete. Crossing the filthy courtyard, Cree leaned into the glass doors and almost fell into the elevator, breathing shallowly as it creaked up to the 23rd floor. Pulling out her phone, she thought again about calling the cops. She had no feelings for Johnny Merrimon one way or another, but he was dead or dying. Damn it. She shoved the phone in her pocket for the 8th time. What could she say? He was already half dead when I found him, then something terrible dragged him into the woods. They'd think her insane or on drugs, or maybe that she'd killed him herself. There must be smart cops somewhere. One of them would figure out the lawsuit and see it the wrong way. Not happening. In the kitchen, Cree's mother sat at the table, a glass in her hand. She was drunker than normal, a tiny thing in the small, hard chair. "What happened to you?" she asked. "I fell, it doesn't matter." "You look like you've been dragged behind a mule." Cree dropped the backpack, and the day rolled over her like a wave. The blood and twisted bones, the long trip out, and the dream that sent her in the first place. She was frightened, utterly terrified, and this was what she had in life, a rented box in a rotting building, a mother too thoughtless or drunk to know her daughter's world had come undone. "Give me some ice, will you?" Her mother held up a glass and rattled the melted cubes. "Go on, then." She shook it again, and Cree blinked in the stillness that followed. She saw her grandmother and her childhood and was suddenly crying. She pictured her great-grandmother, too, the ruined eyes and scarred hands, the way she liked to smile and nod, and how she felt at night, as dry as a leaf and warm in the big bed. "Why did you send me there? I was only 4 years old." "Are you crying? Tell me why. It's no secret." Her mother lowered the glass and lit a cigarette. "They wanted you, those old women. They thought you'd be special." "But what does that mean?" "You'd have to ask them, wouldn't you?" "Let's talk about you, then." Cree sat but was unforgiving. "Why did you run away?" "What?" "You left the swamp when you were 19. We've never discussed it." "Because it's none of your business. Grandmother said you were afraid. Is that right?" Cree's mother frowned and poured vodka over melted ice. "Has it occurred to you that I wanted something bigger than life in the swamp? Something better than mud and chiggers and men of low ambition?" Her mother looked away, and Cree saw the old stubbornness in her face. It made her angry and bitter. "You know, I make this very easy for you. The bad men and laziness, this." Cree nudged the bottle, her gaze remorseless. "I shop, I clean. Now I want something in return." "What?" "I have dreams." The words fell into a vacuum of sudden silence. Her mother's shoulders rolled inward, her chin settled low, and the response when it came was very quiet. "What kind of dreams?" "Terrible ones," Cree said. "The hanging tree and slaves and murdered men. I see it like I was there." "Stories," her mother said. "Everybody knows about the hanging tree. We've all heard the stories." "It's too real," Cree said. "I know what they looked like and smelled like and how they screamed. I'm holding the knife. I know their names." "No, you don't." "Two are slaves, one's a foreman." "I said no, damn it. Dreams are just dreams." Her voice broke, and Cree saw the lie in her mother's face, the shiftiness and fear, the thirsty swallow. Her eyes were on the bottle. Cree beat her to it. "What's in the swamp?" "You should have asked my mother. You loved her so goddamn much." "I was just a kid. You think age matters, you stupid girl? You think it mattered for me? Why did you leave? I told you once. I dream of Johnny Merrimon, and the dreams are true." Her mother rocked back in the seat, her mouth open as if slapped. "Don't you say that. Don't you dare." "It happened last night." "Not this far from the swamp. It can't. Not this far away." "Wait, what?" "I'm sorry, no." The older woman stood, and the chair fell over as she shoved it left and stumbled from the room. Cree heard a door slam and knew the lock had dropped, too. In a still dazed state, she straightened the chair, then ran water in the sink, washing dirt from her palms and scrubbing gently at dried blood from one of her falls. Cree had seen her mother drunk, angry, and bored, but never like this, not panicked and afraid. Trailing down the same hall, she knocked at her mother's room and heard rustling beyond the door. "Go away." Her mother was crying, too, a dreadful sound. "I'm afraid of the dreams," Cree said. "You should be." "Is that why you left?" Nothing. Silence. "Are you still there?" Cree heard a long sigh, then another silence. "Few have the dreams. Most don't. No one's ever had them outside the swamp. But you had them." "The hanging tree, yes. So did your grandmother, your great-grandmother. It finds the women in our family, the girl with the knife, what happened at the tree. I've tried to leave that behind, don't you see? There are other dreams, worse dreams. You're too young to know. I'm the age you were when you ran away. Sweet Lord. Tell me what to do. I can't. I'm sorry." "Why not?" "Talking about it makes it worse. Like opening a door. They come darker then and faster. It's like drowning." "I don't understand." "Of course you don't, you stupid child. You stupid, foolish girl. What do I do? Mom." Cree's voice trailed off, and she pressed a cheek against the door. The old women had told Cree she was special, and that she'd come to them for a reason. "Please." She said it again, her fingers on the door. "I don't want to dream." There was no response, and she didn't expect one. Her mother was a coward. She'd always been one. Turning away, Cree returned to her room, and on the bed she hugged herself. When she began to nod, she crept onto the roof of the building and sat in an old chair she'd found there years ago. Traffic sounds rose up the walls, and city lights burned in other towers. Cree watched the moon rise, and by midnight sleep was circling. What if she dreamed again? What if she saw things? Settling deeper, she watched clouds roll across the moon. Exhaustion pressed down, and she drifted twice. There was no wind. The world was heavy. Cree struggled for hours, then blinked a final time as darkness pooled at her feet, and she fell through. She was choking in the black, buried alive. The shock of it was like an electric current. She couldn't breathe or see. Damp earth crushed her. She was Cree and someone else. A scream forced her lips, but dirt fingers snaked inside. She was choking, dying. Cree woke, screaming so loudly that birds erupted from the parapet across the roof. Cree barely noticed. They were black. Everything was black. She fell from the chair, retching, tasted dirt, but there was only bile. Sweet Jesus! On her hands and knees, Cree thought of God, as she'd not since early childhood. It was real. So damn real. Finding her feet, she stumbled into the building and down to her room, where she locked the door and swore to God she'd never sleep again. When the sun rose, she was hanging by a thread. She stayed in the room, didn't eat or drink or risk the bed. At sunset, her mother turned on the TV, so Cree went back to the roof to be alone in the open air. She knew things from the dream. Terrible things. She watched stars come out as if she'd never seen them before, and at times she touched her face, expecting a broader nose, smaller eyes. When the moon rose, she was in the same chair, and when it set, she was still there, wrapped in a blanket and fighting sleep as if her life depended on staying awake. 3 hours past midnight, clouds rose in the west, and Cree's head dipped as thunder rumbled and wind on the rooftop made a lullaby of lost words. In time, a raindrop fell, but Cree didn't feel it. She was buried alive, screaming in the earth. Chapter 20. Bonnie Busby had been the district attorney long enough to recognize the sheriff's mood, and unpleasant words rose in her mind as she watched him across the desk. Dogged, unreasonable, blind. "I hear what you're saying, Sheriff Klein, but Trenton Moore has ruled out Johnny Merrimon as a possible killer. The trauma's too extreme and random and inexplicable." "Inexplicable? Come on. You were in the same meeting. You heard him." "Well, I don't care what the little man says. Just because he can't figure out how Merrimon did it doesn't mean the kid's not responsible. Who knows what he has out in that swamp? Conspirators, contraptions." "I'm sorry," the DA interrupted, holding out a hand. "Did you just say contraptions?" "The point, Bonnie, is that it's premature to rule out anyone. We have an exceptional death, so exceptional measures must be taken. I've found his cabin." The sheriff spread an aerial photograph across the desk. "You can see hints of roof line here and here," he pointed. "This looks like a garden, these rows." He met her eyes, frowning. "You're not even looking." "Because you need probable cause for a warrant, and you have none." "The kid's not right. It doesn't make him a killer." The sheriff rolled up the printout, snapped a rubber band around it. This was his third visit in 2 days. Disdain. That's what Bonnie saw in his eyes. He thought her weak and easy and simple. "I'm not your enemy, Willard." "You're Clyde Hunt's friend, and in this case that's the same thing." "Tread carefully now." "Or what?" "Bring me probable cause and I'll take it to the judge. It's as simple as that." He stared across the desk, eyes blazing. She'd seen him like this before, not often, but it happened. "Is there anything else?" "You weren't here 10 years ago. You didn't see what the boy was like. He walked a terrible road, Bonnie, and it broke something deep. That means people are going to get hurt. They already are. Now you can sit there smug and prim looking down on me like I'm some dumbass redneck too far down a 40-year stretch, but you weren't here. You're making a mistake." "Perhaps, but it's mine alone to make." "He's dangerous, damn it. That's your opinion." The sheriff straightened and stared down. "Probable cause," she said. "You do your job and I'll do mine." Sheriff Klein trusted 2 men in the deep woods. They were hunters and trappers, raw-boned woodsmen who believed that if an animal walked or flew, it was there to be killed, and they'd go anywhere to do it. Private property, parklands, they didn't care, and they didn't get lost. That's what mattered to Sheriff Klein. He met them in a vacant field 2 miles from the edge of town, both men geared up with cartridge belts and snake boots and thorn-proof pants. Behind them, stumbled hills rolled into the distance, a speck of combine trundling across the last hill before the forest rose. "Jimmy Ray, Whalen, thanks for coming on short notice. This is what I'm talking about." The sheriff spread the aerial photograph across the hood of his cruiser. "Northern edge of the country, the swamp here, then up into the base of these hills." Jimmy Ray pressed close, putting a broad palm on the corner of the printout to hold it down. His eyes were faded blue under white hair. Whalen, balding and heavier, crowded in as well. "What about your deputies?" he asked. "This is unsanctioned. Illegal. I just want a look around. The last time I took in uniformed officers, half of them got lost, and the others wouldn't stop bitching. The place is a maze." "How large?" 6,000 acres. Half is swamp here. The rest is this stretch of hills running north." Jimmy Ray leaned closer, studying the photograph, the red ink circles indicating the garden, what looked like a roofline under hardwood trees. "You say this is Johnny Merrimon's land? Do you know him?" "Heard of him." "What have you heard?" "That he's a ghost, that he's one of us." Sheriff Klein had worried about that reaction. To people like Jimmy Ray and Waylon Carter, Johnny Merrimon had become something of a hero. It was the independence and grit, the way he'd shot up a billionaire's camp and done his time clean. "He's nothing special," the sheriff said. "I've known him a long time. Trust me." "You really think he's a killer?" "He either killed William Boyd or knows who did." Everyone chewed on that for a bit. Then Waylon tapped the map. "How long would you need me? Merrimon may own 6,000 acres, but that swamp is 50 square miles. We can't search all of it." "I don't plan to linger. 2 days, maybe 3. We'll hit the cabin first, then make a plan if he's not there. You boys in or not?" It took a moment, but Jimmy Ray nodded, and that was no surprise. "What about you, Waylon?" "I don't know, Sheriff." Waylon scratched his cheek, the top of his head. "I was thinking we'd be in and out. Tomorrow's Danielle's birthday. I said I'd take her to Myrtle Beach. It's bike week." "You're shitting me." "I'm lucky to have a girl like Danielle." The sheriff rolled his eyes, but Jimmy Ray nodded in agreement. Danielle had a job and her own place and a gentle disposition. "I'm really sorry, Sheriff. Any other time." "All right, fine. Jimmy Ray, it looks like it's you and me." The sheriff rolled up the topographical map and the aerial photograph. "You have everything you need?" "Gear's in the truck." "Waylon, last chance." The big man showed his palms, and the sheriff dropped into the cruiser. "Myrtle Beach." He shook his head and frowned. "Goddamn bike week." The sheriff led Jimmy Ray to his house, where he transferred gear and dropped his car. In Jimmy Ray's truck they spoke little, but that was how it had always been. Hunting buddies, old friends. At Hush Arbor they drove a half-mile past the gate, parked the truck, and hiked into the original settlement. Jimmy Ray had never been there, so he studied the rotted buildings, the walls of trees. "This place is old." "Yeah, no shit." But Jimmy Ray wasn't thinking of the buildings. The trees were tall and twisted with a thickness of limb he'd rarely seen. "We're on Merrimon's land?" "The edge of it." "Show me." They met over the map, and Willard showed him where they were, the swamp, the river, the hills. "His cabin's that way. It gets wet." They leaned closer to the map and aerial photographs. Beyond the church, black water moved with sluggish determination, and Jimmy Ray knew without thought that it was deep and certain, one of the main bodies draining into the river south of where they stood. He'd hunted up and down that river, but never this far north. "It's a good location." He tapped the area where a hint of cabin showed. "Center of the property with a southern exposure, westerly breeze, good water and hills at his back. Largely inaccessible." "You can get us there?" "Of course. Gear up, then." The sheriff slung a rifle and pack, but Jimmy Ray kept his eyes on the woods around them. Something was off, and it took a moment for his hairs to rise on the backs of his arms. "There's no sound in that direction." He pointed at the nearest woods. "Don't spook on me now." Jimmy Ray put his gaze on the sky, the tree line. A woodpecker rose in a flash of red, the silence behind it still unbroken. "Which way?" the sheriff asked. Jimmy Ray nodded at the unmoving woods. "East," he said, "then north." "All right, then, smooth and easy." They set off single file, Jimmy Ray in the lead. He'd known a few hunts as quiet as this, but only at dawn on new snow. Such mornings brought a hush that was lovely for the promise of daybreak. This was nothing like that. Stepping with the care born of long habit, Jimmy Ray moved them along dry ground, then north when the water spread. After that, the silence was behind them, too. "Do you feel that?" the sheriff asked. Jimmy Ray was unsure what he felt, but thought it was the same sense of wrongness any hunted animal might feel at the first far cry of dogs. He pointed fingers at his eyes, then down the trail behind them. "Watch your six." The sheriff nodded, looking pale. They pushed on, and mud pulled at their shoes. Jimmy Ray leaned close, whispering, "We're moving too far east. The topo showed dry ground at least this far in. I don't understand it." "Maybe the map's old." "I'm going to take us across." Holding his rifle high, he took them across 100 yards of mud and water. Jimmy Ray made it first, then hauled the sheriff out and led him along a narrow spit that took them farther in the wrong direction. "We have to cross again." The second crossing was brutal in that it was no crossing at all. Water rose to their chests, and every promise of dry land became a broken promise. They found stumps and grass and clusters of root. Birds flitted in the distance, and for long hours nothing changed. Shin deep, waist deep, nothing but water. "I don't understand it." Jimmy Ray staggered to a halt. The sun was on the wrong shoulder. Shadows made no sense. "This is not where we're supposed to be." He shook the compass. "Was it like this before?" "No." "We should be there by now." "I need to rest." The sheriff bent at the waist. His color was bad. "We have 90 minutes of daylight." "God." "I'll find something. We'll make camp." "Thank you, Jimmy Ray, thank you." "Hold on to my pack. Lean on it if you need to." The sheriff did as he was told, and Jimmy Ray pushed on in the black water, the failing light. The water passed his belt, his stomach, and he had most of the sheriff's weight. Stumbling once, he caught himself, then staggered again, and they went down together. Jimmy Ray dragged the sheriff up, water streaming from his hair. He pushed on, but the light went out, and when it did, the mosquitoes descended in a solemn cloud. They fed on his eyes and ears and lips. Jimmy Ray sprayed repellent and smeared mud on his face, but it made no difference. They got under his collar, into his sleeves. An hour later it was full dark, and Jimmy Ray drifted to a stop. There was no sound beyond mosquitoes and breath and dripping water. The men stood chest deep. The sheriff was weeping. That night in the swamp was the worst Jimmy Ray Hill had ever known, worse even than Vietnam. The mosquitoes swarmed with a density and determination that felt purposeful. The air was heavy with them. Thousands, millions. They matted in Jimmy Ray's hair, plugged his ears and nostrils, filled his mouth if he opened it. The only true relief was to submerge, and that was heaven's sweet bliss. But they waited an inch off the surface and spun in from the blackness when he rose. Jimmy Ray was not a church-going man, but by midnight he knew one thing for sure. God hated him. "Willard, you okay?" The sheriff hung on Jimmy Ray's shoulder, and hours had passed since he'd spoken. He didn't go underwater, didn't even try. Jimmy Ray smeared more mud on the sheriff's face and neck. "Just hold tight, all right? Daylight in 5 hours." They were the longest hours of Jimmy Ray's life. When first light finally came, he almost missed it. Mosquitoes were a cloud, a gathering. He watched the daylight swell through swollen eyes, and when it touched water, the swarm broke apart like tissue in the rain. "Willard, it's done. Are you still with me?" The sheriff's head hung loosely, his chin on his chest. Jimmy Ray turned him to the light. "Dear God." Under the mud, the sheriff's eyes were swollen shut. The nose was grotesque, his whole face inflamed, the tongue protruding. "Willard, can you walk?" The sheriff groaned and tried to move. He went down like a puppet with its strings cut. Jimmy Ray pulled him to his feet, then took his arm and felt the leeches. They were on both hands, under the sleeves. He scraped them off, then took a firmer grip. "Come on. We're getting out of here." Taking the sheriff's weight, Jimmy Ray dragged him through the water, muttering, "Old man, stupid old man." He was talking to the sheriff and to himself. They had no business in this swamp, no one did, and leaving it should have been simple. Sunrise was as east as it gets. That made south and west an easy target, but 6 hours later nothing had changed. Shallow water, deep water, the clinging black mud. By 2 o'clock, Jimmy Ray thought he was losing his mind. Trees looked like ones he'd seen before, the cypress with a broken top, the birch half dead on one side. By dusk, even Jimmy Ray's strength had failed. The sun was on one shoulder and then the other. He had the sheriff's full weight, and Light, again, was dying. Hauling the sheriff up, Jimmy Ray dragged him through deep water and felt the bottom shelve. To his right was a cypress with a broken top. Beside it was a birch half dead on one side. Jimmy Ray stopped where he stood and felt his spirit break at last. The cypress, the birch. He was walking in circles. When night fell, the mosquitoes came again and were terrible in the blackness. The assault lasted for hours, and at some point Jimmy Ray's mind broke. The air felt freezing cold, so did the water. The delirium grew worse because he saw blue light through the cloud, a sense of shadow and movement, of something else in the water with them. Jimmy Ray held very still, for nothing in life had prepared him for the sudden sense of expectance. The silence crackled. The air felt electric. He pulled the sheriff closer, and the light moved left, circling. Jimmy Ray felt pressure on his skin, and in his mind a touch. Shh. Jimmy Ray stopped breathing, not knowing if he'd heard the sound or felt it, or if his mind had truly snapped. He couldn't move or think. The mosquitoes lifted, and only the terror was real, the bang in his chest. Something was close. It tugged at the sheriff, but Jimmy Ray held on. "Will you die for this man?" He heard the words in his mind, or perhaps it was the delirium. All Jimmy Ray knew for sure was the steady pull, the hammer behind his ribs. "He's my friend." "Your friend is a danger to me and mine." Jimmy Ray tried to see beyond the glow, but his eyes were swollen to slits. He saw the pale light floating and felt it out there, its will and anger. They weren't supposed to be there. They were unwanted. Let him go, or die with him. Jimmy Ray almost broke, but did not. "I can't," he said. "He's my friend." "Very well." Something ripped the sheriff from his grip and dragged him through the water. Jimmy Ray staggered behind in grim silence, then something took him by the neck and dragged him too. Chapter 21. Johnny drifted in a lake of pain. It was acid, fire, lightning in the dark. There was no time, but time was all he had. Just pain and time. Days of it, years. "What's happening to me?" "Don't talk," a voice said. "You're dying." Or dreaming, Johnny thought. His limbs were twisted and bent. The left eye was full of splintered bone. He forced the good eye open and saw haze and blue light and something shapeless. "This will hurt," he heard. Then Johnny's world was pain and fire and screaming. Hours of it. A lifetime. When the nightmare broke, Johnny touched his left eye and felt heat. His lips were cracked. In the darkness, a fire burned. "Thirsty," he said, and something gave him water. "Sleep," it told him. "Forget." The next time Johnny woke, he stood by a stream with no memory of arriving there, though he knew the stream well. It spilled from northern hills, then slowed to meet other waters. Sunlight seeped in from the east. It was morning. He was home. Touching his face, Johnny expected pain. He remembered flashing lights and violence, but the rest was vague. There'd been a gate, a feel of dirt under his fingers. Looking down, he saw dried blood on his clothes and shoes, but there was no sign of injury. Nothing. Not a mark. At the cabin, he scrubbed blood from his hair and fingers and from the crevices beneath his nails. He put on clean shorts, and as he did, an image rose of cedar posts and rust, old steel in the mist. There'd been an accident, black trees, the gate. Was there something else? Pulling on a shirt, Johnny ran the swamp as only he could run it. When he reached the shed, he stripped the chain from the door, but the truck was gone. He found it a half-mile past the gate and wedged into the understory. Johnny saw the broken glass first, then a rip in the ditch line. He touched bare metal and remembered the crash, but like the dream of a dream, a ghost of lights and noise and shattered glass. On the verge again, he looked up and down the road, trying to remember. There'd been men and violence. He tried to hold the image but couldn't. Back at the cabin, he tore open boxes and drawers until he found the cell phone and a coffee can full of screwdrivers and drill bits and chisels. Taking it to a hill where he had reception, Johnny powered it up and stared for long seconds at the date on the home screen. It was the 9th of September. He'd lost 5 days. Johnny sat on that hilltop for a long time. Eventually, he arranged a flatbed, then hiked out to meet the driver, who hitched the truck to a cable and winched it out of the woods. "That's not what you want to see." He slouched under an old cap, a young man in stained denim with a patch on the chest that said Dave. "Truck's what, a 62? 63. You the one who rolled it?" "It's kind of a blur." "I can take it in for you, put it on the lift, see if the frame bent. Not much we can do if it is." "How much for the tow?" $100. "How about 50? They split the difference, and Johnny rode with him to a 2-bay garage, where they slipped out of traffic and into a gravel lot. "Second lift is broken," Dave said, "but we can get it on that one as soon as it's free. You can wait if you want." An old Datsun was already on the lift and didn't look like it was going anywhere soon. All 4 tires were off, so was the exhaust manifold, the rear bearings. "There's no rush," Johnny said. "You can call me. I probably won't answer. You can leave a message." "Suit yourself." They got out of the truck, and an 18-wheeler rumbled past on the 2-lane. Johnny pulled the sheaf of bills from his pocket and counted off $75. "I need something to drive." Dave pointed at a rusted convertible. "I'll rent you that old beater for $80. "For how long?" "Week." "What about that?" Johnny pointed at a moped with bald tires and foam stuffing sprung from the seat. "I can't even say she runs." "If she does, how about $50 for a month?" "I'll tell you what." Dave gave the same appraising stare, one eyebrow up. "Make it 100, and she's yours to keep." Back at the Hush, Johnny sat beneath a tree and tried not to panic over the days he'd lost. He focused first on the heat, then on his heart, then blood in his veins. From that place he turned outward to the bark against his back, sinking through it to the sapwood, then through the roots and into the stone that reached deep and cool and was the floor of the world. 5 days. He flexed his hand and felt the tendons shift. The truck was not just damaged, it was destroyed. That was real. What about the slashes of color that came and went? The gunfire flashes of sound and blood and violence, the impossible visions that left Johnny wondering if life in the Hush came with a price he could not afford to pay so blindly. For a moment he considered calling Jack, but Jack would worry, and Johnny wasn't ready for that argument. What did that leave? Getting back on the moped, he left the Hush and circled north to Leon's, where he found the big man behind the bar. "Little early for you, isn't it?" "I'm not drinking," Johnny said. "Food?" "That's not why I came either." The big bartender took the comments in stride, his hands on one glass, then another, an old rag rubbing the insides and out. On the ride in, Johnny had thought hard about how to approach his question, but in the end there was no clever way to do it. "You told me once you grew up hunting." "That's right." "That you could track anything that walked or crawled. You said it was the best thing you do." "It is." "Why don't you go into the swamp?" "Who says I don't?" "You." He shook his head. "I don't remember saying that." "The first time I came here, you said walking into that swamp was an act of surrender you were unwilling to make. You called me a dumbass kid without the sense God gave rocks." Leon smiled that time. "Yeah, okay. I remember." "So, what are you afraid of?" "You want to talk about the swamp? Now, after all these years?" "Yeah, I do." Leon put down the glass and the rag. He spread his hands on the bar and leaned into it. "Why the sudden interest in something I said 6 years ago?" "Maybe something scares me, too." "What?" "I'm not sure." Tipping coffee into a mug, Leon slid it across the bar. "Drink that," he said. "Why?" "Because I need time to think." For the next hour, Leon polished glasses and swept the floor. Once Johnny caught him watching, the broom very still, the big head tilted. At noon, the lunch crowd came, and Leon gave Johnny a sandwich. 2 hours later, Leon went to the horseshoe pits and led one of the old men back, handing him the apron and putting him behind the bar. "Don't burn the place down. You, come." He picked up a paper sack, then led Johnny to an old truck that spit blue smoke when he turned the key. Leon kept his hands on the wheel, the engine idle. "I've been more than 50 years on this earth," he said, "and this is my place in the world. This truck and those people, 20 square miles, maybe less." He turned to face Johnny straight on. "Whatever brought you out of that swamp today, I don't care to know it, not if you saw something or heard something or if God himself reached down to feed you breakfast. Understand?" Johnny nodded. "I'll help you this once," Leon said, "and after that we'll never discuss it. You can come back any time, you can eat my ribs, you can drink my whiskey. We'll talk about the weather or problems at the sawmill or about any of the soft, round ladies in their cut-off jeans and too tight shirts. You tell anyone where I'm about to take you, and it's over, this thing we have." "I understand." Leon studied Johnny's face, then put the truck in gear. "Don't make me regret this." They jolted through the dirt lot, and Leon drove them across the river, then along the edge of planted fields. Phone poles ran beside the road, and when the poles bent east, he kept north on a dirt track. The world around them was green and brown in September shimmer. 2 miles later, Leon turned them into the trees and across a stream, engine gunning when the tires slipped. In the clearing, he stopped where a shack leaned between tulip poplars and a black oak. The shack had a cinder-block chimney and a stained metal roof. Skinned rabbits hung from rafters on the left side, and potted plants splashed color on the steps. "Wait here." Leon crossed the yard, and dust rose at his feet. The porch took his weight, and the door opened before he could knock. An old woman glanced at Johnny, then closed the door between them. 4 minutes later, Leon came out alone. He spoke as he neared. "She doesn't like visitors, but she'll see you." "Who?" Leon settled into the truck. "You can call her Verdine. She's old as sin and doesn't care for visitors, which means I'm in a box if you treat her poorly. You'll need this." He handed Johnny a paper sack. "Sugar," he said. "Little gifts. She values them." "Anything else?" "The left eye is weak, so look her in the right. Don't raise your voice or be impertinent. She likes a pretty face, so you should do okay." Johnny looked at the shack. The door hung ajar, and beyond it stood a tiny figure in a washed-out dress. "She knows the swamp?" Johnny asked. "Better than you." How? She lived there half her life. Johnny felt a tug of connection. Anything else I should know? One last thing, I guess. Leon leaned forward and watched the old woman, too. She's pretty much my grandmother. Johnny waited for something more, but left the truck without it. At the porch, he saw flies on the rabbits, a rifle by the door. The old woman was waiting. "Come closer," she said, "so I can get a look at you." Johnny broke the plane of the door, and she met him where the light spilled in. She was very small, her hands light and steady as they touched his face and turned it toward the sun. "Leon says your name is Johnny Merrimon." "Yes." You look it." She turned for the dim interior and settled into a rocking chair by the cold fireplace. The cabin was a single room, stove to the right, a bed in the corner. "Well, come on in," she said. "I told Leon I'd talk to you. I didn't say I'd spend all day." Johnny took a second chair across the hearth, and Verdine watched him settle. "Leon says he's your grandson," Johnny said. "His mama had the roundest heels in the county, so maybe he is and maybe not. Is that for me?" Johnny offered the sugar, and the old woman stuck a finger in the bag and sucked the sugar off. "All right." She tucked the bag in the crook of her lap. "Tell me what you want to know." "You said I look like a Merrimon. What did you mean?" "That you favor the men in your family." "How do you know that?" She made a scoffing sound in her throat. "Your family owned mine for a lot of years, or had that fact slipped your mind?" Embarrassment made Johnny blush. He'd never thought it through. Had Leon? "You smoke?" she asked. "No." A hand-rolled cigarette appeared from one of her pockets. She struck a match and smoke rolled out. It wasn't tobacco smoke. "Leon says you own Hush Arbor." "Yes, ma'am." "The buildings, the land?" "All of it, yes." She pulled in more smoke, then let it out and picked a piece of stem from her tongue. "He also says something scared you. What was it?" "I'm not sure." "You're not sure or you won't tell." Johnny didn't answer, and she nodded, watching him. "Smoke this," she said. "I don't smoke." "You can smoke or you can leave." Johnny watched it burn in her hand. "What is it?" "Marijuana, mushrooms, nothing that doesn't grow from God's green earth." She held it out, waiting. One end was damp, the other an orange coal. After a moment, Johnny took it and smoked. "Deeper." He pulled in more smoke, choking. She took the cigarette back, satisfied. "What did you see that scared you?" "Nothing. I lost days, that's it. I lost 5 days." "You remember none of it?" "Flickers," he said. "A few images. I think I was hurt, and then I wasn't. None of it makes sense." "Do you dream?" He hesitated, and she blew smoke in his face. "In the swamp, do you dream?" "Yes, I suppose." "Of what? Don't lie." Johnny swallowed. It was hot in the shack, no breeze. The smoke was making him dizzy. "I see people hanged," he said. "What people?" "A white man, 2 slaves." "What else?" "What do you mean?" "Smoke." She passed the cigarette again, then leaned close as he smoked. "You're at the tree. Men are screaming." "How do you know that?" "Men are screaming. What else do you see?" "There's a girl with a knife. The men have been mutilated." The old woman drew back, and Johnny choked on smoke. He tried to breathe, couldn't. "Tell me what you hear." "I don't like this." "Tell me." "Screaming. Jesus Christ, I hear the men screaming." Verdine leaned away, and for that instant Johnny was in the dream. He saw firelight, the twitching legs. Then he blinked and it faded. He started coughing, cleared his throat. "How do you know my dream?" "Because dreams of the swamp are rarely dreams. Do you have others?" "Maybe. I'm not sure." "Take this." She handed him a second cigarette. "Smoke it tonight, then come back and see me." "I told you I don't smoke." "Then make tea with it, I don't care. The point is it will help you dream." "All I want is the truth." "Of course you do. But I told you once already, nightmare or vision, dreams of the swamp are rarely dreams." Johnny spent that night in the cabin, and it was late before he tried to dream. He didn't trust the old woman or what was in the cigarette, but he sat on the bed with a mug in his hand whose contents smelled like boiled dirt and tasted about the same. That's how desperate he was, and how afraid of lost days. When the last of the tea was gone, he stretched out and tried to find the peace that would lead him down and dark. Most nights it was simple, a few breaths, a gentle slope. Tonight he was nervous and wanted it too much. He tossed and turned, then walked beneath the stars and lay down on the mosses and ferns. It was warm and still, and he imagined the sky as a great weight. He pictured himself as if seen from above. The earth turned, and he was a heartbeat, another breath, a smudge on the green. The moss beneath him took his shape and held it. Stars faded, and Johnny drifted down. He was a man and a boy, then a flicker of thought in the moment before his birth. He glimpsed his father's eyes and his grandfather's in the dimness beyond. He was Johnny Merrimon, named for John, and this was the line of men who'd made him. Johnny sank past one face and then another. He was falling in the black. He was dreaming. When his eyes opened, the fear crushed him. She was dying, his lovely wife. The heat burned his skin where he touched her. No one had ever seen such a fever, none of the family and none of the slaves, not the doctor from across the river who'd told him the best he could do now was pray. Leaning close, he pressed his cheek against hers and felt more of the heat that was burning her alive. She moaned at the touch, but he kept his cheek against hers and placed a hand on the swollen belly that held their child. "Bring more ice," he said. "The ice house is empty." He looked up, and the slaves were weeping, too. They loved Marion as well as he. Everyone did. She was 19 and beautiful and kind. "Towels," he said. "Bring wet towels." Two of the women hurried off, and John took his wife's hand. He owned 40,000 acres and would trade it all to have her back and well. They'd played together as children, and he'd loved her since she was 13. He was 2 years older, but it was she who'd touched his hand, that day in the shade. She'd said, "We'll marry one day," and he remembered how her eyes had gone from playful to sincere, his first look at the woman she'd become. She'd always been the wisest, the strongest. "John?" It was a gasp, a wretched sound. "I'm here, Marion, beside you." "Water." He tilted her head and raised a cup to her lips. She managed a sip, choking. John dabbed at the cracked lips, smoothed hair from her face. She was wasted and pale. Only the heat gave her color, only the fever. He wanted to squeeze her hand, but feared the skin might tear, the bones break. For 3 weeks she'd spiraled into fire and delirium. How many days since she'd spoken? How many terrible nights? "The baby." "Yes," he said. "We'll have a beautiful child, you'll see. You'll get better. The child will be fine." She moved his hand to her stomach. "Take it. The doctor is coming. No time. Marion, only the baby matters." She blinked and was dying. "Only the child." He kissed her forehead and burned from the heat. John, I'm here. If it's a boy. Her lips moved, but she had nothing left. Do it now, she said, while I have the courage. I can't. Yes, my love. She begged with her eyes, and John's hands shook, pale and empty. He kissed her once again, then someone pressed a knife against his palm. Johnny woke in starlight and felt emotion like he'd never known. He was two men, two lives. An hour later, he was still weeping. Chapter 22. Jimmy Ray Hill woke in darkness with no knowledge of where he was or how badly he was hurt, though he thought it was bad. He smelled dampness and blood. One of his hands was broken. He tried to move, but nothing happened from the waist down, and when he touched his legs, he couldn't feel them. Sweet Jesus. He lay back on the rough stone, and something in his back ground where it should not. Ah, shit. Touching his face, he found blood and torn skin. He felt his eyes to make sure they were open. That's how black it was, like the bottom of the world. Willard. The name went out and died in the void. He said it again, then cradled the broken hand against his chest and checked himself with the other. He found scrapes and mud and more blood. His back was broken. Ah, Christ. Jimmy Ray shifted, and stone and sticks moved beneath him. He risked a hand on his spine, felt the bone, like cornmeal. He was in the dark and broken and alone. Just breathe, old man. But his breath came short and fast. Willard! The sheriff didn't answer. He was unconscious, or somewhere else, or dead. Jimmy Ray dug deep for the courage he'd known as a young man in Vietnam. He'd been shot twice, left on a battlefield. He remembered the long night and high, pale stars, the sound of footsteps as he'd closed his eyes and prayed. The memory was a start. He focused on his breathing, slow and deep. You're still alive, deep and slow. Don't you panic. It was hard with the pain. It spiked up from the shattered spine, throbbed in his hand. Through it all, he remembered the swamp and the light and bits of what followed. He'd been dragged and then carried and dropped. Dropped. It was more like being tossed, as if he'd weighed nothing at first, and then 1,000 pounds as the earth fell away and he hit the stony slope, the sheer drop that followed. Jimmy Ray remembered the fall, the rocks at the bottom, his back. He was in a cave. He heard water drip. Hello? Anybody? There was no one, and it took a long time to accept the fact that if he wanted to live, he'd have to do it on his own. Working carefully, he used his good hand to explore the area around him. He found a boulder behind his head, thought it was the one that had broken his back. The other stones were smaller, like softballs and grapefruit, but jagged. His fingers touched a few old sticks, then moved on to smooth stone and sticky bits he thought might be his own blood. He needed his pack, some kind of light. He found the sheriff instead. Willard, thank God. He touched the sheriff's boot first, then dragged himself closer, even though it hurt like hell, and twisted the ruined spine. He couldn't think about that, though. The damage was done. He was ruined. All that mattered now was his friend, and getting out and living. He found the sheriff's belt, his chest. He wasn't breathing. He was cold. A final heave brought him even with the sheriff's face, and Jimmy Ray felt for it, finding the nose, the swollen lips. He checked the throat for a pulse, but knew it was too late. The sheriff was dead. He'd been dead for a long time. Anybody? Jimmy called out, afraid, and the shame of that capitulation was almost as bad as the broken spine. Since that terrible night in Vietnam, he'd never needed anyone. He lived alone, worked alone. There was not a fight he couldn't win, a horse he couldn't break, or a machine he couldn't fix. Now he was shaking beneath the earth, as lost and alone as he'd ever been. Rolling the sheriff, Jimmy Ray checked his pockets looking for matches, a flashlight. He felt behind him, but the rock rose up where he'd been dropped. Moving deeper, Jimmy Ray dragged himself past the body, finding smooth stone and a slope that angled him down. For an instant, he was poised. Then he slipped and tumbled. He bounced off another stone and collapsed into some kind of deadfall, the old branches shifting. Reaching out, he touched nylon and knew it was a pack, either his or Willard's. Praying as he had on that distant battlefield, Jimmy Ray dragged out the heavy flashlight he'd bought 10 years ago on a cold winter's day. In its light, he saw damp stone, a hint of his friend, and a stark, damned truth he'd never thought to see. The branches weren't branches at all. He was in a mass grave. He was in a tomb. Chapter 23. When the sun broke, it was watery pale, and Johnny remembered little of the drive to Verdine's. There was blacktop and dirt, then weeds and trees, a covered porch, and clapboards baked the color of old bone. She was on the porch beside the ancient rifle, a smile on her face as Johnny took the dust yard like a breaking storm. He couldn't help it. The darker emotions ran loose. "What the hell did you do to me?" "Nothing." "That's a damn lie, and you know it. Whatever that was, it was no dream." "Anything you saw was between you and your people. The connections have always been there. I just opened the window." "What connections?" "Hush Harbor, of course. Your family and mine. Those of us who lived there and died. Time is truly the thinnest of things." Johnny tried to settle. There was steadiness in her voice and in the rhythm of the chair. "What was in that cigarette?" "Cigarette's not your problem." "Yesterday you said vision." "Yes." "Last night, then?" He clenched his fists and fought for calm. "Was it a dream or drugs or something else?" "Saw him, did you? John Merrimon." "No." Johnny spoke from a still troubled place. "I was him." "Tell me." "I saw a woman dying. She was pregnant." "Marion Merrimon, your great-great-grandmother." "So it's real." "Summer of 1853, a mighty fever." Johnny sat on the top step and put his face in his hands. He knew their first kiss and their secrets, the touch of skin and the words they whispered. The love they shared was greater than anything Johnny had ever known. Even now, it closed his throat. He'd never felt that kind of emotion. "I was there," he finally said. "I held her hand. I felt the baby move." He broke off because it was too much, this other life, these feelings. Verdine drew smoke and let it linger. "Your people and mine," she said. "The visions find us, time to time." "How?" "That truth is for later." "I need to understand." "What you need is to listen to me and be careful. Hush Harbor is a dangerous place for those who don't respect its secrets. Dream enough, and you'll find most every truth you need. Dream too much, and this life pales. Understand? This life, yours. Don't get lost in the past. I've seen it happen." "So last night's dream?" "It's only the beginning." She tried to smile, but Johnny saw sadness and hurt, 100 years of unknowable things. "Do you have the same dream?" She shook her head. "I dream of my people. You dream of yours. That's the nature of things." "What do you want from me?" Johnny asked. "Nothing," she said. But that was a lie, and Johnny saw it plain as day. She wanted something from him. She desired it in the worst possible way. "I just want my life back," he said. "Yet some doors are hard to close." "What do I do?" "The only thing possible." Verdine pulled more cigarettes from a pocket in her robe. "Walk through the door," she said. and dream this time of darker truths.
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.